you personally made observational measurements.
Yes, I live in the southeast of
No,
England,
you
quite
haven't.
close to a place called Dover. We look across the English Channel and we see France.
Okay.
France is approximately from Calais to Dover, 23 miles away.
Okay. So
You
you're
wouldn't see. I
talking.
told you wouldn't understand the answers when I started giving them to
Well,
you. What you're
well,
going to tell me is I didn't do them, and then I'm going to point out what I
well,
did, and you're just going to
well,
end up being sick at some point, probably.
well. This is what I'd say to you. This is what I'd say to you.
Really, do you have to take a running jump up to everything that you say? Oh, indeed. What is it? It was gone.
Yeah, something happened.
Oh well.
Whoops. Yeah, I accidentally clicked the button. Oopsie.
He's probably still talking to himself.
Yeah, I sent him to the FE stage, so he's on the stage now.
Talking to nobody.
Bro, it's okay. We understand.
Oh, there he is.
So, as I was saying,
Shit, he found his way back.
by the way, great. I would say great intermediary music. I actually enjoyed that. I listened to it for a little bit. But what I would say to you is that you cannot understand. In fact, I think that you are too stupid to understand.
Oh, it's a personal attack. I got you.
It is an impossibility.
My problem. I have a failure to understand.
Yes.
When I make observations of things that I shouldn't be able to see because of the curved nature of the Earth, that's my failure to understand, is it?
Well, it is your failure to understand the universe.
Universe.
And that's not really a failure on your part, because it's a failure on all of our parts.
That sounds
right?
unnecessarily deep, if you don't mind me saying so.
Okay, so you think that
I've
Sir
got a feeling,
Isaac,
and I do apologise for interrupting you, but I fucking will. I've got a feeling you've got absolutely no idea what I just said.
So
What did
Sir
I just
Isaac,
say?
Sir, I don't really care what you said. Sir Isaac Newton.
So you don't care what I said. So you're basically just some kind of racist or bigot.
Sir Isaac Newton
You
had an
think that you're
IQ
here
of
to swing
200.
your intellectual dick around, do you?
IQ of 200.
That's not going to be happening for much longer.
That he didn't understand how the curvature of the Earth worked, or
how much curvature should there be over a distance of 10 miles?
Uh-oh. Stumped him, Jedi.
Oh no, come back.
What'd you say?
How much curvature should there be on the surface of the Earth over a distance of 10 miles?
Stumped.
It's my failure to understand, remember?
Too stupid to understand what I'm talking about.
Of 10 miles or 2 miles? I can't quite understand.
10.
10 miles? 10 miles.
Yes.
I don't know. If you get the lime out of your mouth, I might be able to understand you a little better.
So a personal attack. You've got no idea how much curvature there should be over 10 miles?
66.7 feet.
56.7 feet.
I think he said 60.
66.7 feet.
66.7 feet. Did you just Google that?
Oh, wouldn't that be perfect?
Well, it would be, but we reached this understanding, right? Me and you both agree, if the Earth was a sphere with the set radius, this is the curvature that we would measure over 10 miles, right?
It'd almost be like, it would almost be like...
We're just going to have the conversation the way I want it now, now we've reached a fucking agreement, you drunk cunt.
The number of 66.7 would almost like point to the curvature of the Earth, right?
I just want you to understand something.
I mean,
is this the amount of curvature? dumb fuck. Is this the amount of curvature over 10 miles? Right? Yes.
I mean, I don't even know.
Well, you just got it. You just googled it, right?
I'm going off
66.7 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I know that, and now you know that. So we both understand how much curvature should be measured over 10 miles, right?
Dude, I've been to space.
Oh, dude, you just invalidated everything you just fucking said.
I have
What
been
going
to
to say
space
from this moment onwards?
Okay. I'll level
Probably with the drugs you've been taking, right?
No. I'll level with you.
Yeah. All right. Let's see if you can find the reconnect button. Oh, he's back from space, everybody. Here he is. What happened, dude?
I will level with you. I've been to space, okay?
No, you haven't, dude.
Man, I thought we were in the English hub.
I have.
No one believes you now. We're just going to mock you. You thought you were going to come here and start laughing at us. Now we're just going to laugh at you because you're a liar.
You don't have to believe
Look at him making up stories like he's a 4-year-old at fucking preschool trying to impress his friends. I've been to space.
Liverpool's gonna win. Oh, fuck you, dude. Listen to me.
Oh dear. See how badly you're doing?
I have been to space.
Yeah, no one believes you. How did you go to space, dude? What drugs did you take?
How did I go to space?
Yeah, what drugs did you take?
I worked for the...
Actually, sorry guys. Right, maybe you have been to space.
If you really want to know,
you're an alcoholic is how you deal with what you've done. Okay, cool. No. Yeah, I reckon you've been to space and now you're an alcoholic.
If you really want to know,
you're an alcoholic now because you've been to space.
Do you really want to know?
No.
I
couldn't give a shit, dude.
I'll tell you this.
No, you. Oh, okay. Go on then.
I'll tell you this.
Go on then.
I did not go to space. I went to the stratosphere on a plane. Okay. And
how high above the surface of the Earth is the stratosphere?
I don't know the exact numbers. I just went there. Okay.
Really?
I went there on orders.
On orders. What type of aircraft did you fly?
On a space plane.
On a space plane. Oh my god. Is that Thunderbird 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? I forget which.
I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you. Like,
so now we're going to understand why people lie because he can't tell us.
I don't know what I can say. The only thing I can say.
You're helping us out more than you think. Cheers,
no,
dude.
I'm not really.
You are. You can't tell us. Remember?
This is.
You can't tell us.
There's classified.
Yeah, exactly. It's classified. You can't tell us. Yeah, we know. Thanks.
Okay. All right.
So when we get the question, why would they lie? It's because they have to, because they can't tell us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. You sure?
Cheers. But you would agree to that, right?
Now, what I was going to say.
Oh, okay. So you can tell us.
Can I just get through my sentence?
Only if you can tell us. Can you tell us?
I'm going to tell you something.
Oh, he's going to tell. He's going to tell. He's going to tell. He's going to tell.
I've been to the stratosphere on a plane,
and
I have seen the corona of the Earth.
The corona.
I have seen the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, the curvature of the Earth.
That's all I can say to you.
Really?
That's all I can say to you.
Okay, thank you.
And I can tell you without a doubt, the planet is curved.
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt. I can tell you without a doubt. Okay, so I
measure that curvature on the surface then, right?
You can't. It's a matter of perspective. It's a matter of perspective.
Now it's a matter of perspective.
What do you mean?
First of all, without any doubt, and now it's a matter of perspective.
Of course it is.
Choose which side of your mouth you're going to have the conversation out of. Don't choose both sides.
Listen, when you see it from space,
Well, Jedi, another excellent globe logic representative, huh? Back to you guys.
Oh, he was fun.
Man, I thought we were in the English hub.
Right? What's he even doing here?
Like, wasn't it the whole point of coming here?
Yeah, trying to
He's
get
like,
away
I'm
from that type of
comfortable in
person.
English. Yeah. I know, right? Yeah. I thought we were going to talk to some Indians.
What time is it in India? Let me check.
So drunk dude made it the old English club pub.
Yeah. I think I'd rather
7:45 p.m.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, where are they all? Come on.
I am Indian, and the earth is round. Prove me wrong. Sorry for the poor Indian there. I'll shut up.
I think I'd rather struggle to understand someone speaking broken English than someone who can speak English and is just blotto.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, others listen to broken English than somebody speaking English who's broken.
Right.
Yeah.
J-Dog's followed us over. Ah, Sachin! Can I open your mic today, Sachin? Oh, wait a sec. Hang on. We're going to make sure you can't type till you speak. Voice verification required. Sorry, Sachin. It's the way it is.
All right. Well, I changed the name of the event to lure in some Indians. Sachin says that the Earth is round, but he didn't specify because round can mean all sorts of things, right? Maybe he means round like a hula hoop. And we asked him to prove it, and he just wrote the word science. So congratulations, Sachin.
Yeah, unfortunately, DJ, that's the typical. A lot of people's level of science, level of understanding. They just think they can say science and it's over with. There you go.
Yeah.
Spheres make the most logical, scientifically mathematical sense. Sounds like we've got a Greek in the house. What's up, my friend Sachin? Hope you're doing well. Perfect plutonic solids. Definitely sounds like a Greek idea.
But Jedi, it's the most perfect shape. Come on, man.
Scientifically mathematical sense. Okay. So, mathematical sense. Spheres make the most logical mathematical sense. Let's deal with that bit first. There are lots of different shapes. Why is the sphere, which is equidistant from its radius? Are we all cutting out today for shits and giggles, or is it just me?
That was me too. Yep. I think that was
Yeah, I did
You
wonder.
cut out for about 5 seconds, Jedi. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wondered about breaking this scientifically mathematical sense bit. Spheres make the most logical. Oh, logical's in there as well. Scientifically and mathematical. Which one should we attack first? Scientifical? Okay. Explain.
In all fairness, English doesn't seem to be their first language, so
That's probably true.
yeah.
Yeah, I might let it go. Just interested in trying to break that down, J-Dog. Spheres making the most logical sense and mathematical sense and scientific sense.
Even as a globe earther here, I mean the phrasing was funny, but I understand this. Yeah, I understand why.
Did you want to take that baton and run with it?
I just came here to listen. I'm bored during
buddy.
work. I had my
No
conversation earlier today, so
I appreciate that, my friend. No worries then. We're running an event, DJ, I presume, correct?
Yes, the name of the event is India is Flat.
Oh, shit. That's going to trigger some people. Awesome.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So, DJ, that means there's no mountains or valleys or anything in India. It's just flat, right? Is that what you mean?
Just flat. Yep.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, we got some people in here. We got Mysterious Triplet. Welcome. Welcome. We got Hee. Welcome. Athanasia. Welcome.
You know, new people, if you're too shy or you're worried about your English, don't worry about it. DJ is one of the coolest people to talk to. Just open your mic and say hello. Go ahead. Kind of strange how everybody thinks they know the Earth is evolved. They don't want to come in here and tell us how they know that. Just saying.
I think Rob should just open his mic up and say hello. We know it's you. Come on, brother. Say hello.
Maybe he's got a new Globe story to tell us. Probably not. Anyway.
Hey, Scarlet. Where's Violet? We got Shamia. Shamia. Hello. Welcome in. Don't be shy now. Say hello. Gone deafened.
Must be the Australian accent. He's intimidated by you, Tito.
Yeah. That sounds just like Matrix.
Plenty of people joining the law of percentages would say one of them's going to talk at some point, but I could be wrong.
When I think what a kangaroo would sound like when it talks, I just think of Matrix.
Talking kangaroo, that's pretty funny. There should be a cartoon with there probably is a cartoon with a talking kangaroo, but anyway.
Yeah, there's been kangaroo cartoons. So.
I got to say, in my opinion, kangaroo is one of the most badass animals on the planet Earth. Not planet, because we're not on a planet, but you know what I mean. They can kick ass. They're cool.
Kicking the bloody face as well. You seen the size of them?
Yeah, I've watched some videos of guys boxing with kangaroos. It's pretty wild. Well, since your last one talked Jedi, it's a beautiful sunny day here in mid USA. What about jolly old England?
2 days ago, it was sunny. Barbecues were going. Day after that, hail, and now we've got grey, miserable skies. So changeable, as it always is in April in England. Can't quite decide if it's spring or not yet. It might just jump over spring completely and into summer at some point.
Hardly ever rains there, right, Jedi? Just kidding.
Hardly ever see the sun. And when it is out, it kills us. I don't know what's fucking wrong with it.
I had 3 inches of snow yesterday.
Well, it's fucked up.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's pissing rain now.
I like the way that you've used the word pissing in that sentence. I feel like you've been hanging out with me for quite a while. It's quite an English thing to say. And pissing down remain for ages.
I probably got it from a Brit.
It's not something an American would say, that's for sure.
Call a
Fiery
speculation
Fawn has
question
just
about
joined us.
England Jedi. I'll go
Sorry,
ahead.
mate, say that
You got a
again.
new person. You got a new person. I'll shut up. Go ahead.
It's okay. Fiery Fawn 2 has just joined us. What's up, Fiery Fawn 2? Hope you're doing well. Nah, we just got a listener, dude. Welcome to the channel, No Fiery Fawn 2. If you have a question or want to speak, please unmute your mic and introduce yourself.
Yes, if anyone has a question, you're more than welcome to just write it in the side chat if you don't feel confident speaking. All right, we have a question from Scarlett. Interning. For people who believe in flat Earth, what do they think is on the other side of which we live is? Because we know it gets hotter as we go deep. People who believe that the Earth is a sphere and the ends if of, because it's the core of the Earth. But what do flat earthers think? Jedi, that one's for you.
Yeah, okay. Thought it was for you, but fair enough. Let me just read this again. People believe the Earth is flat. Yeah, it gets hotter. I don't think there's a core, but maybe there is something that is producing hotness down there, like extreme pressures and things causing friction as they move. I don't think that this points to the Earth can only be a sphere because it gets hot down there. Might be hell. I say that with my tongue firmly planted in my cheek. Could be a few reasons, but pressure and temperature variations caused by friction, and like I said, pressure is the most probable cause.
But I add real quick, Jedi, in case they don't know, we've only verified like 7.8 miles deep, allegedly. You know, like the Mariana Trench and the guys in Russia digging a hole. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe there's lava or something down there. I don't know.
What do you guys think about that ultra dense water that was discovered at the farthest depths of the ocean that they couldn't get the submersible to punch through?
It's pretty crazy, pretty trippy.
It is. It's wild, and the film footage of it. The film footage.
It looks like there's like underwater rivers and shit.
Yeah.
But Scarlett, to answer your question, even in the globe model, they make a whole bunch of predictions about what happens as you go deeper into the Earth. But one day they decided to test it and actually drill into the Earth as far as they could. And they made predictions based off the globe model that they had available to them at the time. And every single prediction they made when they drilled into the Earth was incorrect. It actually got hotter much quicker than they thought it would. And they actually couldn't dig past a certain point, which was 7.6 miles, which is only just a little bit deeper than the deepest part of the ocean. So it's really not very deep that we have dug into the Earth. And according to their globe model, they got it wrong. So the globe model was completely wrong when they dug into the Earth. Just like the globe model is wrong when we test the surface of the Earth. Fahina with the embed fail. Unfortunate, my friend. Nice try, though. Better luck next time. posted a GIF of Matrix in the wild, and that's how he deals with kangaroos that are globers.
We got another question in the side chat from Scarlett. I guess I'll read it out and I'll let any of you answer it. If you don't, I will. Well then, I've got another question. How do flat earthers explain the magnetic field of the Earth? Because we all know Earth got its own magnetic field, and Sphere Earth explains it by north and south pole of Earth. There should be no north and south pole on flat Earth, not 100% sure though. So how do you explain that? Anyone want to take it?
It looks like bullshit for.
Pardon?
Beg your pardon?
What did he say?
Not sure.
Oh well, I guess we'll never know.
So all magnets have a north and a south pole. You can have a magnet on a flat surface and it will still have a north pole and a south pole. But the compass that you use when you're close to the magnet is going to point north. So there's also a lot of anomalies when it comes to the magnetic field. The magnetic field we have on the Earth actually doesn't align with the globe model, which is interesting. The geographical, or is it the true north pole? That's not where the magnetic north pole is. It's actually a drifting, a location that drifts.
That's correct.
Moves. And then in the south, we have a lot more anomalies. We have actually 2 magnetic south poles, one over Antarctica and one in the ocean off Antarctica. And if you have a look at the magnetic field lines, they're pretty crazy. They're kind of all over the place, to the point where you could be facing what you would think would be east, and your compass is going to show a completely different direction. It might show north, for example. Even the scientists that study the magnetic pole, that work for the government, they explain how they don't even understand it fully. And they can't even predict what it's going to be doing in 6 months or 12 months from now. So there's a lot of mysteries when it comes to the magnetic field lines on the Earth. What we do know, though, is that when we test the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature over huge distances where there would have to be curvature if it's a globe. So whatever's happening with the magnetic field, it's not happening on a globe.
Damn.
Anyone got any more questions? Venture, what you got for us, bro?
I don't think I have any questions. Except this one. What are we doing here?
Here we talk about the Earth. We talk about empirical evidence, whether the Earth is flat, which is not a shape, right? Flat is not a shape, or whether the Earth is a globe, which is a shape that most people just kind of blindly believe. And usually most people, they don't know if it's a globe for sure. They just kind of believe it because that's what they got taught while they were growing up. And they never really had any alternative ideas presented to them. But when we go out and test the Earth in reality, we can't find any curvature. So that's why there's millions upon millions of flat earthers, because there's a lot of tests out there. And anyone that sees the tests or goes and repeats the tests themselves becomes a flat earther generally.
Interesting.
Yeah, man.
So
yeah,
are you
like
trying to convert people here?
What's that?
Are you trying to convert people?
Well, that just kind of comes naturally. I mean, we're just asking people to have a look at the evidence and to try to debunk it, and to also look at the evidence from the globe side and to try to debunk it, and then weigh up the evidence to their own conclusion based on the evidence. So yeah, we're not trying to convert anyone. We're just trying to teach people to help to think critically, so they don't just blindly believe everything they get told by the mainstream, which I think could be kind of dangerous for humanity, because it can get to the point where they could just tell people anything and people will just blindly believe it.
Got it. I'm sorry for a personal question. Where are you from?
I'm from Australia.
Oh, okay.
But I'm in Poland at the moment.
Interesting.
All right. Fiery Fawn has asked, is the moon flat or a globe? I don't know. I mean, it looks like a ball to me, but I'm not sure exactly. I mean, quite often things can look like they're spherical until you check, and then you find out that it's not quite what it seems. But yeah, the moon could be a ball. But the Earth
Let's go ask the Artemis 2 astronauts.
Yeah, I mean, you know, some astronauts say the Earth's flat, which is kind of funny, isn't it?
Can you break down for me how you actually view or see the solar system?
Yeah. I mean, we see the celestial bodies in the sky moving in cycles, in patterns in the sky. And we've all been fed a big story about exactly what they are, what they're doing, how they're moving, why they're moving, you know, that they're in a big giant space vacuum. That when we look at Uranus or Neptune, you know, it's raining diamonds. That's literally what they tell us. Certain exoplanets, it rains glass, sideways glass rain. All sorts of crazy shit, right, that we can never confirm. We just kind of have to blindly believe it. So yeah, when we observe the Earth, we observe a flat, stationary Earth. And then when we look at the sky, we see these celestial bodies moving in the sky in patterns and in cycles. For example, we would claim that the sun moves across the sky east to west in certain cycles, and that it appears to rotate between the tropics throughout the year, which creates winter and, you know, the seasons, summer, etc. Daytime, nighttime, pressure, high pressure, low pressure systems, which create wind and waves, tides. But the surface, like we would also say that if you want to have a large body of water, you need to have a container. Crazy claim, I know. But we would say that, yeah, if you want to have a large body of water, like a lake or a bathtub or a pool or an ocean or a sea or a puddle or a pond, then you would have to have some kind of container, whether it be ceramic or the low spot in the ground. And the water will gather in the container, and it will conform to the shape of the container. And the surface of the water will be approximately flat because of the fluid dynamics, right? It's a liquid, and it has a certain viscosity, and it will collapse upon itself. And that's why it conforms to the shape of the container, and that's why it will form a flat surface.
Hello, anti-globalist.
What's up?
I really like your point of view, but I have a serious question. Like, what is Jupiter flat?
No, I don't think Jupiter's flat. I don't think that the celestial bodies are similar to the Earth. I think there's something different than the Earth. I think the Earth can't be compared to something that we see in the sky, in the same sense that the floor of your house, it can't be compared to the lights that are on the ceiling, right? You might see some round light bulbs on the ceiling, but that doesn't mean that the floor that you're standing on is also similar to something different that you see up in the sky, right? Like if we go out into the forest, we see trees. That doesn't mean that your dog is also a tree, because it doesn't have any characteristics of a tree. Just like the Earth doesn't have any characteristics of the moon or the sun or Jupiter, etc.
Okay, so my doubt is that then why does Mars or Mercury or all of them have similar shape, but why only Earth is different? Like
Why are all bananas
thing
similar
is, in our
shapes and why
complete
is the
solar
table always
system,
flat?
like my doubt is like in complete solar system, only the Earth is flat and everything is round. Is that what
Yes,
you're saying?
yes. Like
Like,
the
is it
table
possible?
is flat and your salt and pepper shaker are different shapes. Your floor is horizontal. The light bulbs in your light fittings are spherical, possibly. You notice how
That's
they're
an
different things?
interesting point of view. So,
Well,
is it
not really.
possible for? Is it no? It's interesting. Like, I wanted to know, like, is it possible for humans to go to the moon?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Like, okay.
Yeah, we can't really confirm that. I mean, maybe you could go there, but what's the moon? I mean, we have all been taught a big story about what the moon is, but can we truly validate what it is? I don't think so. What we know about the moon and what we know about Mars, etc., it comes down to faith in what we've been taught growing up about these things. From the Earth, we just see a little blurry light in the sky. But we've been taught a big story about this. We've been taught that everything exists within this big giant space vacuum, right? The vacuum of outer space, the cosmos. And that we have all of these big giant stars, right? When you look up into the sky and you see all the stars, they say these are all suns, billions of light years away, blah, 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 right? And then these planets, right? They're all orbiting around in this big giant space vacuum. And we've been taught that we're also one of these, right? And that the Earth is also a planet, just like Mars. But we can't really confirm that. That's just a big story that we've been taught. It's a model, a mathematical, theoretical concept that we've all been taught. But when we go and actually test the surface of the Earth, we can't find any curvature. Okay, but we can calculate specifically how much curvature there should be over a certain distance. Now, they tell us that the Earth is over 70% covered in water. And that water should be curving at a specific rate. So if we have 20 kilometers distance, we can calculate specifically how much should that water be curving over 20 kilometers. And then after we do that calculation, we can go and find a 20-kilometer section of water, and we can test it for the curvature that should be there. And when we do that, we don't detect any curvature. Even 40 kilometers, 60 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, we don't find any curvature when we do different types of tests over those distances. Right?
Okay, so is Earth stationary?
Yes, yes. And so we would say that the Earth is stationary. There's no evidence that the Earth is moving, but we see the celestial bodies in the sky moving east to west in cycles.
Oh, guys. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
How are you? You
What's up,
good?
man? Good, good.
Good, man.
Okay. What's the topic?
The topic is very serious, man. Like, whether Earth is globe or not.
يلا إذنك This is my little brother. He
But
will
like
take her.
my question to
Speak.
anti-globalist
Speak.
is that like like
What's your name?
we have pardon.
No, speak.
I have a question. So like,
What's your name?
what's the
Hold on.
point
I'm
of
trying to
this
work out which
information, like
who
we
do I
have?
mute? Is this
Like how?
is this
Fuck you.
all right, hold on just a second.
No.
All right, and
No.
Amin? Is
No.
this Amin? All right, let me just try. Let's try muting some random people and see if it fixes the problem. Okay, I think the problem's fixed. All right, Fiery Fawn, go ahead.
Yeah, like I wanted to know that, like, what's the point? Like, most of the people believe the Earth is globe. Like,
Yeah.
whether the people believe Earth is globe or whether the people believe Earth is flat, how does this benefit us? Like, as Earthlings, which information benefits us, and what's the point whether we discuss this topic? Like, how could we help this by helping others learn about it? Like, how could it help humanity?
Well, do you think that critical thinking is important?
Yeah, it is important, but I think critical thinking is really important. But like, how could this topic help us, like in a positive manner? Like, is it related to creating maps, directions, or something? There should be some kind of, what do you say?
Well,
Should
I think
help in
truth
some
is.
kind of
I
way,
think.
right?
I think it's important to know where you live, and I think it's important to know whether you're being given correct information about where you live. Now, I understand that a lot of people have difficulties in their life, and those difficulties are probably more important at the current time for them to deal with, right? Like providing food for their family and all of that kind of thing. But I also think that knowing where we live, and if we're being taught misinformation, if we're being lied to about our cosmology, then I think that's another important topic. And I think that once you look into it, it can actually be something that could benefit humanity a lot in the long run. Now, most of the education system. All right, someone leaving constantly. Anyway, yeah, I think it's important to know where we live. And, most of the education systems around the world, okay, they have removed the idea of a creator. They have people thinking that they're basic. All right, they have people thinking that they're insignificant, right? That they're just here by mistake, and that we evolved from monkeys and pond scum, and that we don't really have any purpose. We're just accidents lost in space, tiny little specks on a universal scale, spinning through space, going nowhere for no reason at all. But I think maybe that there's a lot more to this place and a lot more to life than that. So I think it's very important to know where you live. Very important to think critically, and most people have been trained throughout their life to just believe what they get told and not to question authority and not to question anything. And I think that's very dangerous for humanity as a whole.
Okay, I also have one more question. Like, why do you think this kind of propaganda is being massively adopted and taught in school?
I think it's kind of like a tradition at this point. It's something that has been taught for a very long time. And I think that most people that teach it genuinely believe it, and they're just basically repeating what they got taught. Okay, like if your teacher is teaching you that the Earth's a globe at school, they're not lying to you. They genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe because they've never tested the Earth. They've never been fed any different information. Their teacher taught them that the Earth's a globe. And their teacher wasn't lying to them either. They genuinely believed it. Okay. And this cycle has been going on for a long time. And that's why I mean it's kind of like a tradition. Now, if you look at the history of the globe, you'll find out that it's been a tradition basically for the last 500 or 600 years. And it's not because people went out and empirically validated that the Earth's a globe. You need to look into how the globe Earth became something that was proposed. And that's a whole nother story right there. I mean, look into the history of the globe Earth, right? How did people start seeing that the Earth was a globe when all of the ancient cultures knew that the Earth was a flat, stationary plane? All of a sudden, people started saying it's a globe. Why is that? It's not because people went out and started measuring the Earth and said, hey, we've measured the Earth. The Earth's a globe, right? That's not how the Earth became a globe. And yeah, India is flat. Salty user. That's correct. Everywhere is flat. Right, because most of the surface of the Earth that we know about is covered in water. And the surface of water is flat. Everybody can go and observe this. Right? You think that the water is curving only because that's what you got told while you were growing up. But in reality, according to common sense, according to fluid dynamics, according to science, right? Physics, the physics of water. Water requires a container, and the surface of the water is going to be flat. Okay, if I have a bathtub, and I fill it with water, it's going to be flat on the surface. If I have a lake, it's going to be flat on the surface. If I have a sea, it's going to be flat on the surface. And when I say flat, I don't mean perfectly flat, but I mean it's not going to be dropping over distance. It's not going to be curving. On the globe, it should be curving. 10 miles should be curving by 66 feet. That's 20 meters. It's a huge amount, 20 meters. That's like a 7-story building. Okay, that means that if we go to a lake and it's 10 miles across the lake and I'm standing on one side of the lake and you're standing on the other side of the lake, I shouldn't be able to zoom in and see you on the other side of the lake. You should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by 50 feet.
Yeah, bro, I'm back.
What's up, man?
Hey, I really appreciate that you're trying to educate people what you believe in. I think it's
Yeah, look,
commendable, but what's motivating you? What it is that is motivating you to do this?
Well, I care about truth. I care about humanity, and I would like people to learn how to think critically. I think it's important that people don't just believe everything they get told when they're growing up. I think it's very important for humanity to think for themselves and to come to logical conclusions. Okay, I like empiricism. I like logic, and I think that people have come to a point where they basically just believe everything they get told when they watch the television, when they watch the news, when they go to school, and they're not questioning things, right? People are rewarded for having a good memory. If you have a good memory and you're very good at remembering the textbooks that you get told to remember, and then you can put the answers down on the exams, then they'll tell you that you've done great. You've done a great job at memorizing the textbook, and you get an A. You can have a good job. you can be considered smart because you were very good at memorizing and regurgitating the mainstream information in the textbook. But how many people actually analyze the textbook and say, well, how do we know that the Earth has a radius of 6,371 kilometers? Right? People don't question that. And I think it's very important that people question the nature of reality and all sorts of different things. Right? Same with maybe medicine, all sorts of different topics. Critical thinking, I think, is very important. And I think that it could be dangerous for humanity if they lose that critical thinking skill. So yeah, I'm not benefiting from this. You know, I should be working on my business right now, but yeah, I think it's important. I think truth's important, and I think critical thinking is important. And yeah, maybe there's you know, I mean, maybe there's some bad people in control of the Earth. I'm not sure. It seems like that could possibly be the case. But look, this is what it comes down to. When we actually go out and measure the surface of the Earth, it's not curving, right? We can use high-powered laser beams. We can use radio wave propagation. We can use infrared cameras, all sorts of different methods to test for the curvature. And we can't find any curvature over the surface of the Earth. So regardless of why this topic's important or anything like that, right? We are not detecting any curvature when we go out and do these tests.
You know, and DJ, those are all valid points, and just want to kind of like also add, you know, a lot of people will ask, well, what's the reason behind the propaganda? Like you asked, Fiery, what's the reason behind the propaganda? Why would they lie, right? You know, the motivation for lying is a difficult thing to explain because a lot of people have different motivations. But at the end of the day, there's really only one reason why people lie, and that's for control. So if that's the reason, if there is a lie out there that they're perpetrating, right? DJ made a good point that like, at this point it might just be not superstition, but what was the word you used, DJ? Not superstition, tradition. It might as well be tradition, just like Santa Claus and Easter Bunny and all these other things, right? So maybe there was a lie at some point, and then now people just hold on to it because they're afraid of change.
Yeah, exactly. Most people believe in the globe, not because they know that the Earth's a globe, but because that's what they got told that the Earth is. Which is kind of interesting because most people that we talk to, they don't even know the basics about the globe. Like we could ask most people, what's the radius value? How fast does the Earth spin? How far away is the sun in the globe model? How far away is Mars, etc. Most people don't know anything about it. They just believe it. And it's kind of interesting that people can just be taught something that is the opposite of what they experience in reality, and they're happy to just believe it. They'll be say, you know, like we don't see any curvature, but they'll tell you that the Earth's curving. Okay, we don't feel any motion, and there's no evidence that the Earth is moving, but they'll tell you that it's moving. It's actually spinning through space at over 1.5 million miles per hour, which is a speed that we can't even comprehend how fast that is. Okay, a 9mm bullet goes about 700 miles per hour. But they say that the Earth is spinning 1,040 miles per hour faster than the speed of sound. And that's just one motion. Okay, then they tell us that the Earth at the same time, it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, plus it's also orbiting around the sun at 66.6 thousand miles per hour. That's a speed that people can't even comprehend. Okay, and then on top of that, it's chasing the sun at the same time. 400 and something thousand miles per hour. So all of these speeds, all of these claims don't have any empirical evidence to back them up.
You know, one of my favorite arguments for people that don't know the globe, they believe it's a globe, but they don't know, DJ. I always ask them, which way is the Earth spinning? Is it spinning east to west or west to east? They don't know. How you doing this morning, DJ?
Hey,
I
good
also
man.
have one more
Good.
question. Like, if Earth is flat, like, where does it stand? Is it levitating? The flat Earth, is the flat Earth levitating, or is it on something, or it's taking some kind of support to stand?
I think you can think of the Earth kind of like the floor or the foundation of the system that we live in. We can't detect any motion of the Earth. So as far as we can tell, the Earth is stationary. It doesn't move. Think of it as the foundation, right? Like the floor. And then everything else above the Earth, that's what we see moving. We see the sun moving. We see the moon moving. We see the stars moving. We see the planets moving, right? Everything moves east to west, like a clock. It's like the sky is like a big giant clock. And this is what all of the ancient cultures all depicted.
What do you think has more mass? The sun has more mass, or do the moon or the Earth?
Well, I think the Earth would probably have more matter, but I'm not sure exactly. I can't prove that. But I think the sun and the moon, they both appear the exact same size in the sky. No, I'm not saying they are the same size, but they appear the same size. Now, we get told a big story about the sky, and we get told that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further away than the moon. But they just happen, and that's why they happen to appear the same size in the sky. So when we see an eclipse, right, they line up perfectly. So the coincidence of that is unbelievable, but we can't really validate it. It's just part of the heliocentric model. I would say that the sun and the moon are approximately the same size, but I don't know for sure. So I don't know exactly what they are. I don't know what medium they're in, because we can't test that. You have to make a bunch of assumptions.
Do you think the humans can achieve and be capable of testing that someday?
Maybe, but at the moment, there's no way to do that. Yeah, I don't think I think that everything that we know about them at the moment, it's based off assumptions. It's based off a heliocentric framework. Yeah, it's not empirical evidence. It's actually fits into the definition of pseudoscience.
Hello, guys. I just joined. May I talk?
Yes, you may. Welcome.
Hello. So, how is I'm intrigued by the title of this discussion. India is flat. What does that mean? India is flat.
Oh, it was just a title to try to get some Indian people in here to Indian
okay,
people.
I'm here. You want to say something?
Yeah. So when we go out and test the surface of the Earth, We don't detect any curvature. But if the Earth was a globe, then there would have to be a certain amount of curvature over the surface of the Earth.
Okay. So you guys believe that Earth is flat?
Yeah, well, we all experience the Earth as flat. Even people that believe that the Earth is a globe also experience the Earth as flat.
Okay. Yeah, bro, that's true. I do believe that. But why the moon and sun is round then? And why the other planets we see are round also?
Because they're celestial bodies. They're nothing like the Earth. We don't think the Earth is a flat planet. We don't think the Earth is like most. I understand where your thinking is coming from, okay? Because we grow up, we get taught that the Earth is a planet and that Mars is a planet and that Venus is a planet. We're all planets and we're floating around in this space vacuum. But we're not claiming that the Earth is a planet floating around in outer space. We're claiming that the Earth is more like the foundation of the system that we live in, right? Try not to fit the flat Earth inside the heliocentric, the globe Earth model of outer space, right? It's a completely different way of thinking about it.
Yeah. But my question is that what does this has to do with anything with the title of the meaning, India is flat? You said you wanted some Indian guys here, right? So like, I don't get still why you needed some Indian guys.
Oh yeah, so India's so India's not curving. So if you have
other countries curving, all the other countries are curving.
No.
Pakistan is also flat.
Yeah, Pakistan is flat, and Canada is also flat, and also the Bahamas are also flat as well.
Okay. So like, what's your point?
The Earth is flat, and it's not a globe.
Yeah. So yeah.
What about Antarctica?
Antarctica is extremely flat. Apart from the mountains. Yeah.
So like the people when they go in space and send photos of Earth, are they all fake? So NASA is fake basically.
Yeah, NASA is not a space agency, just like the CIA.
Brainwash agency.
Yeah, it's like a brainwashing institution.
Okay, and why are they brainwashing people for like, what will they get when everyone believes that Earth is round?
Well, it's not about that, really. I think the people that work at NASA genuinely believe that the Earth is a globe, but they're lying about space travel. I don't know if you heard of the space race.
Space travel. So our topic is Earth is flat or space race.
Well, you brought up space.
I have got about European Space Agency and China Space Agency. Like, even they like, why are they united when it comes
they're all connected with each other, right? They're all connected. They all work together. And they all take a lot of money. They all take a lot of money from the taxpayers.
Like, what I want to understand is, see, when like if USA is saying Earth is spherical, I can understand. Then China would be like, I'm their competitor. I will show them the truth, and most of the people will pay them if they are able to prove it, right? So if they are able to prove that Earth is flat, then they will be the one who are most popular, because that will be a sensational news, and people will be like, okay, US is false and China is speaking the truth.
So only the United States can lie to its people. Other countries are exempt from this.
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh no,
I'm saying that China will contradict USA, right?
China's footage, right? So if China came out and said the Earth's flat, then everyone would know that they've been lying, right? And all of their shitty footage that they give us from space has been a big lie, right? And that
like,
they're dirty
if someone
big
comes
liars,
forward, they
just
will
like
be
NASA.
appreciated, right?
That wouldn't be good. So people already don't trust the government. So why would they tell them that they've been lying to them for the last 100 years?
Okay, the person who comes first and open it up will be trusted the most, right? Like, if the Earth is flat is said by China and China can prove it, then why wouldn't everyone will?
Yeah, I'm not saying okay. So
Everyone will say that their own government is false, and they will start believing in China, right? Like that's that is something that if they can prove it, everyone will start trusting and believing in China more than their own country. So why wouldn't China want that? Like, of course.
I don't know. You'd have to talk to China. I think that they're probably making a ton of money out of their space program, just like America.
So
yeah, you'd have to go and talk with the Chinese Prime Minister, Xi Jinping.
Yogi Bear. Yeah. Buddha Bear.
Like so.
Yeah. But look at the footage in the side chat, right? So this footage looks very terrible. This is NASA footage. Okay, this footage is funny. It's so bad. If you have a look at the China footage, it's even worse than the NASA footage.
So you're meaning to say that the sources of China should be trusted?
No, okay. China. No,
bro. So like, you guys don't believe the Apollo mission?
No, I think this footage looks extremely fake, personally. This is the problem, though, right? We can't confirm it. We can't check it. You just have to believe it or not believe it. Okay, what you can check is that the surface of the Earth is not curving, because we can test that, right? You can't go to space. I can't go to space. You just have to believe them. You have to believe in this. Look at this footage in the side chat. This is the shitty footage that you have to believe in if you think people went to space. Right? This footage looks completely fake, and it looks like little models in a studio.
Yo, but my question is this, like, I guess there are nearby more than 100 people who have went to space at this point of time, if I'm not wrong. So like,
so it's like 20 something. 20
it's
something.
20. Okay, it's more than 10, right? So like,
yeah.
None of them thought of being like blowing the whistle. Like none of them thought of blowing the whistle and telling everyone that the Earth is flat. Like everyone is coming to a point that Earth is round. Like astronauts from different countries. So you can say Russia, you can say America. So like they are all coming to a one conclusion and let people believe the Earth is round. Like how does that happen? No one whistleblower with among all the astronauts. How do you say that?
Yeah, there has been whistleblowers. There was a Polish astronaut that said that the Earth is flat, and then there was a Russian astronaut that also said that nobody has been to space, and if anybody tells you that they've been to space, then they're lying. And then we had the head of the Russian space agency say that NASA faked the moon landings, and then we had the Dutch government test NASA's moon rocks and determined that the moon rocks that NASA said they brought back from the moon were actually pieces of petrified wood. There has been people that have worked for NASA that said that NASA set up the moon landings in a big giant studio, like in a hangar.
Yeah.
Also,
I 70%
there's a lot of
believe that
whistleblowers.
moon landing is fake. I 70% believe that NASA never went to moon, but 30% evidences are there. So yeah, like I don't digest the fact that they demolished such a technology to go on extraterrestrial planet or body, and they think, like, whenever you ask NASA now, why didn't you go again to moon? So they say like, we have lost the technology, all the documents are lost and all. Like literally so multi-billion-dollar operation, and you have not a single document of it. I don't buy that. So yeah, I 70%
Exactly.
believe. Yeah, I 70% believe that the moon landing is fake.
Exactly, yeah. So, like I was saying, a lot of it, we don't have to prove that it was fake, because we just cannot verify it. We have to, it's just faith-based. But this is the thing, when we test the surface of the Earth, we can validate that it's not curving. Right? Like if I go to a 20-mile long lake and I stand on one side of the lake, and then you're on the other side of the lake, 20 miles away from me, standing on the shoreline, I shouldn't be able to zoom in over that lake and see you standing on the other side of the lake. That would be impossible if the Earth's a globe. But when we go and test that in reality, I can zoom in across the lake and I can see you standing on the other side of the lake. I can shoot a laser across the surface of the water and hit a target on the other side of the lake. right? That's impossible on a globe. And that's something that we've tested over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let me tell you one thing. Maybe I should not be revealing this. I don't know how much security threat this is, but I'll tell you one thing. I have a friend who is a sniper in our military. Okay, he's giving the training of a sniper. So they, while before they are deployed on field, they are thought about everything, physics and all, and they are thought literally they are thought about they have the topic curvature of Earth before shooting. So they have to keep in mind the curvature and like the distance they are shooting. So like the bullets does not miss the target. So they have the topic curvature. So they keep in mind the curvature of Earth while shooting. So like, what do you say? Like, is that fake also then? Then if it is
A
fake,
lot
then
of
the Earth is
people,
flat. Then they should miss by the theory they have been taught.
yeah, no, I understand your question. And a lot of people that write the manuals for the sniper, training, they believe that the Earth is a globe. Okay, so they think that the Earth is spinning. So they tell people that, oh, you have to account for the Coriolis effect. You have to account for the curvature, the spinning of the Earth. But when you actually talk to snipers and what they do in the field, they don't account for the curvature of the Earth. Right?
They don't account for the curvature.
They don't do it in the field. It's very difficult because if you're facing every single degree that you're facing, it would have to be a completely different calculation. Okay, if you're facing north, if you're facing west, if you're facing southwest, and all the degrees, half a degree, 1 degree, 3 degrees different in any direction, it would have to be a completely different calculation. And then you would also have to account for the curvature of the Earth. Then you have to also account for the spin drift of the bullet. Then you have to account for the wind. And what you find when you talk to snipers that actually do it for a living, they don't account for the curvature of the Earth. Okay, just like the sniper, I just put a video in the side chat. Here is a trained sniper, and he shows you his credentials, and he explains that nobody that he knows about, and he doesn't ever account for the curvature of the Earth or the spinning of the Earth. All right, and then there's the world record sniper shot, 4.4 miles, which is about 6 or 7 kilometers. Shepard Humphreys, right? He holds the world record for the longest sniper shot. He hit the target 3 times in a row from 4.4 miles away. And we contacted him. We actually emailed him and said, hey, did you account for the curvature of the Earth? Did you account for the Coriolis effect? And he wrote back to us and he said, no, we didn't account for any of those things. So it's something that in theory, it might be something that's in the manuals, but when you're in the field, it's not practical. It's not something that they account for, especially the curvature of the Earth. I don't even think the manuals tell them that they even need to account for the curvature of the Earth. Okay, some of them say you need to account for the Coriolis effect. But yeah, we don't see that they actually do that in the field.
Okay, so here is my another question. So if the Earth is flat, so why this, like whatever this elites or the government or the people ruling the game, so what will they get if the common people believe the Earth is round? So why are they hiding this fact? So what is the like thought process behind that? I want to know that. What will they get of this? You get me?
Yeah, I do. Just give me a second. My wife's just asking me something. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. Anyone else want to speak something? Am I the only Indian here? Why everyone is so silent, man?
I'll be back in just a second.
Okay.
What's up, dude? Hey, how are you doing, chat? Anyone here?
Yeah, sorry, man. What was your other question?
Yeah, I was asking, so if the earth is flat, so why the like whatever those people are, the government or the higher
Oh, yeah,
ups or
yeah,
the
yeah.
people ruling the game? So yeah, what will they get if the common people believe the earth is round? What is their benefit?
Well, I'm not sure of anybody that's actively lying about the shape of the earth. I'm sure that there are people that are lying about it, but I can't give you a list of names of anyone that works for the government, anyone that works for the military that knows that the earth is flat and they're lying about it being a globe. I think that most people genuinely believe that the earth is a globe because that's what they got taught when they were growing up and through university. And they have never tested the earth. So I think most people that are pushing the globe are not lying about it. But I'm sure that maybe there are some people at the very, very like high levels, right? Secret societies, that kind of thing, maybe that they know. But I couldn't give you a list of names. I couldn't give you motivation. What's their reason? But we know that people lie, right? We know that people lie for money, control, power, all sorts of different reasons. Control is one of the main ones, right? Money is also another one. But yeah, that's how you control a population or a world population is, to control the minds of the people. Now, what they teach people is that they should look up to the government for their knowledge. They should trust the education system that's provided by the government for all of their knowledge, and that the government is out. They know everything about space. They know everything about the earth. They know everything that's underneath the surface of the earth, blah, blah, blah. They'll tell you that they know everything. And a lot of people throughout the throughout the ages, throughout history, right, they put their trust in a god, in religion, right, whether it be whatever religion in that particular area of the earth. But the government has basically, they're slowly diminishing religion from the education system, and they're teaching people that, well, you actually came from a monkey. You came from evolution, all right? You're here by accident, and the earth is here by accident as well. There was nothing exploded. There was a big bang theory, and then everything came out of nothing, and that we're here by accident. We're spinning on this globe through space for no reason at all, and that you should put your trust in the government. You should put your faith in the government. And they've almost replaced God, whatever God is, right? They've replaced that with themselves. So yeah, money, control, power. I'm not sure. I'm speculating. So I don't know for sure why someone would lie or who's lying, but so yeah, that's something that's happened. Yeah. So maybe there's some kind of, maybe the earth was created. Maybe there is some kind of God. I'm not sure personally. But yeah.
Man, it was nice talking with you. I gotta go now. I have some work. But if you guys have a letter like VC, I'll join again, bro. It was nice talking with you. You are a logical
Hey, you
person.
too, bro. Yeah, I'll send you a friend request, and yeah, I'll look forward to chatting with you again next time you come back.
See you, bro. Bye.
Catch you later. All right, if anyone else has any questions about the topic, feel free to jump in, or you can even put a question in the side chat. So welcome Dash Mofo, who I see typing in the side chat. Welcome. We got MMR as well. J-Dog.
Yeah, DJ. What benefit do the grifters who've stolen over $1 trillion from us got to gain from telling?
Yeah, why would the grifters lie? Really?
And these people are so naive. Like, what happens if we find out the world's flat? Yeah, that means the heads of NASA go to prison.
Yeah.
And they don't get a pension. Because even if they're not lying to us, they're grossly incompetent. And that alone means that they've been taking their salaries and are not competent for their jobs, which is a fraud.
Mic check. Discord lag.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we can hear you.
This thing keeps booting and reconnecting.
Yeah, it's been doing it all week.
So it says, you may notice delayed audio at 250 milliseconds or higher. You may also sound robotic if your packet loss rate is over 10%.
Did you see the footage from Artemis?
Disconnect and try again.
Oh yeah, Artemis was badass.
Did you see the footage from Artemis? Like they were a certain distance from the Earth. They're supposed to have a delay of, I think it was 2 seconds or something like that. And the guy responded instantly, right within a split second of them asking a question. And the black guy like slapped his forehead, like he was like, damn it. He screwed up. It's like they got told to like, you're right, you have to have a 2-second delay. But I forget which one it was. I forget his name. But yeah, he responded instantly. I thought that was interesting. You know, obviously it's not like a killer evidence, but it's something that is interesting. Why wasn't there a delay? Why did the guy look pissed off at him when he said that?
Not keeping to the script.
Yeah, he screwed up. I mean, it would be easy to do.
But maybe he just, I don't know what the question was, but could he just easily assume how it was going to finish, the question, and he just answered before he heard all of it?
No. It wasn't like that. Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. Hey, J-Dog, did you see also at the press conference after the mission when the actonaut, her earpiece stopped working?
The what stopped working?
Her earpiece, right? She was giving a script. And if you re-listen to it, you can tell that she was getting told everything to say through an earpiece.
On the panel or something?
Yeah. It was like when they got back, she was doing like a speech about, you know, some inspirational speech about where we're at the moon. But then all of a sudden her earpiece stopped working and she didn't know what to say. It was,
maybe she was shocked by it a little bit. Not physically, but like, oh, what's going on with my earpiece? And she couldn't think clearly. I get it. Like, I didn't see this for myself, to be clear, but I know I'm searching for excuses, but I mean, a lot of things can happen. People are human.
Man, yeah, exactly. Sometimes sometimes when people are reading out scripts through their earpiece, sometimes the earpiece fucks up.
Yeah, exactly.
Happens. Yeah.
You know what really boggles my mind, Ben, when it comes to this whole delay shindig? Why the hell are the telecom companies or infrastructure or whatever, why are they not introducing that necessary delay artificially in the transmission? Like, why don't they do that to, like, protect against these stupid little fumbles and shit? You know what I mean? Like, you just wait a second before you forward off the signal, like in the software or the machinery or whatever.
Yeah, but idiocracy, we live in
half-assing it.
Ridiculous.
All right, J-Dog, in the side chat, you gotta check it out. It only goes for 20 seconds or something, but check it out.
Seems like every day there's another blooper that comes out.
There's so many, man. Every time I scroll through, I'm like, there's a new one. But one thing's for sure, that this Artemis mission is going to create millions more flat earthers. There's so many videos on TikTok and Instagram and Facebook of people just pissed off. They're like, damn it, I thought I was going to get to see them zooming in on the Earth. Why can't they put a camera on the outside so we could see the Earth? How come there's such limited images? How come the images are so bad quality? What the hell is going on? It's 2026. People are pissed.
The lunar landscape looks like a 3D terrain render too. It doesn't help their case.
It does. It looks so bad, man.
I mean, I'll say public speaking probably isn't her strong suit, and
she's
the way
an
she
actor,
put together
dude.
all
Dude, she's an actress. She has an IMDb profile. She was in Mad Max Fury Road. She was in the movie.
Well, I mean, people.
She's an actor.
There's
a professional
actor.
Actress.
People who have been astronauts. I mean, what is this like? Well,
Astronauts.
Let's just say among the 12 people who've been on the moon, allegedly, right? There's a lot of people who act too in their lifetime. Like some of those, I'm not saying one of those 12, but it's likely that if we keep on doing these programs, we're going to have people from more interesting backgrounds in their past. I think. I know.
Yeah, they're straight out.
But at the end of the day, coincidences like this can happen all the time. I feel.
Yeah, but it's not just. It's like they're straight out of Central Casting. Even the news reporters say, they're straight out of Central Casting. Like there's videos of them actually saying, right, like the NASA spokesman or whatever that's called, right, saying that these people are straight out of Central Casting, and they have IMDb profiles. They have roles in movies, and I don't know, man. Look. You can believe it if you want. That's fine. I mean, there's going to be an excuse for all of these different things, and it's gonna. At the end of the day, it's still going to create millions and millions more flat earthers because it was junk, right? Like it could have. With the technology that we have now, I mean, just look at. You can just go and buy a $500 camera that can zoom so far in on the moon. And you can pan around the moon and you can see it pretty crispy. Probably a terrible word, crispy. Pretty clearly. Anyway, and with all of the government's technology and money, right? They spent $92 billion. You would think that they would have some camera technology where they could zoom back at the Earth from space, take some video footage. You could probably even zoom in and see upside down Mount Kosciuszko in Australia and that kind of thing. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to do that, but nope. They barely provided anything better than what we got in the 60s.
I mean, I agree with you on that their communication has been shit, and I'm sure there's been a couple of sketchy individuals through the years that have pretty important positions in these organizations that I'm once again, I just, for me, probably the biggest piece of evidence on top of just what I understand of the mechanics of where I live on planet Earth is just all the people that have to compromise in something like this. And I know that a lot of the time I hear that it would only take a couple people in a program to actually understand the full breadth of what's going on in a program like this. But I just find it hard that there aren't more, especially with how smart a lot of these people are and how different a lot of these people are from the countries they're from, that you would find that some of them break away and are like, hey, this doesn't add up. And I feel like there'd be more people than what we've heard of, because I'm sure there's at least one crazy person who's come out and said stuff.
Oh yeah, there's actually a lot. There is a lot, but obviously they're not going to put those people on CNN or on Fox News or anything like that. But yeah, there are people that worked for NASA that have been whistleblowers. There were ex-Air Force people that on their deathbed, they said that, yeah, NASA, like they had to kill people, to cover up what they knew about the sets being set up in relation to the Apollo missions. And there's tons and tons of stuff. I mean, there's
so Bart
tons of
Sibrel,
whistleblowers.
was he that I think I know what you're talking about with the guy in his deathbed. That was something that the guy told to his son. I remember hearing this from Bart Sibrel or whatever his last name is. I haven't looked into it recently, but I remember looking into at the time when I saw it, when he was talking to what was that astronaut's name? He was doing like a discussion with him months ago.
Yeah, that old guy that kept talking about the
I just
moon
wasn't
rocks.
sold by it. That's the thing. I remember looking into that story about. Was it about the Apollo 1 mission? Or?
It was an Air Force guy, and he had some part in witnessing what happened in one of the hangars where they set up the the scenes to fake the moon missions, and apparently he had to have a guy whacked. And anyway, it seems pretty legitimate. Why would the guy lie about that on his deathbed? He waited till his deathbed, to tell his son about this. Regardless, right? We can't prove it. It's not proof.
I mean, I
It's
can't
just
prove or disprove what he said.
yeah. If people are whistleblowers, then that's people can just say, oh, it's not true, blah blah blah. But it's they're still whistleblowers at the end of the day. Yeah,
No, yeah, I agree. It takes a lot of courage to you're putting your credibility on the line with something like that too. I get it.
Yeah.
Just saying, there's so many people doing so many things. Like you're gonna find those.
Also, if I was a globe earther, I would still call bullshit on the moon landings.
So, yeah, I believe in the moon landings. I believe that all 12 of those astronauts touched their feet to that surface 250,000 miles away.
Yeah,
I know there's a lot of weird
involved,
things, like they lost the technology and
yeah, the footage looks completely fake and all that kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it does look. It looks insane. I mean, I agree. It looks crazy. It is something I've never been to the moon.
Yeah. Well, maybe if you went there, all of a sudden it would be like you're in like claymation quality. All of a sudden it would look like you're like a little miniature model, and it would look like a little set. And I mean, look at this footage. This is one of my favorite. Right. So once you get up to the moon, everything changes. And all of a sudden it looks like kind of like this. Right. Like all of a sudden it goes from reality to Thunderbirds. And it looks like this. Have a look in the side chat.
Oh, yeah. I feel like I've seen.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's like
it looks weird. Yeah, the motion of the thing.
It's like this. Yeah, once you get up there, you turn into this little character, and it's like up and away. But yeah,
it looks like the motion, the image scaling. It's the size and relational data. It's the background versus the foreground. It's the wobbliness of the model.
Yeah, I got a good one here. Check this one out. All right, so 1 second. All right, this one's interesting as well. All right, have a look at the little dish on the left top of this thing, and it looks like this. The sticky tape comes loose or something like that on the little model that they're using, and all of a sudden it starts dangling.
Oh yeah, that dish on the left, it goes Boing, oing, 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 oing.
It looks like something malfunctioned. I don't know what's going on.
It got strung on wires. It looks like it got snagged on some wires, and then it unsnagged.
Yeah. So where's the gravity? Is that the gravity is pulling it towards the Earth, or what? Like, what's going on there? Which way's the gravity going? I guess it's one of those things, man.
There's like a cord hanging in the background of the Artemis mission. It was swinging, like swinging down.
Man, there's so many, like, I think the debunk videos for the Artemis stuff is going to be even better than the debunk videos from the Apollo missions. Even though the Apollo footage looks ridiculous, I think that people were more, I don't know, like, look at the architecture back then compared to the architecture now. I think they put more effort into things. I think the people were smarter back then. And now the people are just like these soy boy, retard, bluehead, freaking creatures. And there's going to be even more mistakes than with the first Apollo missions. Different mistakes. I think they're better at, like, obviously the technology is better. They're going to be, they've had 50 years to try to rectify all of the problems, all of the F-ups that they had back then. But I don't know. I think that I'm not impressed. I don't think we're going to lose a single flat earther over the Artemis missions. If anything, we're just going to gain millions more.
Do you really think there's millions of flat earthers?
Dude.
Across the planet?
Yeah, man. Yeah. So they did government surveys back in 2018, 2019, 2020. And most countries is about 1 in 10 to 1 in 15 people.
I'm sure a lot of those people are people who just don't know. Like, they're not as knowledgeable as you guys are on the scientific concepts and stuff. They just
exactly. But that's okay. That's also 99.9% of globalists.
Yeah, you're right too.
If you're going to say that,
sure, that's fair.
But this is the official statistics, right? So 7% of Brazilians, 10% of French people. I think it was 10% of Italians, 11% of Americans, 10% of Romanians. Most countries was 10%. Some countries was less. I think some Scandinavian countries were like 3%, some 5%. But now they're redoing the surveys, and they redid the survey in Brazil. And I think it was 2020, it was 7% of Brazilians, which is a lot of people because it's a huge country. Now it's 22%. In 2026, it's 22%. I think it was 20% in 2024. So it's going up like crazy. And if you add that up, each country, if you add up how many people that is, it's a shitload of people. Someone did the math. It's a huge amount, like hundreds of billions of flat earthers growing by the day. And now with Artemis being so trash, that's going to create a huge domino effect.
Do you agree with the general estimate of the world population? Give it like 8 billion or so.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know. I've seen videos that go against it. I have no idea. I'm not sure. I have no problem with it. I think it's probably roughly something like that. I could be wrong.
I mean, listen, I'm with you in terms of distrust towards the government. I'm sure we agree a lot on certain politics, at least. Definitely not everything. But it's just not enough for me to believe that the Earth is flat, especially with other things that I assume is true or know is true.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone deep into the studying of light refraction and gone deep into the long distance observations and laser tests. So, I mean, that's that's one of the killers from my perspective, is the impossibility of these long distance observations on a globe, and also just the lack of empirical evidence of Earth curvature from the globe side. That's one of the biggest killers, in my opinion, for the globe. And people are very responsive, right? Like if I show people and explain these long distance observations in detail, people are like, "Oh shit, yeah, that's I was not expecting that type of evidence," right? They think that flat Earth is, going to say some crazy shit. But when we're showing them, okay, look at this. Here's a PhD in spectrophotometry who's basically an expert in light refraction, right? He's going out and he's doing all of these tests showing you that there's no curvature over these huge distances, right? And there's absolutely no way that light refraction could explain these observations. There's no evidence whatsoever that exists that light could do such a thing, is to flatten out a curved surface and hide hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature consistently. Right, he's going back, he's redoing the observations on different days. He's doing it at daytime, doing it at nighttime, doing it with lasers, doing it with different spectrum lasers. And he's documenting everything. It's pretty damning evidence for the globe. And anyone that genuinely looks into that and then puts in the effort to study how refraction works and that kind of thing, right? They're going to realize that this is not possible on a globe.
Maybe there's a gap in their knowledge. They're not applying something properly.
Yeah, maybe.
I haven't seen it for myself either. I know I've seen a lot of these laser experiments, at least through video. But
you know what's crazy? There's no footage of a laser bending downward over a large body of water. There's not any footage of a laser actually bending downward. And that's the only excuse that the globe earthers could possibly have, is saying that the Earth is like bending downward, that the laser is bending downward over the Earth over hundreds and hundreds of feet to just somehow perfectly find its way to the target in all of these different atmospheric conditions over and over and over again. Yet there's no footage of a laser bending downward. There's countless amount of footage of lasers going completely straight, and there's countless amount of footage of lasers bending upward, but none of them bending downward. And I'm not saying it can't happen. You could probably get a rare situation where a laser could bend downward, but I've never seen one. Petro has asked, how many of you are Black/African Americans? It's a weird question.
Flat Earth is racist.
Well, I know of two Black African Americans that are in the chat right now, and that would be Elijah and Jesse Path of Light.
I didn't know that. I knew he was. I didn't know I was. What's up, Jesse? Yeah, how's it going, DG? Hey, Yoder.
We had a quick drive-by attack by Ron. Oh, damn it. They closed our event. India is flat. Event is over. Did you see the press conference, Jesse, where the actress, I mean the astronaut, her earpiece stopped working that was feeding her the lines, the script.
I did not see that.
Oh, I'll repost it. It's a very quick clip. There you go. Kind of funny. So yeah, she was also an actress in many movies. She has an IMDb account. She was in Mad Max: Fury Road as well as an actress. All right, well, I guess I have to make another event.
What happens if the events end or something? What's an event?
Well, I made the event. It was like, do you think you live on a spinning ball? But then I figured I'd change it to India is flat because there's a lot of Indians in the server and they're kind of fun to talk to. So I changed
I see.
And then we had about 10 Indians join and they're like, what are you talking about? India's flat. But we had some great conversations with them. But I don't know, a lot of the server owner and a lot of the mods are Indian. Maybe they didn't appreciate my my server title, my event title. All right. What's a good event title, Jesse?
George Everest was a flat earther.
Theodolites prove the Earth is a globe. I mean flat. All right, here we go.
Unfortunately, my participation will also have to be a drive-by because I got work in 2 hours.
Yeah, I got a bunch to do as well. All right, what's a luring event title?
Let's see. Globers agree that Earth can look flat?
I think we all agree the Earth looks flat.
All right, I'm going to do that. Do you agree that the Earth looks flat?
Speaking of looking, when we say that we never see curve, that implies that there's something that curve would look like, and that if Earth was curved, we would see something. What is that something, and how does it differ from that shot that BMLS B69 gave us from 76 feet high?
It would look like a curving surface.
Obstructions. In this context, it would look like obstructions at specified locations with an address.
We need to do a fundraiser and get Elijah a microphone. Because that potato, I think it's potato is sprouting.
Well, it was only 5 words.
Yeah, I have you turned all the way up, so I can understand you, but it's still difficult.
In the obstruction.
Oh, that's a little better. Except you cut out a lot. It was louder, but try again.
Obstruction.
Okay, let me get the image we're talking about. So we do see obstruction, or what looks like obstruction here.
Yeah, at a specified location, you know, the one based on the globe being the radius of 3959.
Right, and we have a platform at 10 miles, which is just is less than 1 mile shy of the claimed globe horizon distance, and then we've got a platform also at 20 and 25 miles. So to me, this does look like pretty close, at least, to what we would expect on a globe. And so I'm asking, what would be different about this picture if Earth was a globe?
I'm looking at it now. What's that, Grace in the back?
Gale is the farthest one. Grace is the middle one, and then Habitat's the closest one.
Oh, this is a black swan, right?
Well, it's the same guy in the same location, but not on a black swan day.
No, I mean like 76 feet, 10 miles out, 10 miles. It would appear that way.
You can still see the horizon far beyond that platform Grace as well, Jesse, even in your one. But in your one, there's like massive waves. You can see in the bottom image that there's something going on with the ocean swells.
Right, and I'm totally up for talking about what could possibly have caused this to happen on a flat Earth. But my question is specifically, is this how is this different than what we would expect on a globe, just by looking at it?
No, this is a white swan. So congratulations, I guess. Now, Sholing. Especially where these platforms are. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yep, could be that. Could be shoaling for sure. I mean, that's something that happens quite often.
Something that happens specifically at that spot. Like if you look at the what's the terrain under the water over there.
So that's all cool, and I'm glad to explore all that. But if we're going to say we never see curve, I want to know what it would look like to see curve. I want to know what would be different, just as far as never mind the cause.
I already answered you. All right, so you got your answer. This is a white swan. It looks like it. You know, I'm sitting here not paying that much attention, but it looks like a white swan. It looks like what you would probably expect if it were a globe. So all you would have to do is go anywhere else and have the results be the same thing in different places.
Right, I totally agree that it changes. It's not always like that. But my specific point was, I'm hearing people say
the answer would be it would look like this white swan that you have. Okay. As far as I know, this is the only one that anyone's documented and brought to us. So, but a white swan was never going to be something that was going to like. That's what we expect. We were looking for it. If someone would have given us this, it would have been like, oh, that's awesome. So congratulations for giving us what we asked for. But that's what the curvature of the Earth would look like.
Okay, and for what it's worth, this was done by a flat earther, and he says that he went to the same observation spot for 3 months as many times as he could and filmed. And almost every day within the 3 months, the two farther ones were hidden behind the ocean horizon. So,
yeah, shoaling is not an optical effect. It's physical. That's an actual obstruction. Yeah, I know.
Okay, cool. What do you think, DJ? Is this what we would expect on a globe, more or less? As far as
less, because we can see that the horizon's quite a bit beyond the platform there, so it doesn't match up with the globe as usual.
Could you mark out the horizon? I only see the one, and it looks like it's right at habitat.
Yeah. So we can see in the bottom slide that there's big waves. Okay, so if we were to take away the waves, right, work out what's going on with the currents, that kind of thing, and even taking that into consideration, you can see the horizon is far beyond the legs of the platform. Right, we can see the horizons well above, behind the platform, and when you're looking out, each distance gets compressed the further you're looking out. So that could be half a mile or something like that, a huge amount off where the globe horizon should be.
Half a mile off?
Could be. Yeah.
I have no idea.
That's not much. I mean, we're talking about...
Yeah, well, I mean, go walk half a mile and then come back to the microphone, see how long it takes you to get back. It's a fair distance.
Is he hot micing or trying to talk?
Not sure.
You're not coming through, Elijah.
Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
So yeah, no, I get you, Jesse. Like, very, very occasionally, it looks like the horizon's kind of where it could be close to on a globe.
Okay, so you can understand why I would take issue with someone saying that we never see curvature.
This isn't curvature.
Well, I know, but when we're telling it to people who think that we're basing that on what it looks like, if we see things that would look like it to the average person, it's really, I don't think we should tell them that we never see what would actually look like it to them. Does that make sense? If we redefine curvature.
Well, I mean, if I tell you you've never seen it, you've never seen it because you've told me to the best of your ability what you have seen. So most people have never seen it. I get what you're saying. You probably shouldn't, but even this, because again, DJ says it's the Black Swan. It's a goddamn Black Swan. Not DJ. Sorry. Is it? Who?
We could call this one a brown swan.
Like, yeah, it's like we don't know exactly what Horizon is. We never did. But it's beyond the first platform for sure. The platform isn't the platform at 10 miles?
The platform is at 10. The horizon should be at 10.7 or a little bit farther.
Okay. So, I mean, like I said, that's what it looks like to me. I got to see the video. But regardless, someone would have to have that specific condition. Most people don't. They just say, "Oh, I saw some boats cut off" or something like that. Something very vague. So they don't actually get to the level of the kind of standard that would be required to say, "Well, I did see it." Because if I'm going to ask you, "Well, what about this, this, and this?" and you don't know, okay, well then you didn't see anything. You don't know what you saw.
I'm not sure what you're getting at. I'm talking about the situation where a person who claims to have looked.
You don't know what you saw. If you don't know specifically the details like that you gave me in this screenshot, if a person doesn't know that, then they can't tell me they've seen it. Like they can't tell me for a fact they've seen it if when I scrutinize them, they don't have the same kind of the level of information that you have giving us BMLS B69's information. If they don't have that, I'm going to tell them you don't know that because you don't have enough information.
You lost me, brother. I'm not sure what you're even responding to.
You're saying if someone thinks they saw a curve, I'm going to ask them for details. If those details don't line up with something similar to, okay, here's where I expect the obstruction to be, not, oh, I just don't see something. I don't see something bottom up is not going to elicit the response of, okay, well, you think that's curve. Like, I'm going to say, no, that's not curve. Curve has to be at a specific distance because it's obstruction based on the size of the globe we live on. If they can get past that and go, yeah, I think that's obstruction because the obstruction of the globe based on my height should be 3 miles. That's 3 miles. There's the obstruction. Then I'd say, okay, most people aren't doing that.
So, Jesse, we can grant you that occasionally, very, very rarely, the horizon will look somewhere near where it should be on a globe. I wouldn't say that that would be like curvature, because there are much more plausible explanations for that.
Right. But, yeah, I'm not arguing that it means Earth is curved. I'm just saying that if there are known situations where what we see is indistinguishable from what curve on an Earth would cause, then we shouldn't say that we never see curve. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
But we don't never see it because we're talking about BMLS B69. You can't. They ultimately what you have is, oh look, there's curvature, and then you move over and it's like, oh, never mind. So given his whole catalog, not just that, because that would be cherry picking, right? Given his whole catalog, I'm comfortable with saying you never see curvature.
Never? Huh.
Yeah, never. Because you can't be in the same location and go, well, look at this instance, it's curvature, and then literally pan to the left and not have curvature. Looking at the other platforms from the same location. No, that doesn't make sense.
I don't think that's what's going on here. What he said was that he went to the same observation location, but
he lives in that area. It's the same beach. What I'm saying is you can't be within the same 10 miles, have curvature over here and not over there. That doesn't make sense. He has a ton of videos showing no geometric horizon. In this particular video where he says, okay, I've gone to this spot and I've done this and this is what I've seen. Okay. And when you look at the information, there's shoaling that be happening over there. So no, it's okay to be like, you never see curvature if someone's videography is being cherry picked. If that was the only video he had, I'd be like, well, there you go. The dude has tons of videos from damn near the same location. When I say location, I mean the same state, the same beach.
But you'll have to find one of his specific videos that you think shows a horizon in one area and no horizon when he pans over. I'll definitely look at it. Just take me with it. Or DM it to me.
No, what I'm saying, you can look at the coordinates from two different videos. It's clearly the same area. You don't need him to pan left. And what I'm saying is, just because he didn't pan in the same video, but he comes back the next day, takes a different observation 20 paces down, somewhere slightly to the left of where he originally, at some other platform, the bottom line is he's not seeing curvature. If you're because you are cherry picking, like you literally cherry picking, like this is real cherry picking.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is.
Now, cherry picking is when you hide some of the data, most of the data, and
only the rest. Right.
I didn't hide any of it. I didn't hide any of his data. I'm just doing
I'm not saying you're hiding it. What I'm saying is you're asking me to make a conclusion, not considering the rest of his data. That doesn't make sense.
I am not. I literally said I was not asking you to give up flat Earth. I'm just saying that.
I didn't say anything about flat Earth. I said, you see how weird that was? I said you're asking me not to consider the rest of his data in making my conclusion.
Not at all.
What did that have to do with your response? That was a very weird response. Right. It was a very weird response. So that would be cherry picking, where you take his video and then go, okay, so there's curvature in one instance, which is why you can never say it's not. No, that's cherry picking, because look at the rest of his videos. Because if your premise is, well, there is curvature, he's shown it right there, then he's literally showing how it's not possible in all his other videos. What are we talking about? We're talking about cherry picking. Cherry picking is the act of selectively choosing only the most desirable or high quality items from a group while ignoring the rest, often creating a misleading impression. It is used to support a specific argument by only highlighting favorable data, or in business to select only profitable opportunities. What I'm saying here is you're highlighting this video where he's gone out multiple times and is seeing the horizon appear where it appears. What's not favorable to, if your conclusion is that's the geometric horizon, if that's your conclusion, and then I just break out all of the other videos he has and put them side by side, it's not going to be favorable for your conclusion because you cherry picked it.
I guess Jesse's gripe is when he hears me talking to the globe earthers and telling them that when we go out and do observations, we never see the curvature of the Earth. And I'm sticking to that because just seeing a horizon at a certain distance is not seeing curvature. Curvature indicates that the surface is curving, and I'm not seeing any curvature. I'm seeing a flat horizon. I'm seeing flat water. I'm not seeing any curvature. So I don't think I'm being disingenuous when I'm telling the globers that I can't detect any curvature of the Earth, because I don't think that I'm seeing curvature genuinely when I'm seeing this. What I'm seeing in the image that you posted is some big ass waves. All right, Elijah made a great point that in this certain locations you can have shoaling due to the currents and the sandbanks and the terrain under the water and that kind of thing. Super common. And then I shared footage on a much clearer day, right, where we don't have the strong currents, we don't have the strong wind, we don't have any waves, and we can see the horizon 20 miles away at least. So, yeah, I haven't seen any curvature. You know, sometimes I see the horizon closer, sometimes I see the horizon further away, depending on the conditions or whatever. But that's not curvature. Seeing flat is not seeing curve. But I will grant you this: if the Earth was a globe of 39, 59 miles, then obviously sometimes the horizon would match up closely to that, depending on the conditions. I don't think that counts as seeing curvature, but sometimes the horizon would be approximately where it would be if the Earth was a globe, just by chance. Or if the Earth was a heart shaped, right? Like a big 3D heart, or if it was like a donut of a certain dimension, or if it was, whatever shape. All right. So we could just go with any crazy hypothetical situation at that point and say, yeah, it matches up, with a, whatever shape you want to think of.
So, but by telling people that we never see curve implies that if Earth was a globe, we would sometimes see curve, right? I mean, we wouldn't say we never see something that we know is impossible, even if Earth was a globe, right?
But we would always see it. We would always see it. It'd be very, very simple. Because all you would have to do is change your height to affect the amount of land that you can see or the amount of water that you can see. Like, it'd be very simple. Okay, if I was laying on the beach, I wanted to create a horizon. I just lay on my side. Then I get a ladder and I'm like, oh, look, now it's there. No, we can't do that because it's not physical. If it was physical, then we wouldn't be here talking about this. That's what obstructions typically are. There's something physical. Not always, though. because of course you have effects in the air that literally stop you from seeing things, depending on the angle, with just air. So I mean, like, we're not running around telling people they can't believe in a globe anyway. Like, why are you so concerned that we would be in this place where we talk about flat Earth telling people they've never seen curve? Because they could go anywhere else and believe that just fine. Why are you so concerned?
So technically, Jesse, I'm not seeing any curvature, right? When I look at a flat surface, that would maybe match up with the globe. Still, I'm not seeing any curvature. Maybe if it was worded in a certain way or something like that, then it would be disingenuous. But yeah, I don't think I'm seeing any curvature in any of these observations. But if you were to rephrase the question, or if I was to rephrase the statement, I could say, yeah, occasionally, right, extremely rarely, the horizon is where it should be if the Earth was a globe, right? But I've probably only ever seen, like, this is probably the only one that I can.
Literally.
Yeah, this is the only one I've seen that's it's even close. I mean, maybe Jesse has one observation where it kind of looks like maybe that could be a horizon and it's kind of maybe a couple of miles off. But yeah, most of the time not. It's nowhere near.
Well, it is much more prevalent in my area for sure than in.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, well, I'm sure India has been over this with you, but in your area, in that particular section of water, you do have a particular effect that India was saying. I haven't looked into it, but India was saying that he has actually warned you that in that area that you're looking over, that you have that shoaling effect or something like that, because of the way it's a very anomalous body of water. I forget the name of it. What's the name of it?
Oh, the Salish Sea, or the Straits of Juan de Fuca. He calls it the Salish Sea.
Yep. India's spoken to you about that, right? Though, hasn't he? He's told me he has.
I remember him saying, "Oh, yeah, that's the Salish Sea. I know where that is," but I don't remember him telling me anything specific. Maybe he did, and I forgot.
Yeah, I don't remember the specific details.
Well, I look forward to finding out about him. Would it cause a 35-foot difference in height 7 miles apart of the water?
What do you mean 7 foot height difference? What do you mean?
No, a 35-foot height difference 7 miles apart.
What do you mean 35-foot height difference?
Would it cause the...
No. What do you mean? Don't reiterate the same thing. What do you mean? Height difference of 35. Like, explain that part. I'm only asking because usually, especially with Glovers back in the day, they would always go, "Oh, look at this mountain. This mountain is this height, and then look at this thing in front of it. It would have to be a globe because blah 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 blah." Totally ignoring perspective. So I'm trying to figure out what you mean when you say what you're saying. Explain it. You weren't expecting me to catch you out there that fast, or what? 10 years, bro. 10 years. While I'm washing out my baby's bottle. Or did you post it? Is that what you were going to do? What happened? Anybody there? Did I just drop out?
No, I can hear you. So the Salish Sea has complex bathymetry with banks, channels, and sills such as the Strait of Juan de Fuca, entrance and various underwater ridges. Large Pacific swell entering through the strait can experience measurable shoaling effects, especially during strong winter systems. However, because much of the Salish Sea is semi-protected and fetch limited, it does not typically experience open ocean scale swell amplification like exposed coastlines do. Second is optical shoaling, which is sometimes used informally to describe light bending due to refractive gradients over water over large bodies of water. Strong temperature differences between air and surface water can create vertical refractive index gradient in the Salish Sea. This is very plausible because cold water currents meet warm air masses. Temperature inversions are common. Humidity is often high. The region frequently experiences chaotic atmospheric layering. Under these conditions, significant miraging can occur, including looming, sinking, superior mirages, and ducting. These effects can visually compress, stretch, elevate distant objects over tens of kilometers. So basically, Jesse, if you're not out there, if you're making specific claims, hyper-specific claims, like I always say, then you need to check these things. You need to count out shoaling. You need to count out, different atmospheric conditions and things like that if you want to make specific claims about the observations. Until then, if you're not doing that, it's just you really don't know exactly what's going on. It's inconclusive.
Well, what was my hyper-specific claim?
That the boat is a certain distance higher because of downward refraction.
Yeah, the specific claim was 35 feet over 7 miles. So Elijah asked you a question about it. Are you going to continue to avoid that question? Should we just cut you loose?
Lunchtime for me.
What should we do? Yeah, bitch.
Yeah, you should see the picture that he's talking about as well. I mean, it looks like a perfectly normal looking day, but he's saying that the boat's like 35 foot higher than what it should be, and that means that the Earth would have to be bending upward at 8 inches per mile squared. And if that can happen, then the globe refraction could explain all of the observations.
Yeah, but how do you validate? Let me not try to sound smart. You're saying that there's a difference in feet. Just looking at it, how do you know?
I'll try to find the picture. So this is what he did. He took his theodolite out, and he had a boat that was 7 miles away, and he leveled his theodolite, and he had to tilt the theodolite upward 0.043 degrees so the crosshair of the theodolite was right at where the water and the bottom of the boat meet. And he says that means that the boat was lifted up by 35 feet. And that means there was some refractive conditions that are making everything much higher than they should be, and if that can exist, therefore the observations could work on a globe. That's his logic. I'll try to find the picture.
Yeah.
If you have a look at the picture, it basically just looks like a normal picture. In fact, in the picture, the boat's 7 miles away, but the theodolite's only 4 foot high. So the horizon should be at 2 miles. The bottom 20 foot of the boat should be hidden behind the horizon. And then in the distance, I kind of caught him out on this. I'm like, hey, what are those land masses out in the distance? He's like, oh, I never thought about that. And we looked it up, and it's 30 kilometers away. So you can see no horizon over 30 kilometers distance. So basically it's a killer black swan observation, but he's saying that it could be a globe proof somehow. I don't know. Because of the lifting. So basically he's saying because of it looks like it's lifted higher than it should, therefore that refraction could explain all the observations on the globe. All right, here it is. I found the picture. All right, it's just uploading into the side chat. Yeah, so there he's saying it's 28 feet. It's 28 feet above eye level. Yet all we see is flat water for 30 kilometers. So basically, for anyone listening, what he's claiming is that really there's a geometric horizon at about 2 miles. Okay, and that's the maximum distance you can see the water. Or that's the maximum distance that the water, right, is going out to. And all of the water behind that is being lifted up perfectly over 30 kilometers to make it look like it's flat. And the land behind it.
You lifted up how?
What's that detail?
I wasn't saying it's lifted up.
Yeah, so this is what he's saying. The geometric horizon's at 2 miles. That boat that you can see, that's 7 miles away. So really the bottom 20 foot of that boat's hidden, but refraction is lifting all of the water up just the right amount. So it's lifting the whole boat up, it's lifting all the water up, and it's lifting all the land up in the background. Everything's being lifted up perfectly to hide the globe and to make it look like it's flat. It's divine refraction, my friend. This is a deity of the globe Earth.
Did you remind him that refraction only works in a straight line, so wide spots like that won't actually work with refraction?
This is divine refraction. It just we know it's a globe because it looks so flat.
I mean, I believe in God, but even I know He made light not to work that way. So
Yeah, we. Yep.
You say you don't believe in God?
No, I do. With facts, with what I know about this car, bro, it's not even a question whether or not there is a creator. I mean, might be different to everybody. Might be not exactly what we know, but it's obvious there is a God creator. It's that's not even a question anymore.
Agreed. Is there a video to? Because I still want to see what he's talking about.
Nope, it's just a single frame.
Oh,
you see the one that I posted? That's it. That's all there is. I'm sure there's a little bit more to it. I'm sure he posted a video. I'm sure I had a video, but it was unimpressive. I mean, basically, he's got the theodolite set up for about 4 foot above the surface, and apparently he's had to just tilt it up 0.04 degrees, and that means that the boat is 28 foot above eye level. Therefore, refraction can make the globe look flat or something.
distance is 7 miles. What's his height
4 foot
above sea level?
Yeah, above the water. Yep, 4 foot.
What's the horizon doing not in that shot?
There's no horizon, and that land that we can see in the background is 30 kilometers away, and there's no horizon visible over the entire 30 kilometers distance.
So what's disappearing the 0.043 degrees, Jesse?
Well, he had to. So the
horizon, because the horizon here, what's doing it?
It's the boat. The boat. He's saying that.
That's why you feel. I get okay.
Yeah.
Everything's like flat as hell now. The just pulled everything up. Okay.
That's what they've. Yeah, exactly. So it looks completely flat, but it's a little bit higher than what it should be.
That's crazy. Yeah. That's wow. I mean,
dude, I could just turn this observation into a presentation for Flat Earth. It would be a killer Black Swan, because he's got the ship tracking, and we know that ship's exactly 7 miles away, and the horizon should be 2 miles away, and the bottom 20 foot of that ship should be completely hidden behind the horizon. That's what they're doing recently. This is what they're doing, Elijah. They're taking like flat Earth stuff, like Canigou and that kind of thing, and they're using them as globe proofs plus refraction.
Well, I mean, he's just doing what Globers should have been doing and have been doing from the beginning, right? Like he's actually going out and making observations. Glovers have stopped doing and talking about that for 6 years. So if the only persons pushing the Black Swan are the people that still know about it, because like the majority of people, they don't have these conversations, they don't know. So eventually when our ire dies down, when we're not just yelling all over the internet, oh, the Black Swan, people are going to forget and they're going to go back to their basic arguments, and when they do, it's over, it's curtains. I wish a normie would come bring me something like what Jesse's just posted here. I'm gonna be like, did you not live through because if you've lived through the Black Swan saga, you do not show this. You get what I'm saying?
Oh
Like,
yeah,
you gotta
yeah, exactly. Yep.
idea what that is. And it's not even about the Black Swan. It's you gotta catch somebody that has no idea of that the horizon should be geometric in the first place. What was his question originally?
I'm not sure. I guess he's basically his whole argument is that if the Earth was a globe, then with refraction it could look flat and still be a globe. Same argument they've always had, basically.
Well, he sure hightailed out of here quick when he was giving a little resistance on it.
That's a globe salesman. Hey, look at this 28 feet. How is that possible? Where's the horizon? Look at the time. Gotta go.
Well, he didn't even get the whole sentence out.
That's the craziest claim. Like to claim that really there is a physical geometric horizon at 2 miles, and really the bottom 20 foot, right, like a 2-story building of that boat is completely hidden behind the curvature. And everything we're seeing just there is just an illusion. And that's just my main challenge to them. It's all right, set up a curved surface on a small scale and do whatever you want with the temperature, humidity, and pressure, and just make it look flat for me.
It's crazy that like if you think about it, the Globers have left the beach.
Yeah.
No, like literally, you before, like when I came out here in 2017, there was 1 million Jessies with 1 million observations. There's none of them now.
Yeah, man. They used to be tons of anti-flat earthers, right? They would be in 24/7, 24/7. And there was tons of them, and now there's just a handful. And most of them are just low level, like Mez and Britnat and these clowns that are basically just trolls. You got a small handful of anti-flat earthers left, right? Like Jesse is probably the best one that's left of them. You know, at least he's polite and respectful. He goes out and does tests and things like that.
Really enjoyed this conversation. I didn't feel the need to curse him out. As a matter of fact, I felt the need to relax a little bit because I was being too much.
Yeah, I like Jesse. I think he's genuine guy. But you know, there's not many of him left. Most of them have quit. They've given up.
Because think about if we went away for another 6-7 years, and then for whatever reason, Globers just started going to the beach, trying to give us old observations or new observations of old things that we've already addressed, but they don't know that. They think they're just slam dunking us like, oh, you flat earthers, it's 2026 and you still don't understand why boats disappear under the horizon. And then that's just an opportunity to just smash them with a wave of, this is why this is absolutely ridiculous. You're still trying to tell children that the horizon is geometric.
Well, basically, their new argument is that you can't do any observations anywhere close to a body of water. That's what they're saying now. McToon, Ruhif, right, all these guys are saying you can't do any observations close to the water because they all wreck the globe, basically. But they'll say, oh, it's because the refraction is chaotic and you can't have any idea what's going on when you're doing observations close to the surface. You have to go up to a high altitude. And then Jesse and Ruhif, basically, they say that every single observation, when you go up to a higher altitude, will match up with the globe after you apply 7/6R refraction.
Did you mention to him that the sun coming off the sunlight on the ocean, you know, runs to you? that does not work on a curved surface. There's even a cool picture rotating that shows that curved surface, it just hits and stops. On a flat surface, it actually runs to you. So even the sunlight coming across the water disproves the globe.
Yeah, you're talking about the reflection from the sun or the moon when it comes to your feet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's too flat. Basically they don't want us anywhere near the water surface because it's too flat because of refraction. Just makes it flat.
For the most negative ions, though, it's the best place for you.
Yeah, I argue against their their high altitude ones because they have so many more possibilities for some crazy shit to be going on with the temperature, pressure, and humidity when they're doing 100-mile observation over the tops of mountains where you've got all these different pockets of hot air and cool air gathering in the gullies and all sorts of things going on. I think it's super unreliable when you're doing these crazy long distance observations. It's much better if you could just find do a 10-mile observation. There's a lot less possibility of some crazy shit going on over 10 miles. But yeah, my main challenge to the Globers is show me the right. They claim that light bends down is the constant, right? That's the normal. It's not the case. Lasers don't bend down when we do long distance observations over water. There's no footage of a laser bending down. We see footage of lasers going perfectly straight, or sometimes they go up, right, upward. Never seen one going downward. And Dr. John Dee, who's a PhD, basically in refraction, in spectrophotometry, he says that he's done years and years worth of laser tests in all sorts of different conditions, and they don't ever bend down. Ever. And he explains in detail how sometimes they bend up, especially during the nighttime, but never down.
But the crazy thing is, like I always point this out, but on a globe, the laser should point up because it's going.
Yep.
It's literally.
Hello.
If you believe in the layer thing, and it's cresting the layers, because if you're going horizontally and the ground is curving away from you, the beam should be increasing in altitude and thus hitting less density, according to y'all. Why should it ever bend towards the ground? It's not even it's going away from the ground. Why would it be bending towards it? It's not hitting denser air going away from the ground from point B to you, point A.
Yep. The lasers would just bend down if it's doing what they're saying. It would just bend down and hit the water somewhere. It doesn't ever happen. But that's what Dr. John Dee says. He says, like, he challenges any globe earther, just go on YouTube, try to find any type of laser propagation over water where you can see the lasers bending downward. Doesn't happen. Maybe it could happen in some rare situation where you've got some thermal inversion or something. You've got a layer of cold air trapped near the surface. But yeah, I've never seen any footage of it happening. It's definitely not the normal. All right, Bruno has some questions in the side chat. How do time zones work on Flat Earth?
It's 12 o'clock noon where the sun is overhead. If it's not overhead, it's not 12 o'clock noon where you are. That's how they work.
Yep. So Bruno, the sun moves. All right, Bruno's next question. Why is the Earth's shadow always round during an eclipse?
Because it's not the Earth shadow?
Yeah. Did you think about that, Bruno? Maybe it's not the Earth's shadow that you're seeing during an eclipse because the Earth measures flat. It's not curving. So maybe that's not a shadow caused by the Earth. Maybe there's something else going on in the sky.
On a regular cycle, they have the eclipses where the sun and moon are both in the sky, and the eclipse is happening on the moon. Yet you can see both the sun and the moon in the sky next to each other. So it cannot be the Earth doing that.
All right. Bruno's next question. Why do ships disappear from the bottom up over the horizon? Well, I don't think that happens most of the time. Most of the time, they just get smaller and smaller, and then you can't see them anymore. And then you can zoom in and you can see the whole ship again. Sometimes it happens, but it's pretty rare. If you have big waves in the ocean, some type of refraction effect sometimes can make that happen as well. But most of the time, they just get smaller and you can't see them.
Oh, right. Some sort of affair.
His next question. How do GPS systems work without satellites orbiting a globe?
Nothing, no big deal. Relay stations. Over a flat plane.
Yep, they could easily do that.
Because when you drive over and there's a dead zone all the time, like say in Far Rockaway, you take the A train into Far Rockaway and you're going over the water, there's no service. Ever. Well, maybe they built something now, but when I was a kid, there was never any service. What satellite?
You can see that, by the way, by flight paths. As soon as planes go over the ocean about 100, 150 miles, they disappear off the GPS and don't reappear until they're about 100, 150 miles off another shore.
Dude, I was driving around in the city today, and the freaking GPS sucked. I was lost constantly. So yeah, why do GPS systems suck in 2026 should be your question. All right, next question. Why do flight routes make more sense on a globe but look distorted on flat maps? Well, all maps are flat and all maps are distorted, and the projections that you're looking at the flight paths on, they're distorted by nature because you're transferring a celestial coordinate system into a terrestrial coordinate system and then flattening it out into different types of map projections. So you're going to have distortions anyway. And I don't think it makes more sense on a globe.
We put together 16 emergency landings from South America to Australia, and every single one of those emergency landings happened in like the western or central U.S. Now, why in the world would they go all the way up there before going to Australia? It's a big giant triangle. But if you put it on the flat Earth, it's a straight line.
Yeah, I mean, if you put it on an AE map, it's kind of like a straight line. So I wouldn't say that that's a flat Earth map, but yeah, put it on a different map projection. It's gonna look different. All right, next question. God, it's just the most stereotypical, boring questions. How did Eratosthenes measure Earth's circumference over 2,000 years ago? Can we really be bothered with that one? All right, Bruno, if you can prove Eratosthenes did that test and show me where he documented the test, then we will entertain it. Why can we see different constellations in the northern and southern hemispheres? Boring.
The simplest answer to that is you can't see forever.
Yeah.
So yeah, like full drone shot where he took the camera up where you can see the sun moving directly away from him, and it literally disappears straight into the atmosphere. So not even the sun can fully pierce the atmosphere.
Yeah, exactly. I guess the answer would be we have a limited field of view due to perspective, and the atmosphere is super thick. We can't see forever through it. And so where you're standing in different places on the Earth, you're going to see different lights in the sky relative to your position. Next question. What explains gravity pulling towards the center everywhere on Earth?
I'm learning a lot about electrostatics and how that works, man. I got myself a Van de Graaff generator coming too, but the simplest answer is electrostatics, which are actually 10 to the 17th or something like that stronger than the force of gravity and actually provable. It's something that's being worked on a lot right now. I was just watching a video this morning.
Yeah, well, I mean, my answer is just that if the Earth's a globe and everything's being pulled towards the center of mass, then that would mean that the water should be curving, and it's not doing that. So we can debunk that. I mean, we have debunked that empirically using long distance observations, different testing. So right, that debunks gravity on a globe and the globe. But why is down down and why is up up? I mean, that's cool that people are doing research and testing different theories and buying Van de Graaff generators and that kind of thing. Yeah, hopefully someone can come up with an answer of why things fall at some stage. At the moment, nobody knows for sure. Why hasn't anyone ever found the edge of the Earth? So Bruno, this is like, I don't know where you got this list of questions from, but this is the most, like, if I could think of the most stereotypical questions that every single Globe Earther asks, this is the exact list that you guys all come up with. So we don't claim an edge, flat's not a shape. Whatever the perimeter is of the Earth that we live in, it's not going to change that the surface isn't curving. Right? Flat's not a shape. And last question, how does the seasons work? If the Earth is flat, once again, the sun moves in cycles, moves in particular path throughout the year, and that creates seasons. Creates daytime, nighttime, seasons, pressure systems, all sorts of different things.
People's misconceptions about things like that, about being able to see far, things like season, time zones and stuff, is they're automatically like pre-assuming that the sun is really way up there, and so it should be shining down on us from 93 million miles away, and it just gives them the wrong angle right off rip. Because I was asking a guy that the other day, he was like, "Why can't I see the sun anywhere?" And I was like, "Well, I mean, like, how high do you think the sun is? It's like 93 million miles." I was like, see, there's your problem, bro. Is you can't equate the two. They don't work together.
Yo, what up, flat earthers? Flat earth. Everyone's meditating on this earth, on the Discord.
Just listening to you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why you guys wanna listen to me?
I want to hear some stories. I want to hear space stories from stories.
Yeah, that's valid. Okay. Mm. I saw a video on Instagram. Like, there's a guy. He puts his camera outside, and the whole thing, like the stars, is just goes away. But it's not in a square shape or flat. It's like a spherical. I don't know.
Put a camera outside, and you got a spherical what?
Like, I mean, there's a guy. He was recording the sky in the midnight, and the whole thing looks like a spear, but it doesn't look like a flat.
Tell him
I
to
don't
change
know.
his
Like,
lens.
I don't know.
Tell him to stop using a 360 lens or a GoPro lens. Just use a regular nice lens, and you won't get that effect.
Okay. It's probably because of the lens. You're telling me. I don't know, man. It's like a 50-50.
What's 50-50?
Earth is not flat, is not
Yeah, it
sphere.
is. How can it measure flat, be flat, land airplanes on it because it's not spinning or anything because it's flat, but yet you think it's a globe? What makes you think it's a globe when nothing tells you it's a globe? Nothing in the world.
Did I say it's a globe?
Yeah.
Did I say?
Yeah, if you think it's not flat, you think it's
I
something else.
said I said 50-50. I believe like Earth may be flat, maybe sphere.
No,
It's like it goes both ways.
It can't be a sphere and measure flat at the same time. You're having a
I
delusion.
mean, no. I mean, no. I mean, I have like this thing. I cannot like choose one thing. I cannot choose one option.
You gotta choose reality. Reality measures the Earth as flat, so that's the only one.
Yeah.
The rest of it means you're delusional. Then you can walk around telling people, "Listen, I got a mental problem. I think the Earth is a ball floating in a vacuum. So please excuse me." And people will
I don't wanna.
accept that.
I don't wanna. I don't wanna tell anyone. I don't wanna talk to this anyone. It's just me and this group, maybe.
No, you need to go
Just
tell people that you need to go tell like your doctor you think the Earth is a ball, and he'll put you in a mental hospital.
All right. That's great. So, Earth is not flat. It's not sphere. It's not yet proved yet.
Wow. Yeah, it's measured flat. You can land airplanes on it, so we know it's not a ball spinning.
Flat. You mean like a square, a rectangle? What do you mean by flat?
Flat like a lake.
Horizontal. Flat like horizontal.
Flat like a lake, yeah.
But it could be any shape, right?
No, flat's not a shape description. You know what can't be flat? A sphere.
Yeah. I know. I got it. I gotcha. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Earth sphere. I have learned a lot from you guys over the last couple of months, even though it's been like maybe 13 years from, Yeah, bro, same here. So, do you guys believe there's like water above us? Hello? Sambar. Sambar. Yo. Yo, Sambar. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Are you Indian?
No, I'm not.
You are Indian, bro.
No,
Okay, where you from?
I'm from Egypt.
You're from Egypt.
Yeah,
Who built pyramids, bro?
I don't know.
You don't know? You never researched?
No, I'm not. Khufu,
There's like
Khafra, and
there's like
Menkaure. Like, who
mhm,
cares?
like who cares? Yeah, you don't even like what do you say? You don't even deserve to live here. Maybe who cares?
Yeah,
Yeah, you just go to different planet maybe.
yeah. I'd like to live on Moon, maybe, or Mars.
Moon? The fuck? You said moon, bro.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
why not?
You should go to some other one, some other planet. You can't survive on moon. There's no water.
I don't care.
Buddy, you are high. I think you smoked weed just now.
What?
I think you smoke ganja. Ganja.
What is Ganga?
Hmm. Hashish. You know hashish?
Yeah, hashish.
The state of mind to believe the globe. Yeah. Artemis 2, Orion, Apollo 7, America, 2026, 1972. Come on, guys. We should know our creator. Who created us? Guys, I have a question. What is bombo clot? It's a bombo clot, pussy clot, blood clot. Bombo clot. You should ask a Jamaican, bro. Explain it, please. I don't know. You have to ask a Jamaican. You're
Yeah.
nice.
Why do you think the Earth is? You think the Earth is round, right?
Who? You're talking me?
You're the only one talking, right?
My bad. I mean, I don't think it's I don't think it's spear, not flat.
You have not the slightest clue.
Yeah, I'm neither. Yeah, I don't know because I haven't done my research yet. I'm doing it,
Sounds
but
like you got Sounds like you must have gotten blown the fuck out by some of these other flat earthers then, and now you're agnostic.
Nah. I'm just looking into it like in a deeper way.
So how do you know that the Earth's not a square?
It's not a square?
Could it be a donut?
No, like wait. From the childhood, we know the Earth is sphere, right? So that's a theory. And from the flat, I mean, we never experienced the moment, and we always see the sun and moves goes around, but we are at the same place. So that's the one thing.
That's geocentric versus whatever centric, right? Like that has nothing to do with the shape. How do you know that it's either round or flat, or how do you know not? Why couldn't it be a donut?
Let me tell you, I'm in the state of mind. I don't know what's the shape of Earth. To be honest, I don't believe it's flat or it's sphere. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I'm still like doing research on this thing, but it says both the ways is the same. You know. But one guy from this chat, I don't know his name. His name is DJ, I guess. I listened to him and he was talking about calculations, measurements. Sounds legit though.
Hey, Deepsa, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are
I
you?
had to boot that guy because he's not a flat earther and he's a troll and he's been around for a long time. So he was deliberately being confusing with the donut thing. Hold on.
Oh, I was talking to him. I don't know. I didn't know.
Yeah, I know. You wouldn't know. It's just something he likes to do. So you've talked to DJ before? You said you listened to DJ? Is that correct?
Yeah. I listened to him. He was talking about like measurements. About the
Yeah. So what did you gather from what DJ said about the measurements? What did you
I mean,
understand?
there is no exactly for the measurement for the curvature. You know, if Earth was sphere, there should be curvature, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it's the one point that bothers me. Like, if it's really a sphere and the scientists go around the world and everything, why don't they just put out the measurements?
See, yeah, that's exactly the point. And you'll see that when we get certain people in here who want to argue with us that Earth is a sphere, they never ever want to talk about the fact that there's no surface measurements of curvature. They'll try to talk about anything else. They'll try to talk about the sun or the stars, or other planets or this or that, but they never ever talk about surface curvature, or they'll make up stories to explain away the fact that we can see much farther than the globe geometry would allow. And we determine that, with lasers, infrared, etc.
Yeah, I was one of them, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of us were, right? I mean, we all have the same background. We were all taught the same story from a young age. So you're not alone in that. There's nothing wrong with the fact that we all believed what we were told, right? Because we were told by people who also believed, and they didn't have an agenda to mislead us or anything. They just believed the same story.
They just created something from the air, I guess.
I mean, someone did,
But
nobody that we've interacted with, but
I have like this question, like I'm a Hindu, like from our ancient culture, it says the earth is sphere.
Well, actually, I've had this conversation.
A very, very, very long time, right?
Well, I've had this conversation with other Hindus, and we've gone through some of the texts. Now, I don't recall their names, but I did look up some of these texts. And what I found was not that the earth is a sphere, but it was described as being round.
Yeah. It's not a sphere.
Round can still be flat.
Um. Yeah. Exactly.
I couldn't find anything anywhere. I mean, I'm not a scholar, but I did look through it for quite some time, and I couldn't find anything actually saying the Earth was a sphere. I just found other sources trying to convince me that the Hindu cosmology said it was a sphere, but when I actually looked through some of the texts, they did not say that. So I'd encourage you to look into that yourself. Because and maybe someone can post
Yeah.
in the side chat. There's some depictions of ancient Hindu cosmology that don't show it as a sphere.
But mostly it says sphere. It's like I don't know exactly. I can't show you the reference, but I read somewhere.
Well, like I said, I mean, that's not what I discovered when I was reading through it, but you may find something different. But regardless, you also understand that the sky was typically described as a sphere in many different religions, because that's how it appears to us because of the way our vision works, right? We have we can see a limited distance, so we see the same distance in most directions, and so the sky does appear like a dome above us, just visually, right? So a lot of these ancient religions will describe the sky as a sphere, so they'll describe it as like the sphere of the Earth, but the actual surface of the Earth is a plane. But like I said, you can look into that yourself. But regardless, if the book says that it's a sphere and we measure it and it's not, well, then I'm going with the measurements, right?
Yeah, the measurements are the only thing we can trust.
Yeah.
And these are the words. It was like way before, like hundreds of years. It was like hundreds of years ago.
Right.
I don't know how they find it, but I read it somewhere. I forgot.
Well, and it's not just in Hinduism. We're often told that these Greek philosophers discovered it was a sphere. But when you actually look for the evidence of them saying that, you're going to have a very difficult time finding that out. You'll find out that there's no original sources for most of this, that it's one person who says that another person said it, who says that the other person said it. And a lot of these don't even show up until much more recently. For example, there was a book that I read through that was published in 1802 that says the Earth is a sphere. And 1802 is pretty recent, but he said that they were basing it on the Copernican model, which he said had just been discovered in 1500. So, supposedly Copernicus lived much earlier than that. But if I'm getting that right, I might be confusing something right now. But even then, we don't really have the evidence that that was published in 1500, to back that up. So there's a lot of just like hearsay and assumptions. And
only thing I believe about this Hindu mythology is because they also prove so many things about astrology. Like
well, that's the thing. Our ancestors were they were flat earthers, but they understood what was happening in the sky, right? They were able to observe the patterns and understand what would happen next. And they did that without the globe model.
I think they're not flat earthers, I guess. I'm not sure.
Well, the skies above us have nothing to do with the ground below our feet, right? I mean, they can observe the motion of the wandering stars, of all the celestial bodies, and based on that, they can make predictions. But no one is observing an orbit. No one is observing an object floating in a vacuum, right? We all see the same things.
Yep.
So they understood the movement of these stars, and they were able to make predictions based on what they'd seen, or rather postdictions. But yeah, that long predates our modern telescopes or space agencies. So, did DJ walk you through any of the specific laser observation? Well, you said you were just listening, I guess. You didn't talk to
Yeah,
him
yeah,
directly.
yeah.
So,
Yeah,
so do you
I
recall
didn't
any of them in particular?
exactly. It was like a long time ago, to be honest.
Okay. Well, here, I'll put some stuff in the side chat for you because
I like this map you guys sent. You know, there's like uh, the map, like all the continents are in the middle, and the ocean is around us, and the map was spear like around. I like that
okay.
map so much.
Where'd you get that? Which one? Do you know which one that is? Because
I don't know. I saw it in the chat.
okay.
Someone posted it.
All right, because we don't necessarily claim that we know how everything looks, right?
Yeah. But I really like that map. You know.
Well, I think maybe it helps people give a sense of where north can be. How when we can travel in a circle from east to west, how that's a circle around magnetic north, right? I think that helps people visualize it. But we don't know the entire surface of the earth. We don't know exactly the shape of the earth. We just know what we can navigate, and that's so that's how we understand it. But there are flight maps that have been used that depict the earth that way. But I'll post some stuff for you in the side chat just a second. So have you ever Googled an earth curvature calculator for yourself?
Yeah, I did, but it's confusing for me.
Okay, well, I posted something in the side chat that shows you the formula for drop over distance if we are on a globe of with a radius of 3959 miles. But you'll see there's since I assume you're in metric, you'll see there's a chart there on the right. Oh wait, this is the wrong one, but I'll post the this one is nice because it shows it visually. But I have this one to show you in metric. Just a second.
Oh, I can save the image as well. I should have saved that.
So this is the same calculation based on the given geometry of the globe. This isn't something flat earthers came up with. This is what we should expect to see based on the geometry of the globe. And this is in kilometers over on the right. And so it's a lot of people think that the drop over distance would be very tiny, but as you can see, over 10 kilometers, we would actually expect to see almost 8 meters of objects blocked by the Earth curvature.
Yep.
And let's see, and I'll post some other things for you. Does anyone, if anyone is listening, if you have any long distance like laser tests you can post, that'd be helpful.
You guys did laser test too?
Yeah, I haven't personally done a laser test. I've done some long distance observations, but yes, there's been a lot of laser tests done. Two of my favorites were done by well, the first one was done by Dr. John Dee. He was a professor of optics, and he was not a flat earther, and he sought to disprove it by doing these tests, and in the end became a flat earther as a result. And then the other one is by a team of engineers, field engineers, and it's the same case where they were trying to disprove flat Earth and instead proved it. So just a second. Now this is a pretty big list, but it has both of those
Yeah.
on there and some other ones, so you can kind of like pick and choose
Yeah, I'm
what
gonna
you want to
it
watch.
first. Yeah, I'm gonna watch this. John D. Laser test was live stream.
Yeah, that one's at the first, and he documents everything really well. Oh, okay. Thanks, Yaga. Yeah, they're very thorough and they're very professional. So you can watch through some of those and get an understanding of how they were done, what was done. We also have the one thing that isn't on that list is the Great Salt Lake laser test, which you may have heard DJ go through because it's when he presents a lot.
I only heard about the curvature. He was talking about some measurements.
Okay.
It's
Well, so
it's complicated for me, but when I try to understand, like he's got a point. There's no curvature exactly explained.
It may seem a little overwhelming at first, but it's really quite simple. Just that if the Earth is curving away from us, right, that objects beyond the horizon should be blocked by the curvature of the Earth.
Yes,
and they aren't. So this what I just posted is the. Oops, hold on. I'm gonna. Okay.
21.
Yeah, is that the Salt Lake test that you just posted? So at 8 minutes past the hour, I posted the Earth curve calculator for this Salt Lake test. Okay, so you'll see, and this is in metric. So you'll see the distance to the object is 33.7 kilometers. The eyesight level is 1.5 meters. So the horizon on a ball would be 4.37 kilometers away. And 67.5 meters of the object should be obscured by the Earth curvature. And so, yeah, Yaga's posted a video that goes through this. And then I also have this one. Let me see if I have some other pictures. Yeah, I'd have to get them off of. Have you gotten an invite to DJ's server? He has all this and so much more on there. Pretty much anything you can think of.
Oh, can you send me the link? I'm gonna join.
Yeah, I will do that.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
But yeah, any topic you can think of, there's going to be covered there with lots and lots of information. And if there's something you don't see or you have a question about that isn't readily apparent, someone can always help you out.
Yeah,
we've heard everything. We've heard everything.
Anytime I have something doubts or anything, I just come here and talk.
Well, it's nice to have you. You're welcome anytime.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll send you an invite
you,
to his server. And yeah, do you have any other questions or any other things you've been wondering about? Have you done any research?
Not yet, but I just this Hindu mythology just came into my mind, and I was just thinking about it.
Yeah, and you could probably even find some information about that because I'm sure we have some Hindu flat earthers who have had those same questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just a second. I'll send you the invite. Okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, anytime.
Sent you a friend request. If you could just accept that, then I'll send you the link.
Yeah, I did.
Great, thanks.
Oh, thank you. Because I can't talk about this anywhere else, right? If I talk about this to my friends or someone, they think I'm mad, They think I'm going psycho.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? How this is like the one topic that we're not allowed to talk about,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. I mean, like they don't want to question or they don't want to think or they don't want to do any research. They just say, "You're dumb, bro. Why are you talking like that?"
I know, and you could talk about like Bigfoot or something, and that would be okay. People wouldn't react so strongly and so emotionally about it. I mean,
Yeah.
that's one of the things that really kind of caught my eye at the beginning was I thought, if this is such a ridiculous idea, then why are people so mad about it? Right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
you wouldn't be angry if it was just completely ridiculous. At least I didn't think so. So the way people reacted caused me to actually investigate and start looking for proof of the things that I'd been told. And
Exactly.
that's when it
That's
all
what I'm
fell apart.
doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one wants to like try to why is he saying this? I don't. Let me do some research, then talk to him. No, bro, you're dumb.
Yeah, I know it's weird, right? It's
You're
strange.
just they just say that you're just trusting lies.
Right. And most people have a hard time understanding that there's no evidence to support the beliefs they've come to on this. They were told, here's what to believe, and they accepted it, but no one ever told them why.
Yeah,
And
and they just
they won't look
yeah.
for why. Why do we believe
We
this? Yeah.
we all just following like a sheep's, like what the shepherd says. That's
Yeah,
what we
and
are doing, I guess.
yeah, exactly. And I always say the truth can withstand scrutiny, right? If flat earth isn't
Mhm.
true, well, there's no harm in looking into it, and the truth
Exactly.
will win out.
Yeah. Even though if you're wrong, just look into it. Just question yourself. Why is this like
Right.
this? Why is this not like that?
Exactly. Because it does bring up other questions about the heliocentric paradigm that aren't readily answered, as well as, like, how are other things determined? How did we determine the size and distance of the sun, and its composition? And then it just all starts falling apart when you start looking for evidence of these things.
Yep, exactly. If I can't answer them, just consume them. What do you mean by that? Eggs? Eggs. What do you mean by that? You gotta stop eating those eggs, man. Eggs have protein. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, just eat eggs then. I know you're Bihari. No, bro, I'm not Bihari. I'm Indian, but I'm not Bihari though. I'm from South India, from the jungle. Tamil Nadu, Kannadiga. No, Telugu, bro. You miss the whole thing. I'm Telugu. I'm from Hyderabad. Are you flat earther? I'm not sure. I'm not. I'm not sure, but I think the flat earth is only the real, I guess. You're the first Indian flat earther I've seen. Did I say I'm a flat earther though? No, right? I think you don't understand what I'm saying. See, this is the biggest problem. I said I'm not a flat earther, not a spear. But you just trust that I'm a flat earther, like blindly. You prove me, bro. You prove me.
So what are you then?
You prove me that I'm going in a right way. I think so. Oh no, sorry. Yeah. Earth round. Yeah. Whatever. Look, there's one guy. See, I don't know how can people be so dumb, bro. That spear thing, the thing is just a code. Someone just put a code like that. You can also make it flat. Then show me your flat Earth emoji. Because government don't allow that, bro. This government is not your friend. He's your enemy. Bro, I was like you before. Trust me, I was like you. Just do some research. Don't believe that you are Indian and you should believe that Earth is pure. I'm also Indian and I believe the Earth is pure from our ancient books. But by seeing yourself, like see through yourself, don't listen to anyone. You see below the Earth emoji, do you see a cat? Cat also spinning. Do you think we're inside the cat? It's ball. So guys, like we are inside a dome. I mean, I just saw some video. Like this guy, he proves that we are under a dome. Like he put a firecracker inside something like a big tunnel, and it sounds same like when it thunders.
Okay.
I don't know. You guys can understand me, but
Yeah, because of the echo, you insinuate that there's a ceiling above.
there's a ceiling above us, not around us. You mean?
Above and around, if we are within the system.
Hmm. I mean, I believe there's like a dome around us, so that's what we hear when the thunder rumbles, right?
I, do you know what? I've never kind of put those two together.
Like I feel like why when the thunder strikes, it sounds very loud, uh,
Because it's
like when you
close.
when you bust a firecracker in a dome thing.
What do you think
So
it's
I
reflecting
think
off of?
it resembles like that, but I'm not sure though.
It's going to reflect off the surface of the Earth, isn't it? These sound waves.
If it's vast, why would it like sound like, I don't know how to say, but it's crazy, man. I have to gain more knowledge to talk about that.
I would suggest the reason why we know that we're within inside a contained system is because we have gas pressure. We are within a thermodynamic system. To have the thermodynamic system that we have, it must be closed. Because if it was open, all of the energy and the matter, like the gas, would leave. I can't eat eggs anymore.
Yeah, me too, bro. It's disgusting. I have a hen. Yeah, you're fucking torturing the hen to make eggs for you.
Okay, X, do you have the ability to open your microphone, or are you just going to chat skank, as we say around these parts? It's like, what going to be what you're
I
going to
think
do?
X is the smartest guy. I think you should mic up.
Well, can't force them.
You don't have mic. Yeah, you don't even have brain, bro. That's why you're just typing.
I wouldn't quite go that far. Obviously, have got a brain because they're motor functions, but not having a mic in 2026 on a device of some description is a bit weird.
And look at his this thing. There's a mic beside his name. How can
The
be
irony.
people so stupid? These are the fucking humans. Those believe the earth is pure and everything, whatever they say.
Okay, language.
Whatever they say, yeah, man. He's just insulting, you know. He's like,
yo, dude,
you know,
you were once like them too,
bro.
right?
Can you see? Like he started like insulting. He don't want to talk about this.
I can appreciate that, but you were once like them too, right? You once believed the thing that they did, right? The brainwashing is strong. The cognitive dissonance is tough, right? You've had conversation with your friends and they kind of dismiss you, right? That's stupid. But you were like them once when you know the brainwashing is strong.
Look at this guy. What are you talking about, bro? This Indian is very smart. He can see a mic beside my name. OMG, saw the mic beside your name. So intelligent. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm better than you all, right? Thank you. Of course, I know I'm better than you. No, little kid.
This forum isn't for swinging your dick around, dude. Intellectually smashing people over the head.
This guy wanna troll me. Sir, very.
Clearly not listening to me. Maybe I can get your attention now.
Oh, I just banned them, by the way. Like, just in case. Just banned.
Pardon me? Gonna pay attention now, dude.
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah, thank you.
I like how they're deleting the GIFs. Who's deleting your GIFs, bro? Is this a joke, bro?
It's what a joke.
The GIF he sent.
Maybe. This one is. That one will get deleted. Oh, look, it's gone before I could even finish the sentence. Anyway, lots of people in the side chat. Eggs, Rob Torres. I see DT's joined us. What's up, my friend? Anybody want to talk about the Earth and what it is, or what it isn't, or what it does, what it doesn't? Please feel free to unmute your microphone.
Their balls are flat. Yeah, bro, that's what your mom said, right?
Alright, you're starting to annoy me, dude. Just remember, you're here under our goodwill.
This Indian is very disrespectful. and you're respecting us, right? What about an idea of a cube, guys?
Like, can it be a cube?
Yeah, you're inside a cube. What is bro yammering about? I think we should make a triangle earth community. Yeah, brother, it suits you, eggs. You can create it for yourself. You can shape it any way you like. Indian boy will make you the leader. Nah, bro, I'm good. I don't want to be any leader. I'm just a common person. I think you should be the leader and make everyone believe at this pier you went there. You study a lot of things in the books. Trust me, you're not common. Of course, bro, I'm not common at all. I know. I know that. At least you get that. Nice. You're thinking now. It's 12 a.m. time to sleep. Yes, I get it. It's 12:30 p.m. here, bro. It's afternoon. What do you mean? I 100% get it. Yeah, you get it, bro. You get it. You will get it you get everything. Yes, sir.
Has there been any globe proofsies or mostly just smack talk? Hurt feelings that the globe is like Santa Claus. It's a cool idea when you're a kid, but you got to grow out of it, folks.
Says who?
Says everybody, actually.
I mean, like, what do you mean? What do you mean by
like,
grow up?
well, like, do you still believe in Santa Claus?
No.
Okay, well, why would you believe in the globe?
Did I say, do I believe in globe?
Oh, if you don't, I guess that's fine.
Yeah.
You're grown up,
I mean,
I guess.
I'm neutral, I'm still doing my research.
Neutral.
Yeah,
I don't really believe that. When people say that they're neutral, this is not like this is like your everyday experience. Are you neutral about your everyday experience?
You know what exactly? I've been studying about Earth since 20 years in the books. And suddenly someone came and say Earth is flat. You go do your research over there. Do you think you're gonna believe that? Like suddenly from nowhere, from a random guy from the Discord? Do you believe that?
No. I'm the research you probably ought to do is like, reality. That's a good idea. Right.
Yeah.
So in reality, there's no way you could be living on a globe, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Yeah, it's more of a just kind of like, oh, duh, I kind of always lived on a flat Earth that didn't move and wasn't closed, but I was told that I lived on a spinning water ball, that's totally untenable, kind of like Santa Claus. You're like, oh, man, they got me. But, I mean, I understand you're doing your research, but, research at the end of the day is going to be reality.
Exactly. I'm like getting to believe the Earth is flat. I'm not like completely sure,
Well, I mean, I suppose I could appreciate that. It takes a while to kind of straighten yourself out. The indoctrination goes pretty deep, and it can last quite a while.
Mm-hmm. And
like I can still imagine the globe. Yeah, I can imagine the globe in my mind very easily because that's all I was ever shown. On pictures, stuff like that. Yeah.
Since 20 years, we've been studying about sphere, right?
Yep.
Not about flat. So it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it takes a minute.
Tough. Yeah. Exactly, bro. I still believe the Earth is like sphere, and we live on a gravity, and there's space outside, there's universe. I just read that somewhere, but it doesn't click. You just think like it's magic. It's like a magic. But it can be also true, the way the Earth is, how it formed, and the things goes here, the water, the air. We don't know where these things come from, so it could be really a magic, The gravity is real, maybe. Earth is pure.
Well, what do you mean about like magic? Well, so here's the thing, man. If all the claims about the globe were true, your experience in reality would be much different. And I'll tell you how extremely different it would be. You and I would not exist. There's no way that any life could form on a vacuous spinning water ball. In fact, there would be no water, and it would essentially be, the best way I could describe it, if what they say about the Earth is true, is that this would just be a big old dust rock. No life could live on this Earth if it was a ball.
Nagas. Yeah, bro. Whatever things you said is right. I'm really very confused. That's why I'm here, right? I'm confused. That's why I'm here. Listen to people's thoughts. Show me.
Yeah, well, keep hanging out. It's fine.
Yes. Yeah, man. Yeah. I'm here. The gas was like talking about me. He don't wanna talk about this thing. He wanna talk about me. I don't know why.
Who?
You just the guys, the one who's typing.
Oh, Dagas.
Confused doesn't mean neutral. I think you still didn't get me, right? I think you still didn't get me. You just want me to believe flat Earth, like straight. I believe, man. I believe flat Earth, and it's also spear. I have. They both have those reasons, but I don't know when I'm gonna trust. I'm Switzerland, completely neutral. No, bro, I'm North Korea. I'm completely neutral. Yes, I'm pointing out your inconsistency. No, but sir, you should just believe anything straight away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're right. Yeah, I know that. I know that. You don't need to tell me. You're right, bro. Whatever you said is right.
Să-mi bag pula în voi.
So yeah, bro, it's confusing. I don't get it exactly. What are you saying?
You can't prove it.
Why would you think there are other sides? Why would you not think, bro? You think there's only one side? The way you watch is the only thing that's the reality? No, there's a lot more than that. You have to use your sixth sense, maybe.
Mai taci de timp pula mea, exact să și te-ai trecut.
There's only one objective reality, or else we're all just brains in a jar. Yeah. Yeah, it's only one reality, of course. One reality, different perspectives, I guess.
Yeah, bro, but the Earth is round. You can't prove it. It's flat. It's not flat.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. Good. Nobody has ever seen any other side. You have zero logic for the question. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Exactly. Nobody, like, if you see a ship from here, the ship just disappears, right? So that means the Earth is curving. So the Earth is curved, like you just proved. The way you see things, right? The way you say things, you just believe what you see. So I mean, when you see a ship, it just disappears from the far distance.
Exactly, bro.
So-
Bro, yeah. If science people that are having studies and having school time and whatever,
Yeah.
you from Discord, 27 flat Earth Discord with 7, 8, or 9 grade, you come here and say Earth is flat. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck, bro?
What the fuck you want?
Exactly.
I never said Earth is flat. Are you dumb?
Yeah.
All right, well, let's hold on a minute. Let's hold on a minute. Just a second. So, a boat, you guys are talking about boats disappearing in the distance?
I mean, yeah, like this guy said, he see things that he believe, right? So when you see a boat for a far distance, it disappears. Like when you see a moon, it's still there.
Okay. Well,
how can you explain
so
that?
now wait. Before we keep moving forward, why do you think the boat disappears?
I mean, you can just watch it. You can watch it with your
I know, but
eyes.
yeah, I'm asking you why that happens.
Why that happens? It could be because of Earth is sphere. There's a
No.
curvature.
Wait a minute. The Earth would have to be a sphere in the first place for that to be true. So what you would have to show me is the curvature of the Earth being measured somewhere.
No.
Well, hold up. Let me give you an example. So if you wake up on Christmas morning and the night before there was no presents, but now all of a sudden there is presents, does that mean that Santa Claus is real?
See, there's no logic with this. The way you just
No, this is perfect logic. I'm going to explain to you. This is called affirming the consequence. It's a logical fallacy. In fact, you guys are applying a logical fallacy to try and prove the globe. It's circular reasoning. I'll show you how it goes. I'll give you the form, all right? If the Earth is a sphere, I will see boats disappear bottom up. I see boats disappear bottom up, therefore the Earth is curved. You guys are applying a logical fallacy to prove your fairy tale globe. What globe is there in the first place that we can prove with measurement?
Hold on.
First of all, I'm talking to this guy, Dagas. He was talking about falling. Apple is falling. Do you believe that? Yeah, I believe that. Like I said the same thing. I explaining the same thing. When you look at the ship, it just disappear. That means the Earth is sphere, right?
Why?
Like that. That's what you see, bro. That's what you see, right?
What you see is the boat disappear. Now, you're giving a cause for that, and I want to know how you proved the cause.
Google it, bro. Google it.
Okay, Google it. Google it for me. Who measured the Earth to be a sphere, and then you might have something there.
Bro, Google Google is fake, bro. Everything they just put it.
Everything that Google says is based. Everything is true, huh?
Part one, Artemis
Nah.
one.
This guy, the Mexican guy, he believes everything he taught in the school. He believes everything what he taught in the school, and he believes everything like he went outside the earth and saw everything like he studied in the books. That's why he talking like that, laughing and all.
Yeah, I understand that, but you telling me about it is not helping the situation. It sounds like you're just filling the room with nonsense. So maybe this guy can talk and you can shut up, maybe. I mean, if maybe you could be quiet and that guy could talk and I could talk to him, because you're on the fence, remember? You're in the middle ground. You don't even know what you believe. So maybe you're not the best one to have this conversation.
I'm talking to this guy, Dagas. He was saying something and I'm talking to him. I'm not talking to you or this guy.
Oh, yeah. You know what's crazy? It's like
you don't need to talk about me.
the new guy in the VC. The new guy in the VC is the guy's. Oh, see, now he's starting to freak out. Are you starting to freak out, Deepsa?
No,
You're starting to freak out.
No. I'm cool, bro. I'm cool.
Okay, well, calm. Okay, all right. Okay, I'll help you be cool. Now, who's the new guy? Is it Adrian?
Yes, me, with my friend.
Okay.
In the room. I'm with my friend.
So if you see the boat disappear, does that mean the Earth is curved?
Well, I think so. Yeah.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that?
Well, why would it sink in the first place? Like, if it doesn't.
I don't think it's sinking.
No, if it doesn't, if it's not round, why does it sink in the first place?
That's a good question. So what you're talking about is it looks like it's sinking, but obviously the ship is not sinking, right? It's going to make it to its destination most of the time, so it's not sinking. But what are the other things that it could be? What are the things that you've eliminated instead of just declaring that it's because the Earth is curved?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, what are the things that you've eliminated to come up with that particular conclusion that it has to be because the Earth is curved?
Bro, I have one question. Sorry to interrupt that, but do you believe in Artemis 2 mission?
In the what?
Artemis 2. Bro, mission.
Do I believe in it? Well, that's a weird question to ask. Do I believe in the Artemis 2 mission? Is it something like is it like a religion or that I should believe in? What are you asking me specific about Artemis 2?
He's not very good with English. What he was trying to say is, if you believe that the Artemis 2 crew went to the moon and back.
No, I don't think that the moon is even a place that you can go and visit and land on it and stuff.
Well, why not?
Well, because is it in a space vacuum?
Well, it's still a natural satellite. What do you mean?
I'm asking you if the moon is in the space vacuum.
It's in space, yeah.
Okay, is space a big vacuum that's ever expanding?
Well, it is expanding.
Is it a vacuum?
It is like every other vacuum.
Okay, so it's a low pressure area for the gas on Earth to fill?
What do you mean by that, low pressure area?
Okay, so maybe you guys don't know the globe fairy tale very well, but one of the parts of the fairy tale is that in space, that outer space, you know, where there's all these stars and galaxies and black holes and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a really low pressure system, 10 to the negative 17 torr, an extremely powerful vacuum, I guess I would call it, even though that's not really a great term. But anyways, it's a very low pressure system. It's greater than any vacuum that we can create on Earth with all of our technology. So if that's a low pressure area, don't you know that on Earth and everywhere else that we can observe, that high pressure flows towards low pressure? So like if you pop a hole in your tire on your bicycle or your car, the high pressure leaks out to the low pressure, right?
Technically, yeah.
Yeah, so how come the high pressure gas on Earth is not trying to fill the vacuous region of space?
Because in space there is no air, there is no atmosphere, there's no gravity to pull the gas.
That's my point. That's my point. So that's the way that the energy would flow. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. It is never violated. That's why we call it a law. So high pressure always flows towards low pressure. So if the Earth has high pressure gas, that high pressure gas should be trying to fill the available low pressure volume. Always. Why is it not doing that?
Because of gravity. What do you mean why?
Okay, so what's gravity?
Gravity is the how do I put this, man? Is the thing that pulls objects with less mass, with less mass to bigger objects with much bigger mass. That's how gravity works.
Yeah, but we have some.
Well, that's what you were told. I would, for number one, I'd like you to tell me what mass is.
What we are, like.
We are mass?
We are mass. Everything has mass.
What is mass? You're telling me it has mass. What is mass?
Something with weight.
Well, no, weight is weight. Mass is mass. They're kind of, they're different words. That's how you know that they're two different things.
Mass is something that gravity can be. Nu știu cum să zic. Da, zic mă, frate, nu știu, frate, cum să-i zic ăsta, înțelegi?
Nici eu. I don't know.
Că masa este în același timp cantitatea. Ce este masa? Masa este cantitatea. Nu,
mass is something that you put ciorbă.
Băi, e și prost, bă.
No, bro, no.
It sounds like maybe you guys don't know what mass is.
Yeah, we don't know what mass is.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. No, actually, even in physics, it's not really clearly defined.
It's representing the amount of stuff, like atoms, particles.
The amount of matter? Well, that's also been struck down by physicists. The amount of matter does not equal mass, according to Edwin Taylor.
I didn't say matter. I said representing the amount of stuff.
Like represent?
Yeah.
Well, we can't count atoms.
If you cannot count atoms, that doesn't mean mass doesn't exist, or if mass is something else. Like, it's the fundamental scalar property of matter representing the amount of stuff, such as atoms, particles, within an object.
Okay. Now I'm going to give you, so you went ahead and Googled it because you didn't know, which is fine. But now if I have a physicist, in fact, several physicists that are going to contradict that, are you going to believe Google or the physicists?
Well, that depends. What is Google and why is it providing wrong information in the first place?
That's a great question. What is Google? Is Google a search engine or is it a source? Does Google do any science?
I don't think so. Since
Bro, I have another question. But if Google is a search engine, in that search engine are people and astrophysics people that are putting information in that. So
just give. That's fine. Get me the astrophysicists that can tell me what mass is and how he figured it out.
Wikipedia is a good source. I don't know.
You don't have a source?
There are plenty of sources. What do you mean? Wikipedia is one.
Okay.
Bro, I don't know, bro. I can't speak good English.
Yeah. Ce nu, frate, stau pe mute și pe ăsta. Ce Fă și cu eu și o să fac testul ăsta. Coai, lasă. What? Nu-l faci rapid. Nu, îl fac eu pentru mine acasă. Bă, dacă nu ți l-a dat psihiatru sau psihologul, ce dracu? Nu, doar de curiozitate. Și unde pui?
Are you all right? You guys all right?
Right now, they're trying to figure out what mass is.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah,
it's gonna suck for them. I'm not telling them.
Okay.
I don't want no part of that.
So, if we don't know what mass is, how do we know what if mass is doing things?
Băi, plus. Bro, this question is out of my critical thinking, so my friend will search on Google and will respond.
Okay, so if you don't know what mass is, and the physicists don't know what mass is, how do we know if mass is doing things if we don't know what it is?
Well, then we can't use E equals MC squared either. Damn.
Yeah, that's true. So if mass, which isn't defined, isn't doing anything, then I guess there's no gravity?
Bro, I have one question. How did you know all of this?
Well, I studied.
Do you search on Google?
No, I mean, there's a lot of people that have dug up. Well, a lot of people have dug up a lot of the information on the internet like you're looking for, except they don't give, they don't just go ahead and look at the very first thing that Google tells them. They go on down the list and they find out that people that have actually studied and, even performed experiments found out that mass, whatever that is really clearly undefined, and we can't use it to describe anything like the amount of matter or even the resistance to acceleration. Those two definitions don't even blend together.
Yeah, bro, but do you study something, rely on this, or you just scroll it on internet or TikTok or Google like us?
Oh, I don't even have TikTok. I mean, listen, in this modern age, we have a lot of information at our fingertips. The problem is how do you figure out what is true and what is not true? The information is never the problem. Even my education is not going to be the problem. Ultimately, at the end of the day, can you prove what you found out on the internet or not?
Yeah, but even with proof, even with photos, even with real eyes, if a human doesn't want to believe in that thing, for him, for his view, is not real. Reality is made decisions. Reality is made by our decisions. What we believe is reality for us.
Okay, well then I guess you guys can believe whatever you want to, even if it's wrong. I mean, if you believe things that are incorrect, you might get yourself in a whole lot of trouble. Like someone will tell you that the stove is hot, and you're like, screw that. I don't believe you. The stove's not hot. And they touch it with their hand and burn their hand. What they believe really doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it actually has to bear out in reality. It has to be true. Otherwise, you're just kind of living in your own fantasy delusion world. And those people usually get locked up and put in hospitals and stuff with straitjackets and padded rooms, lobotomies.
Yeah, but we need to be open on others' opinions and rely with them without disturb the peace between us.
Well, not really. I mean, your opinion doesn't bear any weight on reality. Reality is what it is. It's not about agreeing or disagreeing or opinions. Reality is just concrete fact, right?
Exactly, yes.
Right. So in reality, the Earth is not curving like a ball, so the Earth cannot be a sphere.
Bro, but how you believe or how do you imagine the Earth?
No, it's you. How do you imagine you live on a ball? That's what we're still trying to figure out.
Bro, I believe that I live on the ball because of the photos of the moon, of the Earth. It's here.
Right, but do you understand that if they show you a photo of the Earth and it's a sphere, then on the surface of the Earth where you and I live in reality, not the picture, mind you, in reality, the surface of the Earth must be curving like a ball?
Yeah, bro, but if you search on Google and you find a photo with Earth, but it's not round, it's not a sphere, do you believe it's flat? You search on Google Earth.
No, that's the difference between you and me. All you rely on for your entire reality is pictures, and that's kind of weird.
And do you rely on your imaginations or of images that are concrete and the object, not in your...
Yeah, in reality, when people measure the Earth for all various different reasons, they always reference it and measure it to be flat in reality.
Bro, if you see images, you see images. What you see is the reality. What you see with your eyes and perception.
Wow. Okay, so in a photo, if I see Santa Claus, does that make Santa Claus the reality?
I don't know. Probably not.
Probably not. So we can't rely on photos, can we?
Yeah, but not all the photos. If you have a photo with your mom, that means your mom is dead? Is dead?
Holy cow, who said that? Nobody said anything like that. We're talking about fictional ideas like Santa Claus. You know how around Christmas time there's a few thousand fat dudes or dudes that aren't even fat, but they stuff their Santa Claus suit with, like pillows and shit, and then they walk around at the mall or go to some special functions or even end up in a church, and then they have kids sit on their laps and the kids tell them Santa Claus what they want for Christmas. All that stuff can be in photos. Now, is Santa Claus the real Santa Claus? Is there a real Santa Claus, or is it just a bunch of dudes pretending to be Santa Claus?
If I take a photo with myself and after that day I look at that picture, it means that I don't exist?
No, I didn't say that. Obviously, you have first-hand knowledge of that photo being taken. I mean, hopefully if you're not totally plastered. But either way, you have first-hand experience of that day and that photo being taken. It's a knowledge for you. It's not a belief. You're not really understanding the analogy here. If you see a photo of Earth that you think is a photo, right? And it's a big ball, well then in reality, you should have first-hand knowledge of the Earth being curved. Do you have any first-hand knowledge of the Earth being curved?
But why do you believe that NASA lies to you and invest?
I didn't say any of that. I didn't say any of that. Do you think that I didn't even bring up NASA? You did. So you think NASA's lying?
No, I don't believe that. But
well, I didn't say anything about it.
That and NASA confirm that Earth is a sphere, and you don't believe what NASA says.
Well, I mean, I just go ahead and measure the Earth, and if the Earth is not curving, then what do you think? If NASA says the Earth is curved like a ball, but when I measure it, it's not curving, do you think that NASA's lying?
No, I don't.
No, so why would you believe NASA? So NASA is complete strangers from you. They're a government agency, right? They have tons of money, like billions of dollars a year in budget, hundreds of billions, I think. So if that's the case, complete strangers that you don't know with a lot of money, and they're not doing anything for you, why do you believe them?
Bro, what you say is just something that is from your mind, and it's not reality. You can't.
It's not reality. So you're telling me that NASA is not a government agency with hundreds of billions of dollars each year in government funding? that was not true.
NASA.gov is not a government agency?
Bro, it's just a speculation. It's not real. You can't say that the moon pays people to lie to us.
I didn't say that.
Bro, of what are you saying? It's not.
I'm asking you. So if the Earth isn't curving, but they show you pictures of the Earth curving, do you think that they're lying?
Dar niște argumente foarte proste. Întreabă, de guvernul ar irosi bani pentru ceva atât de fals? Bro, I have another question from my friend.
Okay, so we're going to skip past you telling me that you think that NASA's lying.
Let me say, if the Earth is flat, why the government waste money to prove to you that it's not flat, it's a sphere? Why did you? How, if you are a government leader and decide to, bro, I need to invest and waste my money to make that full human on this world to believe that it's a sphere, but he knows and speculates it's flat.
Why? Who uses a sphere in real life? Well, who does that, dude? Where are you getting your information from?
I take information from reality. I'm not take information from my imagination. Like
I think you're taking information from TV and tough cell phones. Myself.
Yeah, bro, but you take information from my. I can't do this.
I broke him. Sorry, guys.
Bro, I can't do this anymore. I'm transforming. Bro, I'm leaving. Have a good night. Bye bye.
All right, we'll see you. Yeah, good job, Triangle. You snapped him in half.
I was very nice. I did nothing wrong. I can't believe that shattered somebody. That one will be back.
Yeah, they will.
Well, if you don't shatter their reality, somebody else will. So it may as well be you. Has anyone had a chance to read Nathan and Quantum Eraser's books?
Negative.
Well, the anti-flatties are sure having a field day with Quantum Erasers.
Yeah, I mean,
what's he doing?
That's to be expected, I guess.
What would he do now?
He released his book, and it was interesting how he did it. I guess to skirt some potential legal fallout with Nathan. But if you haven't heard, he had Betty basically write the book in her voice. So this is a great way, I guess, to get out of being accused of being in the same style and such as the original that you're being accused of copying. Because now it's basically framed up as, well, this is Betty's personal experience. So how can anyone accuse of copying?
Who's Betty?
She's a panelist on QE show.
Oh, got it. Okay.
She's the one that was the owner of the original FED server. She's been around forever, I guess.
Not sure why in the forward section on page 1 that he had to state that this book in its entirety is a work of fiction.
Well, knowing him, and there's probably a reason for it. Although that doesn't, it's not going to help people read the book, in my opinion, with a lot of confidence if that's the first thing that they see. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that kind of seems like a dumb move. I know there must be some quote smart move behind it, but no, I don't think that would work very well. Well, now that books are starting to be written, I can start writing about the people who are writing books. Now it can get fun, and I'll just start actually releasing stuff.
Yeah.
Hello?
What's up?
What's up, dude? Man, it's so quiet in here. Room full of flat earthers. It's so quiet.
Yeah, it's the end of my workday. I need some more Monster.
I think you and me have like the same schedule. 'Cause I just got off too.
Yeah.
Well, almost like an hour ago, but yeah. It's funny. Let's see. Anybody in here? Scarlett, you there? April? Welcome. Hello? See you typing in the side chat there, buddy.
What's up? Welcome to the party.
Welcome, welcome. Jimmy is taking all questions right now. Don't leave, please.
No, we're supposed to say hi to them and then they run away. That's what happened.
Oh, of course. Well, I don't want you to leave again. Damn, you got me good that last time. No.
Wasn't me.
Okay, let's see what April in the side chat is saying. Can gravity influence entropy? If it's a yes, that means it's exists, right? If the answer is no, that means we are rejecting entropy. That is
Good
incorrect.
question. What do you mean by gravity? What is it that you're speaking of? And two, have you ever manipulated gravity to see that it could or could not influence entropy?
Exactly.
What's gravity?
Exactly. That was my first question.
What is it, invisible gnomes?
On unicorns with lassos.
Damn it, I forgot the freaking unicorn.
And they got to, I mean, really, they're not going to work if they don't have cowboy hats on. The lassos are pointless.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see, gravity, because Flat Earth mod doesn't support gravity. Why not? You know, things can fall down on a flat surface, right? Can I drop something over my cutting board?
Hey, listen, when you drop water, like on a flat surface, it spreads out flat. So gravity makes things flat. So gravity is a flat earth thing. There's no proof that gravity turns things into balls. All the proof I've ever seen, gravity makes things flat. Welcome to flat earth, and we own gravity now. You guys can't claim it anymore. Thank you for playing.
Well, what about a water drop?
Those are air caused by air pressure pressing on the water from all directions, all pressing evenly on that water from all sides.
Because of gravity, right?
No.
From air pressure.
Isn't the pressure caused by gravity?
No.
Oh.
No, pressure is not. There's no gravity in the pressure formula.
Facts.
PV equals NRTG? Question mark?
Negative.
PV equals NRG sharp.
No, PG equals NRT. Ooh. There we go. Fixed it.
April, you're in the VC. You might as well talk to us. I mean, the weird part is that you're saying if no, then entropy doesn't exist in your last or your second to last snippet there. What? How would you reject entropy if you can't show us even the gravity, right?
Exactly. That's my question. Like, I asked it previously. Like, if we reject something, I asked a mod that do you support gravity, and he replied that no, we don't support gravity here. So the question was like, if we don't support gravity, then it is illogical for us to. I mean, what can I say?
No, I told you
Measure
how
something.
gravity works. I said things fall down, and if I pour water out on my floor, the water's going to go flat onto the floor. So gravity makes things flat. See how that works? So gravity is a flat Earth thing. Gravity made flat Earth.
Yeah. And then the follow-up questions by Latz and our answers in response to him showed that gravity and entropy are two different things. They're not related to each other, and it's not necessary that one stops existing if the other one doesn't exist.
Yes, we can have
So,
entropy
so the
without
I mean,
gravity.
the logic is like gravity does exist, but it makes the substance like flat.
Okay, so like you pick up something and you let it go. If it's a pen and it falls on the desk and you call that gravity, fine. I'm not denying that. Okay. What I'm saying, me specifically, somebody else can chime in. Mass attracting mass is not identified to be true or false with the scientific method. The bending and warping of space-time has not been proven
Like
true.
mod, I have a confusion behind it. Like we learned it in static charge. Like in static charge, like charge attract each other. Like two forces, like in
Okay.
Coulomb forces. Like
Hold
so
on,
you are
April.
denying the fact that Coulomb doesn't exist.
April, he was talking and you interrupted him, and you're going to a non sequitur, something that's not related. Can you let him finish, please?
No. I mean,
I can clearly say what it is that I'm saying, and I don't need you to rebut what I'm saying if I'm explaining myself. Right? Mass attracting mass and bending and warping of space-time are not proven through the scientific method. What I say is that I can prove with the scientific method specific gravity, right? A buoyancy density relationship between the object and the medium surrounding it. I can manipulate the medium around an object and change its desired vector of travel up or down, right? By changing the medium. I can't change the gravity of the object, and I can't manipulate the fourth dimensional fabric of space-time. Does that make sense?
I mean, sorry for interrupting, but when I interrupted you, that because like you said that we don't support the fact that the thing
Listen,
one
I
thing
can
attracted
prove
to each other. Like
gravity makes things flat. Do you believe me?
no, I'm not talking about like flat. Like, it does make sense when we hear about it. Like, yeah, we saw something falling down. It's becomes like in the surface.
No, I'm going to prove that gravity is the reason why the Earth is
My
flat. Would you
question is
like me
not.
to do
My
that?
question is not the gravity makes something flat. My question is like, how can we reject this fact that what can I say? Particle doesn't attract each other. Like we learn it in our static science.
Oh no, nobody learned that. That's imaginary. You read that, and they said it's a true or false question, and if you got you got a 50-50 chance of getting that one right on your last test.
Yes. I mean, we learned Coulomb, like they told us that everything attracts each other, like it's for static force. Like,
Yep, except for gas, right? So now that's all. That's just pretend.
so it's a bullshit. You're telling me everything is lie.
Except for everything's attracted to each other. Oh, now we have gas. Now everything's absolutely they're not attracted. Gas will never want to be by another piece of gas ever. It wants to be as far away from another piece of gas as possible. For some reason, they hate each other. Can you guys explain that?
Actually, water will do the same thing. If you heat water up, it will also not want to bond anymore. It runs away from itself. It becomes gas. Isn't that crazy?
So it does make sense. Like if particles become away from each other, they become free. They roam around. Like, yeah, it does make sense.
Right. So we don't have one solid proof that everything attracts to other things. In fact, it's very rare that we see it. What you were told and what you experience are two different things. So if you learn something in a book, but you don't experience it, what is the conclusion that you would come up with?
That's true, but when you look at some kinds of thing like ice, for example, ice. When we look at ice, we will definitely see that it's solid.
Yes.
The particles attracted to each other. So that could be a valid example for this, right?
Well, I'm not even sure that they are attracted to one another. You have just removed enough energy from the substance where the molecules essentially stop moving. It's more akin to that than it is anything else, because once you reintroduce the energy or the heat, then they start to move around again, right? It becomes liquid. And then if you really get it warm, then they move so much that they separate completely. There's no more bonds. So now you have individual gas molecules freely and expanding in all directions.
But in chemical way, like we have learned about some kinds of a bond in between particle. So the bonds attract each other. They become some kinds of, what can I say, molecule. So after becoming molecule, they become, what can I say, substance. So
okay,
it's really
Except
based
for
on
then,
attraction,
then
right?
you have gas, and that all wants to run away from each other. So those particles, yeah, you just canceled all that out.
Yeah.
So let's pretend.
You can also put ice in a vacuum, and it immediately turns to gas. It skips the liquid phase.
Yeah, I'm going to just always put you in checkmate. Like you're in check. You're just going to keep check. I'm going to go check, check, check. And you're just going to like move back and forth, move back and forth. You won't knock over your king.
No, I can play chess. Like I'm gaining some knowledge. Like we have learned it in our school. So I'm just thinking like there could be some kinds of contradiction behind it. So that's why I'm asking for it.
Well, let's think of this for a moment. Let's think about this as like maybe an experiment almost, right? So, but it's not really an experiment. Let's think about it. Is it really the thing that determines whether or not matter is in a specific state? Is that the amount of energy that's applied to it?
Can you specify the question?
Well, water is a perfect example, right? So if you have water at an extremely low energy state where you remove all the heat, right? Water is actually going to form a solid, right? So if you remove a lot of heat, you're going to have a solid. If you reintroduce the heat, you're going to have a liquid. If you continue to introduce the heat, it's going to become a gas. So it's not really like water always wants to be together. It more matters how much energy is in the matter itself, and that is what is going to determine its state.
No, that is for a specific element. What about the noble gases? They don't even attract to each other. They don't. You can't find anything in a liquid form. Yeah, you can find it, but you can find it in a solid form. So you can give me an example for it as a noble gas, but you can give me an example for every kinds of gases. Like you can't tell me that two substances like H and H2O, like in water. So there is two
hydrogen.
substances, and then
yeah,
like there are two substances like in water. So in that case, we see there is a bond between them. So if
how about nitrogen?
Bond, yeah.
How about nitrogen?
Hydrogen and oxygen.
Right. So nitrogen is an individual atom, right? Element. Now, if you make nitrogen really cold, because usually it's always in a gas form, if you make it really cold, you'll have liquid nitrogen. You ever see Terminator 2? Right?
I guess it would be dry ice, like.
Well, yeah, that would be carbon dioxide. So that's two atoms of. Well, that's a carbon and an oxygen, right?
The dry ice.
Right, that's dry ice. I'm talking about nitrogen. Nitrogen is its own element, and you can go from gas to liquid. And I suppose if you got it stupid cold, it would turn to a solid.
But that is not a noble gas.
What substance would you? So, I mean, basically, you're proving my point here. If you're going to pick out elements that don't want to attract to each other, blah blah blah, then you've debunked gravity.
Yeah, there goes gravity. Okay, so we can get off that one now. See how you did that? You're very good at this. You should be a flat Earth debunker like us. You should.
Have you wondered why they have to have
So,
the
I mean,
explanation of mass attracting mass?
says who? Like, I have a question. Can you reply to me? Like, if we talk about like
conversation about gravity, which was your question. Now I've got my question that I want to ask you. May I?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Have you ever thought about why they have to have mass attracting mass, or the bending and warping of space-time, to explain why you can stay on a spinning sphere in a vacuum?
Like we learn about mass attracting mass like in static energy, but if we think about it, it's only depends on the, what can I say, electricity. Like it's not about the outer world. Like it doesn't make sense with the Newtonian law.
Yeah, my question is not asking for a description. My question is a philosophical question asking why. Like, why did we go through the logical process of formulating these ideas?
Logical process.
Do you want me to just get to my point?
For me, I just learned about like we use static energy for electricity. Like providing something in what can I say, current, or something we want to attract, something in our hair, something in combing, like all I mean every kind of aspect, like clothing, everything. So that was the static energy. But if we think about like in gravitational way, like how everything attracts to each other, how Newtonian law is
Except for
correct.
then they talk about gas and then we debunk you. You see how I play chess? Then just knock the king over already. Just knock it over.
I have confusion about it. Please, I have confusion about it. That is, for me, it seems like that gravity only depends on the noble gases, for not the outer gases. Like
except except those two. Yep.
So only noble gases, like, but if you search it, like
you can't. No,
argon,
you
I
can't
can
pull.
give you
You
an
cannot
example
pull
about
noble
argon. Argon is
gases.
the majority
You
in
can't
our
pull noble gases to the ground. No, you cannot pull them to the ground. No.
No, argon is the majority part of our gases. What are you talking about? Argon is also a noble gas.
Yep. You need a container if you want to have that thing separate. If you want to have that gas the way it is.
Yeah, if you want to isolate a gas, where the gas wants to be with the other gas, you're going to have a container, because if you,
you
open
can't
the
even
container,
talk about the other gases unless you realize that you're talking about, well, that gas right there, when you point to it, and you want to say, I can see right at it because it's in a clear thing. Look at it. You can see it because it's clear. That's how I know it's there, because I can't see it.
But if you, it's just only applicable for noble gases. But you can't keep something in a container which is not a noble gases. They will obviously make a bond between them.
No, because if I open the container, they homogenize with the other gases.
Yes, but how? Like they will obviously make bonds. Like you can't keep oxygen in a container. You have to keep
It's
it
just
in a
going to go
kerosene.
everywhere. Yeah, you will let oxygen go. It's going to go wherever.
Like
Wherever it wants.
oxygen, no, oxygen doesn't. You can't even keep oxygen anywhere. If you want to save it, you have to keep it in a sealed container or something as a cylinder.
Absolutely. That's
Like,
why. That's why you
make it as a
see.
liquid.
Welcome to Flat Earth. You debunked outer space. Now you're really on a roll today.
Yeah, good job.
You are good at this. I'm telling you, if you play this back later, you're going to be like, I am a flat earther, aren't I?
So you're saying that if gas isn't contained, it's going to move freely and randomly in all directions, especially when it has an open volume to go into. That's what gases like to do. They actually don't like to stick with each other. They like to fill available space.
That your conversation only makes sense with novel gases, but it doesn't even make sense with what can I say, like other kinds of gases. Like other kinds of gases always make bonds with each other.
Okay, well then you demonstrate. Wait. You keep saying this now. I want you to demonstrate it for me. I want you to get me any gas, and I want you to have it in a container, and then you take the container and attach it to another container where there's a valve in between them, and you open the valve, and you tell me if that gas stays with the gas that it likes to be with. Any gas, noble gas, I don't care what gas you use. Is it going to fill the available volume, or is it going to stay?
I can give you an example about oxygen. Like, have you seen an oxygen cylinder or something like? I can give you an example like a cooking cylinder. Like they have a cylinder like this. They pressurize the gases and to make it as a liquid, in a liquid form. But when they use it, they use it as a gas form
or LNG.
Right?
Right. So now, if you open that valve, what does the gas do inside the bottle? Does it stay in there, like because it likes to be with itself, or does it leave and fill the available volume?
I guess, in my opinion, it stay with bonds because of the pressure, because of the atmosphere. And,
you're incorrect. You're incorrect. There's never been a time where gas under pressure, when given vent to a lower pressure system or volume, stays in the cylinder. It's going to come out of there at a very high rate of speed and equalize pressure with the surrounding volume. It's called entropy. It's the second law of thermodynamics. You're telling me that you apparently have some kind of magical gas that is violating natural law, and I would love to see it if you can demonstrate it.
I object. Hold on. No, because she said all gases require a container. So did you say all gases require a container, or some gases require a container? Remember when you told me that and I said congratulations, you debunked outer space because gas like oxygen has to have a container. Remember how you said it has to?
But in outer space, they don't have any kinds of pressure. That's why they roam around freely.
No container then?
My philosophical question as to, have you ever thought about why they have to have gravity for their story? And then it got rabbit trailed off because of fucking chess.
No, it is getting too hard for me. Like, I'm just thinking about.
Make it simple, right? The reason they have to have gravity for the story is because it's the opposite of what you experience in real life. You experience entropy, high pressure releases to low pressure, right? But the story is that you're 14 psi on a sphere in a vacuum that's 10 to the negative 17 torr, and the high pressure stays around that sphere, right? That's why they have to have gravity. Also, the Earth is spinning, but in reality, when you experience things spinning, especially if it has a liquid on it, the liquid swirls into the outside. It goes away from the center of the motion, right? This is opposite of the story. So you have to have gravity to keep it from going away from center. If you was to have a density gradient of liquid and put it into a centrifugal motion, the denser liquid will be on the outside, the least dense will be on the inside, which is, again, the opposite of the story. The denser material is at the center of the rotation, and the least dense is on the outside. The liquids are on the bottom, on the sphere. The gases are away from the sphere as it rotates. This is opposite of your experience. Gravity, again, saves the story of outer space.
So, I mean, are you supporting diffusion or discharge?
No. What I'm saying is gravity, it's a band-aid explanation for what's going on. Because what you experience is opposite of the story. Does that make sense?
Actually, I have learned gravity in my whole, I'm not gonna say school life, so I have to think about it before I accept something.
Oh no,
Like,
no,
I'm
you
just
don't
thinking
have
about
to.
it.
You're so good at this. You're not even gonna have a problem with this one. You're almost a flat earther right this second. I'm telling you, you're good at
Are
this.
you able to manipulate gravity? Take an object and change its gravity.
Wow, like so. In conclusion, you are supporting gravity, like partially,
So
not
my question,
full.
no, just my question is, can you manipulate gravity?
Uh, it depends. Like, if we think about like we want to keep the gases in one places. We don't want to keep it like. Yeah, like it doesn't even make sense. Like if you were talking about gravity, all gases would be in the same position. They will not roam around freely. But if we think about like gravity is making sense, then we have to support it. Like gas doesn't move around freely. The gas would stay in their places. No, it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
That's
So
weird.
the story needs gravity. If you don't have gravity, then you have no way of explaining why you're living on a spinning ball covered in liquid and gas amidst a vacuum that's greater than any vacuum that you can create on Earth. You have to have gravity. It's philosophically necessary. It's absolutely necessary in order for you to have the story.
Hmm. Hmm. But it also doesn't even make sense to, I mean, fix the gases in the same places to using gravity. Like, you are telling me that gases attract each other, then, in a gravity way, like they are telling us that, I mean, a particle attracted each other. Then they are also telling us that gravity also attracted them to the Earth. So why the gases roam around freely with the? I mean, what can I say?
There you
They should
go.
stay in the
There you
same
go. Yeah,
position.
you're very quickly deprogramming yourself. I love it.
Yeah, because entropy states that you have to have a container in order to isolate a high pressure system from a low pressure system. Breathing is an example that obliterates the heliocentric story of the vacuum of outer space, right? You breathe in by expanding your chest, right? That makes a low pressure system inside your lungs. The high pressure outside your body then flows into your lungs. When you breathe out, you compress your chest, making a high pressure on the inside and low on the outside. And now the high pressure flows out of your body into the lower pressure system. If I want to stop this, I have to hold my breath by closing that little portion at the back of my mouth and my nose so that the air can't leave my lungs. Right? I have
So
to make
that would not be diffusion. That would be, I guess, discharge or effusion.
I'm just stopping entropy from taking place. Right? I'm gonna go swimming, so I have to take a breath. I now have to close my throat, close the system so that I can go into the water and not have the air leave my chest. Right? If I open
Can a
the container,
narcissist be in a relationship?
hang on, bud. If I make my lungs an open system, the air will rush out. If I'm underwater and I blow all the air out and then I open the system, the water will come rushing into my lungs to fill the available volume.
Exactly. Like the equation of like I guess this one temperature is fixed. So P1 by
Yeah. Well, the Earth is an open system, right? And all of this high pressure is not moving into the lower pressure. It violates your experience. Period. Why is this happening? Gravity has to be the band-aid to fix the problem.
Oh my god, it seems like my whole life is a lie.
No, not your whole life. Just the explanation of the story. That's it. Just the story. that you experience the world around you, that's not a lie. If somebody tells you something that's opposite of your experience, you could be like, no, see, look, the experience says that you're wrong. Right?
No, I just passed my high school, and I'm not in my university. Like I'm preparing for my university. So I was just like, if we support something, like we are supporting, like we are in our high school where we are thinking that entropy is growing continuously, like it's growing. So if we support that entropy is growing, so gravity is also supporting it, that gravity was also helping the entropy to grow. So if entropy is growing, then it also doesn't make sense that our, what can I say, air, our particle will also be like a surface, like they will also grow. There will also be like there would be no outer space like in our earth. So I was just thinking about it, like if it's growing continuously, so there would be no outer layer in our earth. So that was my question.
Exactly. Flat earthers do not agree that outer space is real. Outer space is not real. The vacuum of outer space that's ever expanding because of the Big Bang is not real. It's not true. You're correct. So whenever you go on the internet and you look for flat earth evidence or debug videos and they show you some disk in outer space, that's a straw man argument. That's not what we say at all.
Interesting. So if we don't support gravity, that means entropy is not growing through gravitational way. It's growing on his own. So yeah, there is no way that gas would flow anywhere, or our atmosphere will change every day. So
yeah, you're in a closed that is constantly out of equilibrium because of a handful of reasons, right? The sun moves around, so the temperature changes and fluctuates within the system. So that's a constant trying of, equalizing with the temperature differences, which is your explanation for weather, right? Why does summer, winter, spring, fall, right? That's because the system is out of equilibrium and it's trying to make equilibrium. So, like, stratification of gases, the rain cycle, that's all the system being out of equilibrium, and it's attempting to make equilibrium again. The plants make oxygen from the carbon dioxide. We take the oxygen and make the carbon dioxide. So we're living off of each other. At night, they make carbon dioxide from oxygen. The cycle reverses, right? But then you'll have the day side. Their plants are all making oxygen. The night side of Earth is all making carbon dioxide. So it's always cycling. But when I say the other side of Earth, I'm not talking about opposite side of a coin. I'm talking about like your mom's sitting at one end of the dinner table, your dad's sitting at the other end of the dinner table, and they're at the other side of the table from each other. So day side's on one side, night side's on the other, right? Because it's obviously not daytime all the time. So the system is constantly out of equilibrium, but entropy is causing it to seek equilibrium. And we're watching the effect.
I mean, I have a question. Like, so in your logic, like, in space also doesn't even exchange their gases with our atmosphere, right?
Since we're inside of a container, I'm not saying that the top of the container has a vacuum. That's illogical. It would be akin to fish, right? They're inside of a medium. We call it the ocean. It's below us, right? But there's some fish that can't live in the deep ocean, right? Some fish can come in and out of the deep ocean, like some eels. Those have been witnessed to going down inside the denser, saltier portions of the ocean. but then they immediately leave because they don't survive there. Or like fish can't be in the air, right? The fish exist in the water. We exist in the air. So there would, in my opinion, most likely be a lesser dense medium above the medium that we're existing in. Like, I think it's Bernoulli who said that imagine that we're living in the at the bottom of an ocean called air, right? And if fluid dynamics is the same, a little bit different because you want to specify whether you're talking about gases or liquids, right? But they're both fluids.
Hello.
What's up?
What's up?
Oh my god, that is so much complex. Like,
I think it's simple, but
that is related. Like you are talking about, like there is not a clear answer that if we think about the Earth as a container and the outer space as a vacuum, so the outer space doesn't even exchange their gases with our like Earth, like the container.
No.
So
the vacuum of space, the ever expanding vacuum, the ever expanding void, the millions and trillions of light years between you and the Earth, that does not exist. Stars and the stars that move differently than the other stars because they're called planets, those exist in the sky. They are not in a vacuum. If there was a vacuum, the air we're breathing would attempt to reach equilibrium within the system. Right? Like propane. You pressurize propane into a container and you have a gas portion, you have a liquid portion. It's all in the same container.
So in the flat Earth, like we are supporting the pressure, but we are not supporting the gravity.
Gravity is just like a descriptive word, right? The pen, when I let it go, goes to the desk. That's gravity. When I let go of the balloon, it goes up, right? So that's not gravity. Not everything falls at the same rate in a vacuum. Lithium falls much slower than iron, for example.
But I'm sorry, but your example as a balloon is not correct, because like it's filled with gases with a small atomic number. Like that's why it's too much easy for them to, I mean, make us float. So yeah, they can easily what can I say, disconnect us from like the gravity. Like it doesn't even make sense.
Okay, I have a container of helium, right? And I've got 3 balloons. I blow one balloon up only with the air from my chest. I breathe in and I breathe out into the balloon. I tie that off. That's one balloon. I take another balloon. I fill it with helium. It goes up. If I take the third balloon and I blow into it and then I add just enough helium into the balloon and tie it off that it's neutrally buoyant, it will float. It won't go up. It won't go down. I agree that this can happen, but it requires containment. Otherwise, the gases would expand in all directions.
There is no need for a container. You just need to need something like a scarf, like something more thick to grab the, what can I say, the atmosphere, grab the gases, like so you can flow. So there is no need for a container. You just have to make some space for it, so it can take your like it. Have you? I guess I know about the equation of like Archimedes, like how everything flows, how everything flows through the surface, flows through the liquid. So I guess it's supporting Archimedes.
Yeah, that would be, yeah. That's what I'm describing. That's what everybody would describe. That's what you can prove with the scientific method.
Interesting.
Scientific method is shit. Science is pretty much shit.
Oh, somebody's having a bad day.
Yeah, I don't love science.
No, nobody does now. Now that we're actually telling you what it really is.
He just jumped in and is throwing himself in the gears. That's all. I don't want to have the conversation so much. I'm going to force myself into the conversation.
You just sound flat.
Thanks. Do you understand what we're saying, April?
Did we have someone bounce in with some hurt fifis right away? Man.
Yeah. Here, I'll let go of his mouth.
Can you be more around, I guess? Why don't?
I guess he was talking the whole time.
There, Jim, be less
Yeah,
flat.
he didn't miss anything.
Dev, you having a bad day because the Earth is flat, bro?
He was best all around the world, space and things we're talking about. He was pretty much flat, Jim.
Dude, you all right?
Pretty much, yeah, thank you. Your triangle, are you flat?
Do triangles have curved sides?
Oh, you're cube-sized flat.
Do triangles have curved sides?
But if you are triangle-sided, you are flat. Or
do triangles have curved sides?
They do.
Okay, so I can no longer talk to you because you're like, I don't know, step 0 in the Glober section, I guess. You think triangles have curved sides?
Okay, I got you. Thank you for conversation.
That's terrible. None of you guys know what a triangle is.
It's triangle. It's three of
I
angles.
have also a question like, where is that guy? Jimmy Will.
So.
Yeah, like the question is like, what's the geometric form of Earth?
Genetic form of art? I'm sorry.
No, geometric.
I can't understand her if you're mumbling through her. Please pause your mouth. What did you say, ma'am?
Like geometrical form.
I don't know what the geometry of the Earth is. I've only ever experienced the surface of the Earth.
Let me just.
I've only ever experienced the surface. I don't know what the rest of the geometry is. I know it is not a sphere because it's measured flat.
Well, yeah, we live in XYZ, so if you fly in a plane, you've actually experienced a little bit of flying through the air too. But that's also over a flat surface because airplanes cannot, I repeat, cannot land on a moving, spinning ball.
Geometrical form of Earth.
I don't know.
Like when I was young, that my teacher told me that our Earth look like orange, like some things like they have two pole in both sides. So in flat article way, how do you describe it? Like how the whole position of Earth, like how it's can you give me an example for it?
Remember when you debunked space when you said you have to have container? You debunked that your ball in space because you said it has two poles and that's floating in outer space. Remember when you debunked that because you have air?
No, I don't think that I debunked it like you guys.
No, you did. You debunked it. Yeah, you said you need oxygen requires. You cannot have oxygen without containment. Remember you said that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that means you debunked outer space. So you don't have to worry about the orange your teacher pointed at and said, pretend you live on an orange and we're just floating, endlessly floating and spinning around. That magic spell is over with. You don't have to worry about it anymore. It's going away from you now.
Yeah, the Earth is
There is two sides, like two pole. Like when you think about like there is two pole, like Atlantica and some kinds of pole. Like have you seen the map of our Earth? Like you can that makes sense. There is two pole. There is no what kind of sunlight. That's why it is only ice. Like the continent. Like
It doesn't matter. Earth's still measured flat.
Hang on. Can I give you a piece of paper and tell you to map out the floor of your house?
Piece of paper.
Yeah, if I give you a piece of paper and I tell you, make me a map of your living room floor, can you make a map for me of your living room floor?
Yeah, yes, I can.
Yeah, you'd be able to draw the shape of your rug, draw the shape or the outline of your couch, TV stand, right? You'd be able to map the floor of your house. That would be like mapping out the floor of the world. The earth is underneath your feet. It's the floor of everything that you will experience, right? And then the sky, the clouds, the sun, the moon, the stars, that's all existing above the floor.
But that is not my question. Like, you can. I can give you an example. Yeah, that is just a point. Like, that is not. I'm not talking about this. I'm just talking about the position of sun. Like, if you see the sun is roaming around the earth.
Yeah, so it's above the floor. It's above the floor.
But that is not a concept. Like I'm talking about like the ice they have in the pole. Like
you can make a map of your living room, and then you can use geometry. You can set up a coordinate system inside your bedroom if you're going to map out your bedroom, and then you can make the floor shaped any way you want, as long as the math aligns with the coordinate system that you've put on your floor. You can decide that you put a magnet or two, doesn't matter, in your house, right? And now whenever you pull out your compass, the compass will always point to one of those magnets, right? So the floor can be any shape you want. You would map it out, and then you would have the coordinate system
My
as your
confusion is
reference.
about the sun.
I
Like
know
about
what
the
you're
sun.
talking about, madam. Latitude, longitude, the sun, right? And then you're like, well, the map. You're talking about a map. I'm trying to explain a map to you, right? A map is a topographical representation of the land as seen from above. XYZ, like he was saying earlier. Latitude, longitude, that's your X and Z axis. The topography lines, that's your Y axis. That's your vertical from that horizontal plane that is being referenced. Okay? You can make a map look like whatever you want. And then you'll say, well, the map doesn't match what I experience. Well, which map are you using? Are you using a Mercator map? Well, if I travel east to west at the equator, when I travel east to west in the north and the south, I'm not having to take as long. Well, that's because the north has been expanded out for the Mercator map. And then if you take an azimuthal equidistant projection where the north is at the center, you've now smushed the north into a pinpoint. And according to the map that you're using, if you traveled from Alaska to Russia, that's less distance than to travel from across Australia, which is in the southern portion of that map. The map is a reification fallacy. It's not actually representing the land. You haven't gone to experience the distance between all the locations. If you get in a plane and you've traveled, like I've been to 10 different countries, like I don't experience the entire Earth. What I have experienced when I look out the window of the plane each time is the area that I'm locally traveling through. And whenever I'm in a plane, I'm traveling through a corridor that's pre-designated, pre-traveled, and people know how much fuel you need to travel this route. You don't experience the entirety of Earth. You know what I mean?
I think I should I don't know, like I should ask it or not. Like what about the sun? Like sun is like sun is giving his sunlight to everywhere, like every portion of Earth. So if you are thinking the hill as a furniture, so if you think the hill as a furniture, so why it's not melting? Like why
The sun is not illuminating all of the Earth all at once. The heat of the sun is not radiating to all of the Earth at once. The light diminishes its intensity over distance. The heat diminishes over distance, right? The radiant heat will remain in the local area if it keeps having heat applied to it repetitiously, right? If, say, the northern portion, whatever that looks like, is constantly having the sun in its local area, then the north is going to remain warm, while the south is not having the sun in its local area, and the intensity of the heat does not radiate to the local area, so it's cold. And since heat reduces over time because of entropy again, that local area will remain cold. So then when weather happens, it rains, you get snow, right? The snow stays on the ground until it warms up, right? So then the sun moves into the south, right? So now the south is going to be heat more often than the north. The sun is not directly overhead. The heat is, not as intense in the north. The heat is lost over time in the north, so it becomes winter. And then, of course, it's daytime somewhere, it's nighttime somewhere else. So obviously, the sun is not producing light everywhere on Earth all at once, right?
So it is true that like radiation also depends on the atmosphere, like the density of the gases.
Sure.
Yeah. So if there is more density in the pole, so there would be more temperature in like something in ice, like in the continent. So that
You've never experienced any of that. You're just making it up at this point. You're just saying, this is how it is. That's what you're saying to us.
No, I can agree. Like if you're having a transition from summer to winter and you live out in Oklahoma, right? At some point, the warm air is going to want to move north from the Gulf, and the cold air is going to move south from the north, and then you're going to get tornadoes everywhere because entropy is taking place. It's what's to deny? Northern air is objectively going to be different from Canada than it is going to be from the Gulf. The Gulf's going to be humid. The Canadian air is going to be dry. They're going to mix over Oklahoma. You're going to have tornadoes. Weather fronts happen because the air is objectively different. You'll have a dry, say, cool air, and then you'll get a warm, humid air, right? Then the humid air gets pushed up because the cold air is more dense, right? And then it rains. And at the front, you have all kinds of wind because the high pressure's releasing into the low pressure. Entropy, yet again. The warm, humid air thrown up into the air on top of the cold air becomes cold, reaches dew point, falls as rain, and then whenever it warms up again because of the sun, it evaporates. Clandestine. What's up, dude? In Vitron, challenge the professor in VC. Get the conversation going, bud.
Yeah, I hope you guys are excited. And Vitron said he's going to get us a citation for planes taking Coriolis into account, rotation, curvature. Oh, dude, I can't wait. That is so great.
One day.
You have it, bro. I believe in him.
Did you just say that I said I'm going to give you a citation for those things?
Yeah, you must have something, right, for believing that they fly on a ball?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say what you just said. I said.
Oh. So you just have a baseless belief. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you had evidence for your
all you
beliefs.
can do is
Oh,
straw
never
man.
mind. Oh, never mind.
You're nothing without putting words in someone's mouth, huh? You got to make stuff.
Got it. So the Earth's curvature to you was
You
like
have to.
Santa Claus. You just
You have to
believe it
lie.
with no evidence. Got it. Got it.
That's
Is what I
okay.
said wrong?
At least I'm
Do you
not
have
a
evidence
liar.
for airplanes
At least
flying
I
on a
don't
ball?
lie repeatedly.
No, go ahead. Do you have evidence
Are
for
you going
an
to take
airplane
back
flying
your
over a
straw
ball?
man? Are you going to redact your straw man, or do I
Oh, no,
just
I
never
thought
talk
you
to you
had
ever?
something. I thought you had evidence for your belief.
Oh,
Or
why'd
no?
you? Why'd
Oh,
you
why did
straw
I
man?
think that? I thought that you had evidence. Oh, sorry,
No,
that's
why'd you
my
say
bad.
that?
I'm so sorry. I thought you had evidence for your beliefs.
Yeah,
Sorry about
just think
that.
harder.
You're right. Sorry about that.
Just check and see if what you're saying is a lie
Sorry
before
for
you type it.
assuming
You'll
that
be
you had
better.
evidence. You're
There
right.
you go,
Sorry
better.
about that. Sorry
There
for
you go.
believing you had evidence. Sorry.
No, you can believe it. Just don't lie. Just don't say things that you have no
Oh, got
idea.
it. Got it.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
You should have known better, bro. You should have known
Sorry. You know
better.
what? I am
It's not
so
just somebody.
sorry. Why did I have blind faith in you having evidence for your belief? I am so sorry. I should have assumed that you don't have shit for your belief. I apologize. You're
What
right.
belief? The belief that I asked
Sorry.
you why airplanes can't fly on a flat Earth.
Oh, dude, I'm
You must
sorry
have
about
all the
that.
answers because I asked
Apologies.
the question, right? Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Just
Got it.
thank you
Yeah,
for that.
I apologize. Yeah, sorry for having faith in you. Apologies.
You're good, bro. It's all good.
Yeah, sorry about that, buddy. I'll make sure I assume that nobody has anything for their beliefs anymore. I'll just
I get it. I mean,
assume the
it's easier
opposite.
to win arguments if you make up what you wish your opponent said. It makes it easier. So I understand.
Yeah, I apologize for that. I thought I already framed that. I said
No, you're good. You're off the hook, buddy. You're
Yeah,
good.
man.
I forgive.
I got you, Leo. Yeah, Eventron. You understand that if the Earth was measured flat, then planes would fly over a flat Earth, right? And if Earth was measured to be curving, then airplanes would be flying over a curved Earth.
Yeah.
Have you not seen the measurements? Any laser tests that anybody's posted for you yet?
Yeah, I've seen them, but I don't consider them measurements. They're more like looks, sights. I don't think measurements are really done by looking at stuff. You gotta like hold something up next to something.
Yeah, you can
Given
measure
how
the
tall you are,
deviation between the laser and the ground, the laser and the water, incrementally. You determine that.
Yeah, you can
water is
measure
horizontal.
that. Yeah, you can measure that. But that's not measuring the surface of the Earth. That's measuring the laser and where it hits on the post.
No, we're not measuring the laser. We're measuring the deviation from the ground to the laser.
The laser just becomes a tangent to a curve. So all you do is measure the deviation from the alleged curve to the laser. That's what you're measuring. If there's no curve, the deviation stays the same. If there is a curve, you would measure the deviation, thus proving you live on a ball.
No, because nowhere in there did you account for light bending. And
light bending
light is what laser is made of.
Whoa. You're claiming that light's bending. You've got to prove that to me. You've got to prove that lasers are bending to me.
Hey, buddy, if you're just going to keep running your mouth, I'm going to stay on mute.
You're making the assumption that light's bending. I've got no problem with that. You can make that assumption, but you've got to prove that to me. I'm all good for it. You have to prove it. You can't just say light bends and then walk away from it, say you've got no measurement. You've got to prove that it bends. So what you've got to do to prove you made the claim, my good friend. You made the claim, not me. I'm saying that I'm saying the lasers stay straight. Now, what I would like from you as proof, what I would like from you, if you claiming that it's bending, I'm good for that. All I want is either photographic evidence or video evidence showing what you're claiming. Please.
That your laser in this test curved? You want me to prove that?
In which test?
Whatever. This is hypothetical.
No. In which test? We've got the laser test. You
show me the
reference
test and I'll show you light bending.
So let me get this straight. You're telling us that the light is bending and you haven't even seen the test yet. Mate, come on.
Brother, is the test on Earth through air? The light's bending. Unless you want to say the light's going straight.
The light is going straight because you can't prove otherwise.
You can't prove it's going straight.
Lasers go straight. That's how they operate. That's why they use them for leveling.
Refraction is real. Light bends. That's how it operates.
I don't disagree with refraction, but you have to prove refraction is happening. That's the issue. Yes, you do. If you're claiming it, if you are claiming it, you must prove it. You must validate it and verify it. You don't just say refraction and then run away like a little girl with your skirt up.
Measurement.
No.
Run away. It's your measurement.
Yes, you are. You're throwing refraction into the mix. You have to prove it. That's it.
It's always there. I didn't invent the...
No, it's not always there. That's the problem.
Is air always uniform density? No. Then refraction's always there. This is very simple.
So refraction is always there. So the density is reliant on temperatures. We've actually gone out and done measurements where the temperatures are the same in comparison to the water it's getting shot across. So your refraction claims are null. This is the problem. You think you can just walk in here and blurt refraction out and walk away. Okay, blurt your refraction out. Now you can verify it. Show us the refraction, show us the temperature, the air pressure, the humidity readings that validate your refraction, and show us the light bending in your refraction, and then you'll have a leg to stand upon. So go and get it.
I'm not the one saying I have a measurement. That's you, and you're the one not accounting for air in your measurement.
Yeah, and we will show you the measurements. We've got no problem with that. You're the one claiming refraction, so supply it.
I don't have a test. You need to show me the test.
So you've got absolutely nothing. So what we've got is us with laser tests. What we've got is us with laser tests.
Where's your test?
Well, again, what we've got is us with laser tests. There's the document in the side chat.
Okay. And you measure the air temperature from the beginning and at how many points along the path?
Oh, so now you're dictating what I've got to fucking do. You're the one that's got to prove your refraction, son. You've got to prove the refraction, not me. You.
No, that's incorrect.
Yes,
it's not.
You're obviously broken again.
It's your measurement.
So I've got to prove something that you're claiming. I don't have to prove your claims.
No.
You do understand that.
But until then, you
That's
don't have a
right.
measurement.
So your claims are null and void.
You don't have a
Your
measurement.
claims have to be
Your
backed
measurement is
by
null and
you.
void. You do not
Your
have a measurement.
claims. What the fuck did I just post in the side chat?
A measurement without accountancy for error, for margin of error.
A measurement that doesn't account for error. Obviously, you didn't read that.
What could you call it?
Obviously, you haven't read it. Why do I know that?
No, I haven't, because I asked you about refraction. You said go do my own test.
No. You didn't ask me about refraction. That is a falsity right there. You invoked refraction. You jammed it into the equation for no reason whatsoever. I suggest, just this time, you shut your yap, watch that fucking video, and read the little document that goes with it.
Hey, bro, there's already been multiple tests that disprove the reactions of Vector by using large spans from left to right across the x-axis and multiple depths of objects, which refraction wouldn't work on because the light goes in refracts in a straight line. So, those tests have already been done. That's why you're saying you need to prove your thing.
I got no problem with him claiming refraction. I'm all good for it. I just want him to back up his claim. That's it.
I'm saying it's just like those tests haven't been done with us before, and we've done them. He just needs to bring forth his point. I agree with you on that. That's what I'm saying. Is that I feel like we haven't done it or anything.
See, and this is the annoying part about it. Let's say I get 2 weather stations and I put 1 at each end and I account for refraction. Next thing he'll turn around and say, oh, there's not enough weather stations. Okay, I get 5 weather stations and I run them evenly along the distance. That's not enough weather stations. I get 10 of them. That's not enough weather stations. And we can all see where the pattern goes. It's the same shit every day.
That's why we don't use light to measure things, because it doesn't go straight.
That's why we don't use light to measure things. So if we magically turn the light off, what measurements are you ever going to do? You clown show.
A fucking ruler by feel. That's what you do.
A ruler by feel. Are you that special? Seriously?
If you want to know how tall you are, where do you use light in that measurement?
To read the fucking ruler.
There you go. But does what?
But how do I know it's not refracted and the light's incorrect? How do I know it's not refracted? You made the claim of refraction earlier. I'm using the exact same argument. It's refracted. Your measurement's incorrect. So you're now not 6 foot tall. You're something else.
Nope. Here's why.
Don't say no. It's exactly the same argument.
Hey, dude, you're weak when you interrupt. You're weak. The reason that light...
Making excuses, son, is weak. That's what you're doing now. You are making excuses to make your bullshit claims non-falsifiable. This is very poor science. I suggest you don't do that.
Stop hiding behind mute. I was telling you specifically why refraction doesn't matter in this scenario. When you measure,
it matters in all scenarios. Every single time. Yes. Cry harder. Every single time you invoke any single light reading to do a measurement, instant fail. Your claim of refraction will bite you on the ass now. So you can either step away from it or at least provide proof of it happening in the instance of these laser tests, or you can shut your yap. That tells me you've got nothing.
What tells you I've got nothing? That you can't hear me when you muted me, you weak bitch? What are you talking about?
What you've got nothing about is you had a whinge and a cry about me providing a laser test. I've provided the laser test. Now it's your turn to provide your refraction, bending that shit out of alignment. So, okay, let's just say we give you your refraction. Fuck it, you know what? I'm going to be ultra generous. I'm going to say you can have your refraction. At best, you're going to get around maybe 10%, somewhere between 8 and 10%. So on a laser test that's 20 miles across, 8%, let's just say 10, we'll round at 10 because that's a nice easy number to work with. You should be looking at a 266-foot drop. So 10% of that is going to get swallowed up by refraction. So 26 feet is now gone. Where's the rest of your bendy light that you need? This will be interesting.
Keep hiding behind your mute button, softy. Fucking weak ass.
Answer the question, coward.
Yeah, so you can interrupt me and get muted again, dumb fuck.
No, answer the question, coward.
No, not on your terms, retard.
Just answer the question or kick rocks.
Last time I tried answering the question, I got muted.
Answer the fucking question. We're not interested in your meta. If you look, we're just going to do this. We're going to press that button so you can shut up for a second. This is how it works. If you're talking meta, if you're crying about getting muted, if you're crying about the way I talk because it's fucking loud, if you're crying about anything else, you're just going to get muted. If you fail to answer the questions, you're going to get muted. So how about you just stick to answering the questions? Number one, you made a claim that refraction's there. Excellent. Provide video footage of it. Provide photographic evidence of it. This is not a problem. You don't get muted for doing that. You don't get muted for backing your claims. So cry harder. I've given you your refraction, which is what you want. Refraction, as claimed by the experts, will maybe give you 10%, and that's being ultra generous. So I'm going to give you your 10%. 10% off of 266 feet, 26.6 feet. Where are you going to get the rest of your bendy light from?
You done hiding? Where am I going to get the rest of my bendy light from? Refraction.
You've already got it. I've given you 10% already.
And why 10%?
Because according to the physicist, that's about the limit of what your quote-unquote refraction is going to bend your light. That's it.
Well, if you have a test that's showing more refraction, then physicists must be wrong.
If I have a test, no, you've got to supply that. If you have a test that shows more, then we bump that number up accordingly. But you don't have that. So what you've got to do is you've got to get the laser test that I've provided and show that that is 30 or 40 or 50% refraction in that particular test. If you can prove that, then we jump the numbers up to match accordingly. So you've got some work to do, son.
You don't have a measurement.
You don't have a measurement? That's a shame.
You can either say refraction doesn't exist, or you can stop saying you measure the Earth.
No. Now you're going to sidestep it. You don't want to do the work. That's what this accounts to. You're the one claiming refraction. I don't have that. And now you're going to... Yep, that's right, because it's easier than listen to your bullshit. So let me get this straight. You now are backing away from your own argument. That's why you're putting these conditionals upon me, because you can't supply what is required. You're the one that makes the claim for refraction. You're the one that's got to supply the evidence, son, not me. I'm quite happy for you to have your refraction. I told you, you can have it. The light, as told by physicists, maybe bends 10%. That means that's the maximum. So I'm going to be ultra generous, and I'll give you 10%. Done. Sold. You can have 10%. So on a 20-mile test, you get 26.6 feet handed to you on a silver platter. Where are you going to get the rest of the bendy light from?
But I'm not backing away from the argument. I'm backing away from someone who's emotional and has a mute button. You're done.
So answer the question.
No, you're done. That's it for you.
Answer the question.
You lost your chance. Last time I did that, I got
to this boring dude.
Obviously, he doesn't want to answer the question. He's made a claim.
Yeah.
Look, we're done. I don't want to answer the question because I don't know how to, because I don't want to back my claims. That's what it is. It's just making excuses now.
He wants to talk about people instead of the subject matter itself.
If he had measurements, I'll tell you something now. Oh, let's reverse roles. Let's say I was him and I actually had measurements and prayer. You run away now. And well, I'm going to continue anyways. And I actually had the measurements to back up what I said. I would drop that bastard so hard and so fast in front of the person just to shut him up. Here's my data. Here's my tests. Here's my measurements. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. How's it going, Doctor 1%?
Welcome to the party. Okay then.
Doctor 1%, you do know we can hear you. Let's tell him all about hot mic.
Oh shit. Yeah, no, my bad. I'm probably the biggest #1 offender. Sorry, boys. But I want to hear all about these flaccid lasers that everybody's using. If anybody has any evidence of a laser bending at the rate of Earth curve, that would be great. I want to point my laser at 45 degrees in the sky. It's going to bend back down.
For some reason, I want to get the soundbite of Dr. Evil saying laser. Put on the soundboard.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Hello, governors.
What's up, brother?
How's it going, man?
Hey, good morning. Hope you all are having a good and wonderful day. Good morning, good evening, wherever you may be.
Oh, Doing all right. What up, Dr. 1%? You want to contribute now? Okay, carry on then.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night, good day.
Hey, buddy.
Good morning. Yo, Dr. 1%, do you think lasers are flaccid? Oh, okay, never mind. Just like Matrix was saying, we don't care that you guys make claims. You guys can claim that unicorns exist. You guys can claim that lasers are flaccid and all bendy and wiggly, whatever. I want to see evidence for this stuff. Please. I was going to ask Envitron the same thing while he was still in here.
Oh, he's still here.
I could ask him if he had. Is he? Well, he's probably listening on YouTube.
Side chat. He's about to melt.
Spiraling intensifies.
If any Glober listening wants to come into the Discord and present some information on flaccid lasers, please.
Prove it or lose it.
Exactly.
Hey, that'd be a good event name. Flaccid Lasers Prove Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Oh my.
I ask this all the time, dude. They keep claiming that lasers are bending at the same rate of Earth curve, making the Earth look flat. Cool. Awesome. Give me see one example of a laser bending downward, please. At the rate of Earth curve. Somebody. Any Glober.
Sugar water.
Yeah. Of course, it has to be through the medium that we look through. I hope that would be self-evident, but, you know.
Had to clarify before some smartass who's actually
Yeah, just like AG said, yes. Our eyes in the medium that we look through, it's not through sugar water. I mean, I hope the Globers would be smart enough to understand that. Oof. I mean, I might have too much faith in Globers once again, but who knows?
Yes, you do have too much faith in them.
I know. I assume that Avatron had proof also, but sadly, no.
It certainly is appropriate.
Let me see if I can find a cool GIF. I want to see a laser do this in the sky. Let me see. Oh, this is what, yeah, this is the GIF. Just take a look at that GIF in the side chat. Somebody show me lasers doing this when I wiggle it left and right in the sky, please. Oh, come on, trust yourself. I know you can hear me, dude. Where's that laser test? Bendy lasers, bro.
Where's this?
Turn that down.
You're the best Glober in here right now. Actually, no, I think you're the only Glober in here right now. You don't have to say thanks, bro. Just, where's the evidence for that bendy, flaccid laser, bro? Please. Come on, brother. I got faith in you, man. I'll be asking for this till the day I die. Well, maybe not. To be kind of sad. I hope not. Hopefully, people wake up to this before I die, but we'll see. You know, okay, fine. Fair enough. After you're done arguing with Yaga, I want to see some bendy, flaccid lasers, bro. Let's see. Where's that GIF ad? Damn, I can't find it. Oh, I found it. Yes. Whew. That's what I was looking for. I knew it was in there somewhere. Take a look in the side chat, brother. No, trust yourself. Look at that, bro, please. We need evidence of this. Wait, did he leave already? Oh, no, he's still here. Okay, he could hear me.
Howdy, folks.
What's up, brother?
How we feeling tonight?
Chilling, bro. You doing all right?
Doing all good over here in Minnesota, bro.
Hell yeah, dude. So what you think, man? You think the Earth's flat or what?
Well, I mean, at first I was on the fence, right? But then I saw that damn near Artemis 2 mission, right? And that pretty much confirmed that shit, bro. That shit pretty much confirmed that all that shit is fake, bro, because that shit looked fake, bro.
Elaborate.
I mean, something can look. Oh, yeah, here, cool. I'll let you take over. I gotta go pick up my kid anyway. Thank you.
Let me explain. How come the picture of the Earth from a couple days ago looks completely different to the picture of the Earth they took back in the 70s, bro? Why does it look so different?
Maybe they're different photographs.
All right, I'm bored.
That's what I'm saying. Why would they be different photographs if they photograph from the same tin, bro?
I'm bored with this clown. Have fun, Matrix.
But I'm being serious, bro.
It sounds like you drink, bro. It sounds like you drink Duff beer.
Bro, why? Bro, I'm trying to have a conversation, bro. Why?
Well, you didn't start off too well.
Well, my apologies, sir. I didn't mean to defend nobody.
No, you didn't defend anybody. That's the problem.
No, I didn't say defend. I said offend.
No, you said defend, quite clearly.
I said I didn't mean to offend nobody, sir.
You
Mr.
stuffed up.
Englishman.
I'm not English.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. Where are you from?
Not England. But anyways, what is your claim about these photographs?
My claim is that they look too different, bro. And I'm being dead serious. I'm being dead.
In what respect? The first one shows a circle, and the second one shows a square. What are we talking about different? No, they happen to be different colors, different brightnesses.
Apart from the colors, bro. But I know there's like lighting and stuff like that, bro. But apart from the colors,
the image you're talking about?
Why are the continents in different like kind of distances from each other in the pictures? They like you see the pictures from the 70s, and then you see the new pictures.
I get what you're saying now, man. You happen to have the picture though. Like it would be cool to look at and then talk about it.
Okay, bro, I got you. So
I get what you're saying.
We got Blue Marble picture from the 1970s. Blue Marble. Hold up. Shit, bro. Okay.
You got access to post images, right?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out how to send it into the chat. Blue Marble picture. Oh, it won't let me download this picture as a JPEG.
There we go. I tagged you where it's at. In the side chat.
I see the chat. No, but I'm trying to download this picture. There we go. This is it. Right. But what? Okay. Wait, bro, I can't send any pictures in here. It won't let me send any images. My only option is use apps. That's the only option I got. don't give me the option to send pictures.
Send your pictures to me then. I'll post them up for you.
I was going to offer the same thing because new members can't post images.
Matrix message. Okay.
All right, that's all.
Yeah. We can't even grant anybody access to post images either because it's automated.
Oh, that's cool, bro. So I just said that first picture is the 1970s Earth picture, right? And this is the
image. Artemis. I'll copy this first as we're going.
Artemis 2 Earth picture.
So his first
this
one.
Shit,
Control.
Clear as day, in my opinion, bro. Clear as day.
So at 8 minutes past the hour, that's the first one that he sent me.
Yeah, and this new one.
Loading.
This one. It's a bit blurry. I couldn't find a higher quality one. That's from the Artemis. It's a very small image, but I'll try and find a higher quality, bro. Hold on. For some reason, it's just not. It's. I don't know whether it's because NASA ain't.
That's a link. Copy link.
Produce the photos or whatnot, but I'm trying to find Artemis 2.
Paste the link. Control.
Picture. Hello World. That's the name of the picture. Yeah, this is I got a higher quality.
Oh, you got a better one? Yep.
I got a better one.
You got a better one.
It's a little bit better. It's a little bit better. It's a little bit bigger.
Oh yeah, copy image link.
Shape-shifting Earth.
No, but for real though. Yeah, there. Now y'all see the two images side by side, right? How you gonna tell me that those two is the same? First of all, look at the background, bro. One is pure black. The other one is pure black like myself. And the other one is like it has the stars in the background, bro. I want someone to explain that to me. How does this make sense? And then you got like it's like lit up from behind and shit like that. Whereas this one looks like it's I don't even know, bro. It's like something weird about this. There's something weird about these two pictures, bro. In case you missed it, it didn't make a claim. I asked you how you think you measure. Oh, you're talking to someone else. But like, I'm trying to understand this, bro, because like these people who say the Earth is round, right? Like. Why aren't the pictures consistent, bro? Why aren't the pictures consistent? That's all I want to know.
Now you understand why we question these things from NASA and these other so-called space agencies.
I mean, I trusted them until now, bro. I was like, maybe the Earth is round, and I was like, if they go to space and like everything's like convincing, like all the pictures and shit that they take, I was like. Well, then that must confirm it. But then I see these pictures they send out, bro. I'm like, this ain't the same shit, bro. This ain't the same thing. Like, who they think I is? Like, they is tripping if they think we gonna fall for that shit, bro. That looked like something out of a fucking Chris Columbus movie, bro. Looks like something out of what's the name of that movie with your man with the guy George Clooney, the space movie. Looked like something out of Interstellar.
Okay, buddy. Okay. Yeah.
But who's tripping? Who's saying okay?
He left.
Do people just come in here tripping all the time, or what?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Spitting out properly.
Jeez, man. I ain't with that. I don't fuck with that though. I don't fuck with when they come in playing and shit, bro. I'm trying to be dead ass serious. Like this shit kind of had me shook for the last couple of days. The fact that NASA really trying to put out images like that, and they think that I'm not like, they think that I'm not able to like critical think enough to see that those images are fake, bro. or at the very least that they ain't consistent. If they ain't consistent, how am I gonna believe that the Earth is round if you ain't gonna show me consistent round Earth pictures?
Plus, how can they claim the oblate spheroid yet keep on showing a perfectly round sphere, like as though it's a cue ball round? Which one is
bro,
it?
That's the thing is that why it looks so round? Like we all know, like things are shaped weirdly, like around us, right? We have trees; they shape weird. Like even like just everything's shaped weird. Mountains and shit, bro. They all shape weirdly. Why is the Earth like a perfect ball? I don't understand it.
They always make claims about it, though. Like, as far as it being an oblate sphere, it's not a perfect circle. Yet when they show images, it's a perfect circle. Why?
Yeah, there's someone tripping over there on NASA's headquarters, bro. Someone tripping big time. I'm trying to understand, though. Why would they want, like... Because now I'm, like, 90% sure that the Earth ain't round, bro. Like... I'm like 90% sure. Why would they want people to think that it?
Dude, you're in the right place to be 100% sure.
Yeah, no, I just like that. But that's.
I'm for real. You can know, because it measures to be flat. It's not just an observation.
I mean, it must be, bro, because these images ain't consistent. Like, but I was trying to understand, bro. Why is they trying to make it look? Why is they trying to make us think that it's round if it ain't round? Like, why is they trying to make us think that? Oh, now it's Irish Texan. I have my uncle. He from Boston, so he Irish, yeah.
You're not the first one to complain about these images and this Artemis get up. There's actually been quite a few diehard Globers that have stood back and went, you know what, this is crap.
Bro, for real, bro.
They haven't turned around and gone, oh look, the Earth's not a ball tard yet, but the video footage and whatnot, they've just said this is just crap. So don't feel bad about that.
Man, it's just she had me tripping, bro. Like I don't know. Excuse me. They really trying to like. Thing is, it was different when it was all white man going up onto the moon, right? And then it's all that shit now. It's like, but now they're putting a fellow black man up in the space, bro, going around the moon and shit. It's like
you just expose yourself to be a clown.
No, but you ain't hearing the point I'm trying to make. I feel like they is trying to like convince the black community that the Earth is round as well, because like if you look at like videos of Muhammad Ali, right, who was like the heavyweight champion during the moon landing and stuff like that, right? Muhammad Ali didn't take no moon landing serious, bro. And Muhammad Ali, he was the person who was like the influence, who was like really big and like really influential in the black community at that time and even to this day, right? But today, now they got a black guy up in space who believes the Earth is round, even though it's like the images ain't consistent. So now the black community is going to say, "Oh, but they got a brother up in space who think that the Earth is round," and now all the black community is not going to be skeptical about it and no more. You know, you get what I'm saying?
What even is the black community?
I'm more so referring to the African American community.
So does that include non-blacks?
Well, no, I was saying before, because like we like now I don't like generalize like that, but like we like typically among black folk, we are more skeptical of authority sources when they tell us something, right? Not to say the white man or Asian man can't be skeptical, right? But we as a black community, we tend to be more skeptical of when authority sources tell us like things that we should believe is a fact. You get what I mean? So what I'm saying is I think it's kind of convenient. Now, no disrespect to that 10% of me to think the Earth might be round, because I'm 90%, 10% round, and 90% flat Earth, because that like whack ass fucking Artemis 2 pictures of Earth, right? I don't know about all that, but they have the black guy will go up to space. Fair enough. If the Earth is round and he's just an astronaut and he go into space, fair enough. I'm glad to see a brother win it. But I just can't believe I can't deny what my eyes see when they send those images and it just ain't consistent.
Yeah, and the last batch of Artemis images that they sent from a couple years ago were bad.
Bro, I wasn't keeping up with it until recently.
Yeah, the last a couple years ago, the last set of images and video we got, it was just as bad, if not worse. I mean, they still showed like the camelback saddle shaped horizon of the Earth, and then they had image texture maps bleeding through each other, like the moon bleeding through the Earth. It's like, how does that happen with the camera? And there's some things that we found that were more technical in nature, like examining more forensically the imagery you'd see. They would employ anti-aliasing for all the solid objects, but then for shadows and effects, they turned off anti-aliasing, which is exactly what I would do if I was trying to save on like video RAM, computer resources and stuff, so that I could produce CGI without glitching and without a low frame rate. There's also some distortion from anisotropic filtering that wasn't coming through correctly either. So yeah, more of the same garbage, man. Just more CGI. What they'll do is they'll show you purposefully crappy CGI to say, hey, yeah, this is just a computer simulation while we wait for the capsule to go to the moon. So you get to watch this 1995 era 3D stuff. And right, so now you're like acclimated to this because now you're used to seeing crappy old school 3D graphics. And then when it's time for them to go live and they want to show you the good stuff, they'll show you modern 3D graphics and then pass it off as reality. But because you've been desensitized, or rather sensitized to shitty graphics, you're not used, your brain is going to be much more accepting of this imagery and footage as real, even though it's also generated on a computer, because you're expecting worse.
That actually makes sense because that actually that does make sense, because if you were to make people think that a fake image is real, you would send like a worse version of that image beforehand to say, oh, this is like what it's probably gonna look like roughly, kind of thing.
Yeah, and this is something that they've done repeatedly. So yeah, the prior Artemis did this. They showed for like a day or two with the live stream really crappy CGI, and then they flipped to the really good CGI and told you it was real. But the India moon mission did the same thing. They showed really crappy like 1995 CGI, and then they switched to the fake stuff, which looked much more realistic. And everybody's like, "Oh my gosh, it's on the moon!"
They got Indians going to space now, bro?
Yeah, that was India. They actually did this for the Apollo program back in the 60s and early 70s. What they did is they showed like a crappy miniaturized model of this thing. And they actually wrote the word simulation at the bottom. And they threw this up for a couple days while everybody waited for the moon lander to go to the moon. And then when they landed on the moon, they switched to their janky film studio. So they sensitize you to the crappy art, and then they switch it up, and then they show you the really good art, and then you'll accept it as true.
I'm just trying to understand, like, how do so many people fall for that moon landing stuff? How so many people?
Yeah.
It's like so many people believe.
Yeah, I think it's social pressure, dude. It's society. Like everybody else believes it's true. So it's that social conformity, right? Like peer pressure. If I don't go along with this, people are going to think I'm a denier and I'm crazy, but everybody else seems to go along with it. So,
oh no, I'm going to let them know. I'm going to let them know I think that shit fake.
Yeah, I mean, people like you are in the minority, obviously.
Ain't that the truth, bro?
But in this case, though, like it really comes down to social conformity. I mean, I personally don't know if any of this stuff is true, but everybody else around me seems to think it is. And then I talk to people and find out, like, my neighbor built a widget, a screw that went on the original Apollo mission like 50 years ago.
Yeah.
And now his whole family and his whole company and business, and for the last several decades, they all believe in the moon landings much more, because why, Jimmy's dad over there and his company, they built the damn screw that went on the moon lander. Why would they lie? Why would they buy something that they don't really use, folks?
They was really tripping back then. And they're trying to make me believe that they don't got no computers back then, but they're going to send a man to space, to the moon.
Yeah, there's that going on too. They had, I'm sure they had amazing computing power, and basically they just needed an entire stadium to do the same thing that you're doing with your cell phone, but they could still do it.
Yeah. I don't know about all that, though. To the moon, bro?
Yeah, to the moon.
Like, next they're going to be saying, like, bro, we've been to Antarctica, center of Antarctica and back. Next they're going to be saying that shit.
They've already done.
What, they've already said that they've been to center of Antarctica?
Oh yeah, not only that, but they built a high-tech facility there, huge, they said.
Bro.
It's called the Amundsen Scott Base.
Oh, bro, for real? They got another film set, bro.
Dude, yeah, they claim 90 degrees south, smack dab in the middle of Antarctica. They got the base, and it's an American base.
But why always gotta be us tripping? Why always gotta be our country that's tripping, bro?
Because America's the best. That's why NASA was founded, to keep the world tripping over America's progress, whether or not it actually happens. Right? They're selling technology that may not even exist. That's the whole point of the space race, NASA, and all of it.
Bro, we all just like, we as Americans, we all just like con man, bro.
Yeah, America has been conning the world. Yep. I mean, at least within the last like 80 to 100 years, maybe more like 70 to 80 years for sure.
Oh, they be conning black folk even before that, bro. They were conning black folk into picking cotton and shit, bro. For the massa, you know, American be fucking conning, bro, since day one. Well, maybe not day one.
Look at it.
A couple days after day one, they started like conning people, bro. Just not always, bro.
Maybe been picking cotton, but at least they got real food and they didn't get chemtrails sprayed. I mean, what are we doing now? How many of our jobs are like fake jobs? Don't really do anything.
Wait, is you talking about like they got real food so that slavery wasn't that bad because they got real food?
I'm comparing it to the food we got now. Do you think McDonald's is not slave food?
I mean, I rather something slightly more unhealthy for me than to get whipped to death for not doing my work correctly.
Well, then you just have to put in your 2 weeks notice to the slave driver and then go find a competitor to work for, right? It's that easy.
No, but I'm talking about like back in slavery days. Like,
I know. I was too. I was joking.
I guess you, bro.
I mean, right now, I would say like the physical struggles that we deal with today, white, black, I don't care who you are, and in America, you're struggling. The physical struggles today are nothing like that they were under slavery back then. That's true. But the psychological struggles today, spiritual struggles today that we're dealing with, I think today are a lot more profound, a lot deeper, difficult to grapple with than they were back then for blacks under slavery.
I even think like the funny struggles are kind of like bad today, bro. Like the funny struggles weren't that bad back then, but the funny struggles is bad today.
Yeah.
Like now you got like what's the name of it? Like transvestites. You got them now today and all that. And like people really trying to make me believe in that stuff, bro. I'm like, bro, what? Don't make no damn sense. Like you're gonna tell me that first of all, you're gonna tell me that a man went to the moon in the 1960s. You're gonna tell me that men could become women, women could become men. Gonna be telling me all this and gonna be expecting me to be like, oh yes, yeah, no, that's true, that's true, that's true. It's like, nah. I know what real is, bro. I ain't tripping. Hey buddy, why you talking so much in the chat, bro? But you ain't speaking. You ain't speaking in like the chat. You was typing a lot, but you ain't speaking.
Because I've got something happening in the background at the moment.
Oh. I mean, I don't care, bro. You can have background noise. I don't care.
No, but my missus in the background does.
Oh. And y'all see the Lakers last game?
I'm sorry. Gave up on pro sports.
You don't watch no basketball?
No basketball, no football, nothing. Nope, gave up. It's all woke. It's all garbage. It's all fake.
I don't know if it's fake, bro. I don't know if the basketball is fake.
Yeah, probably not. I'd rather play like NBA Jam, or something.
What y'all say?
I'd rather play Madden than watch football.
Oh, it's the real thing, though.
Yeah.
Did you play football in high school?
No. No, man, I was a nerd.
Nerd. Well, you was lucky I didn't shove your ass in a locker, bro. Nah, I wouldn't be tripping. I wouldn't be tripping. But maybe I'll give you a swirly or something, bro.
Okay. If I let you do that, you can protect me.
Hell nah, bro. The fuck?
No. See, this is how it works. Right? By you offering protection, and I, as a bully magnet, I give you excuses to go beat the crap out of people who attack me. How about that? Wouldn't that be fun?
Nah, I think I'm just gonna shove your ass in the locker and leave, bro.
All right, fine.
Yeah, but how you're going to attract other bullies? You don't have any bait anymore. You've just locked it in the locker.
Right. You need some deal flow, man. You need to get your opportunity flow going.
Hey,
got to have your pipelines of income.
I think y'all is overthinking it a little bit, bro.
Oh yeah, we sure are. I said I was a nerd.
I think you was. I just shove your ass in the locker and leave, bro.
I know. I'm thinking about you, like in your well-being, because what happens next, right? You got to find somebody else to pick on, but you could use me to be that guy to go attract all the other people.
Bro, I'll go play football afterward. I'll go play football. I'll go play basketball. I'll go play football or basketball because I play on the football team, bro. So I would go play football or basketball.
Football. Go play football.
Balls.
Bro, shut yo. Bro is tripping over here, bro. Football. World Cup. World Cup. World Cup. World Cup. It's time to play football. World Cup. Who y'all got for the World Cup 2028? No, 2026? Yeah, see, this year, yeah.
2028?
No, it's 2026, bro. World Cup 2026. Who you got? Who y'all got?
Probably going to be like Brazil.
Brazil, bro. I bet on Brazil. Back in 2022, them motherfuckers lost. I ain't got no faith in them in my Brazilian brethren anymore, bro.
I put them gone.
Hey, Yoder's Butthurt Creamery. Can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah.
Were you one of them kids that you would walk around with like the books in your arms and then like someone would go by and like knock the books out your hands?
Oh, yeah, that's happened before. Yep.
Yeah. I don't mean to laugh, bro. I don't mean to laugh, bro. But that shit kind of funny. That shit kind of, bro is a Disney Channel nerd, bro. It's a Disney Channel nerd. Oh, bro, I'm crying, bro. That shit funny as fuck. He said, "Hey, look like you drop your books, nerd." Oh, geez, sorry, fellas.
Man, you just sparked a memory like college pranks, dude. Like one of my roommates showed me this one. So he peed in a Frisbee, like flipped the Frisbee upside down like a dog bowl and peed in it and put it in his freezer. It's like, where's this gonna
That
go?
shit is disgusting, bro.
Where's this I'll tell you where it goes. I'll tell you where it goes. You pull out the frisbee with the frozen pea disc in it, and you twist it like you're cracking ice cubes out of an ice tray. And so what he did is he pulled it out. It's like, watch this, and he cracked it. So you have like pea shatter shards, and then he started flinging them under the door of this asshole that was next door to him in the dorms. He's like, watch this. It's going to melt. The guy's going to wake up in the morning and be like, how the hell did I get all this piss all over my floor?
Nasty ass. Only the white folk, bro. Only
that's how the white nerds prank people.
Bro, y'all is the same people that they go up to you as locker rooms, bro, and they be like, hey, don't come into school tomorrow, bro.
Right.
So somebody made fun of my Yu-Gi-Oh card. Don't come into school tomorrow.
So he said that does that mean Pokemon Club is canceled, guys? Pokemon Club can't cancel tomorrow.
Wait, hold on. Last, I don't know how Yoda is so cool about him. Lol, I feel like fucking him up right now. Last, you ain't gonna do shit, bro. Pipe down, bitch ass. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, I'm trying to think, bro. Bro really is like a Disney Channel nerd, huh? It's like, bro, I'm trying to think of a character, bro. I'm trying to think of the nerd characters. Bro, it's Milhouse from The Simpsons, bro. Milhouse.
Yeah, like Milhouse mixed with Napoleon Dynamite. How about that?
Oh, bro, I don't know who that. I don't know who that is. Napoleon. I don't know who that is. But...
I know Napoleon Dynamite. Okay, well, you got homework to do. Napoleon, like the dictator. Dynamite, like the explosion.
I don't know, bro. Well, anyway. Yo, do you ever stand up to your bullies, though? You ever stand up to them?
Oh, yeah, I did. I'm not going to talk about it in here, though.
bro, he shut up in school, bro. He shut up in school, bro.
Do you guys believe in flat Earth?
Hey, man, it's more than a belief now. Some people used to start off believing it, but they don't have to anymore. You know why you don't have to anymore?
Why?
You don't have to believe it when you actually go out and measure it and you figure it out and you know it yourself. Then you don't have to believe it.
Okay, that's not my point. I was just asking. So you guys believe that Earth is flat?
Yeah, and my point is, it's more than a belief, baby. This is actually happening. This is real. And we're here to talk about it.
We in it, bro. We in it.
So you guys are 100% sure that Earth is flat?
Yeah, and actually, this is one of the fewest things in this life that I am most sure of.
So you're just sure. No, like proof with us. You're just sure in yourself
tons
that
of proof. Like, yeah, man, tons of proof. This isn't about like beliefs and theories.
Calculations, bro.
Look. Okay.
You got the calculations.
So those are just theoretical. Yeah, look. Flat earthers say that the sphere theories calculations are false. The sphere earthers say that flat earth calculations are false. So why do you incline to believe that Earth is flat when there are so many proofs that Earth is sphere?
There really isn't that. There isn't the proof that you think that exists out there. In fact, I challenge you to give me one measurement of the globe. Just one globe measurement. You can even use GPS. Show me how GPS measures curvature of the Earth.
When did I say I'm a sphere Earth believer? I never said I'm a sphere Earth believer.
Only curves I'll be seeing, bro, is my fat ass homeboy walk around the curve, bro. His fat ass fucking be sending tectonic plates and shit around the place, bro.
Okay, okay. So you asked me for a reason why, why I believe Earth is
Bro,
sphere,
ain't
and I
nobody
said
care,
I'm not.
bro.
Okay. What did you say again?
Nobody care, bro. You was
What?
yapping now, bro. You was yapping, But I would say in your accent, you was yapping, I'm saying it in your
Okay.
accent.
It didn't seem like he was yapping, but okay, whatever.
No, you is yapping, bro.
Oh, I didn't even say anything. Okay, whatever, bro.
Last, shut your bitch ass up. You won't even get on the microphone, bitch. Shut your bitch ass up. I
Hey,
own you, bitch.
there's no need to be insulting.
Oh, why so much hate, man?
Because
I did not even say
Last
anything. What
talking
the
shit
hell?
in the chat, bro. Last is talking shit in the chat. And
What?
he ain't gonna say nothing, bro. He just gonna chat. He just gonna cry in the chat, bro. Cry in the chat.
Your time here is running out.
Grandpa, if the Earth is flat, I'm sorry, dear. You lost me at if.
Hey, I made like building 7 and pulled it. July, we're interested in having conversations with people that want to talk about the topic, not having people like you talk over them and shout them down and try to act tough like you could take lats on. Lats could bench press you while you're still on the ground. Figure that one out. All right, other kid, if you're still here, what was your question?
The Kumite. You have entered the Kumite. Van Damme's wheel kicks are pretty freaking cool. But it's also a great way to get your nuts smashed in with the fat fist.
Hey, do you guys know why Mayweather fought Conor McGregor? Or was it Floyd? I can't remember. Whichever one of those guys fought Conor McGregor. Do you know why fight boxing rules? Floyd Mayweather, right? Yeah, he made Conor McGregor fight in boxing rules because if he fought him in open combat rules, he would have got destroyed in like 3 seconds flat.
Well, I can't have a repeat of was that Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield? People paying $50 pay-per-view to go watch. It was over in like 2 minutes.
I liked in the in the UFC when they didn't have any weight classes, and the Royce Gracie smaller jiu-jitsu guy would just be taking on giant guys.
Man, that was the best. Yeah, like UFC 1 through 4. Yeah, man. The first UFC. I think somebody died in the first UFC or something, right? Like maybe before
sure.
like UFC 0. Yeah, there's one of the standout matches was the Kempo karate guy Keith Hackney. I don't know if anyone remembers these names. Went up against a sumo wrestler, like UFC 1 or 2. Like it's like a 300-pound weight difference. And Keith Hackney just started wailing on the guy. Like Chong Quan palm punching the guy's nuts over and 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 over. Like, well, I guess that's one way to win.
But there's another match where there was a much bigger guy, and the other guy, he rolled over on him on the ground, and then he just elbowed his head like 10 times in less than a second, and the guy was just totally done.
Yeah. I remember that too. It's just like over and over. Yeah.
And the jiu-jitsu and the wrestling is killing it right now. It's the most effective self-defense that I'm seeing right now.
What's that? Just regular wrestling?
Wrestling and jiu-jitsu.
Yeah,
it's dominating mixed martial arts right now. People are only doing stand-up for like aesthetics.
Yeah, you got to get to the ground at some point.
And I like to be able to submit without leaving any marks. You'll just get sued these days for defending yourself.
Nah, dude, you got to submit without leaving anything. It's called vaporization.
No
give me,
evidence.
give me a DM. Listen, bro, give me a DM and I'll hook you up with some augments. Get the little vaporization cannon in your femur bone. So when you go to do a knee, it just blasts them into oblivion.
As long as it's low temperature.
Yeah.
Like he was never born.
Did you ever have a bee come over and check you out while you're closing off his house? Like, you know, you're building something and you put up some tape or some board and you know that that's where the bee used to live. And he's coming by and he's like trying to tell you, you know what, bro, I could just sting your ass right now if I wanted to. Then I'm like, yeah, that's cool and all. I could just bee spray your whole hive, sucker.
Hello, flat earthers. How are all of you doing today?
We're good, thanks, man.
Hey,
Very well, thank you.
Hey, nice.
You think the Earth is flat or round?
I believe it's round, but I also believe in saying hi to people and asking if they're okay.
What was the second part of what you said?
I like to be nice. Even though I like different opinion, I like to come in here and be nice to y'all and ask how's your day been occasionally.
I see. What evidence do you have that it's round?
NASA told me. Okay.
That's it?
Nah. Let me grab video.
Oh, I can't watch any video. I'm actually working right now.
I mean, okay, I have a quick question. You know the flat Earth model where there's a sun and a moon and it goes around?
I don't know any flat Earth model.
Okay, let me see if I can get like a model up real quick. So, in the most basic way, this.
So you're looking at a map that was created by looking at angles to the North Star. You know that, right?
Yeah.
So, do you know what an angle is?
Yes.
Can you tell me?
90 degrees, 75 degrees. It's a corner, basically.
Yeah, those are an example of angles, but what does it mean to have an angle? What there are requirements.
It just has to be a geometric figure formed by two rays called sides and arms that share a common endpoint known as a vertex.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. I do appreciate it. So, so two straight lines meeting at a vertex, right?
Yeah.
You can say, yeah, two straight lines. That's how you have an angle, right? So when you look at that map that you sent a picture of, those are all made using two straight lines with the ground as a baseline and an angle to the North Star Polaris. So it's all measured flat, and then they put it through some formula to make it a sphere. And what you're showing me is just what we've mapped. No one is claiming that it's something floating in some second law of thermodynamic violating space vacuum.
I thought you didn't believe in space.
Yeah, so that picture you sent me, like it's just something floating in space. I don't know what, you know. No one says that. All you did was show me a map that was made using flat Earth angle measurements to Polaris.
So my entire point is, if the Earth is flat, then how isn't it constantly daytime everywhere? Because in like the example of, the Earth is flat, then there'd be light radiating from the sun and it would go everywhere.
So it doesn't make sense to you that if you are further away from a light source, it'll get more dim?
Yes, but when a light source is very, very bright, like the sun is, then it shouldn't happen.
So the light should just go everywhere. So if I have a bright lamp, it should light up the whole neighborhood?
Depending on how bright it is and the lumens of it, yes.
what about atmospheric conditions that can make the light get less as it gets to you?
It's more likely it'll bounce around, and that will happen, and it'll get slightly less, aka from the water particles.
Yeah, so as you get further away from the light source, it gets more dim. That's the inverse square law of light. So even if it's a flat plane, the sun is getting further from your location. It's going to get more dim. It's not going to stay lit up everywhere, especially when you have atmospheric conditions on top of it.
The sun is unmatchably bright, emitting 3.572 times 28, 36 octillion lumens in its brightest object in the sky, when approximate magnitude of minus 26.74, making it 13 billion times brighter than Sirius, the next brightest star on Earth. It's about what's for atmospheric filtering.
But it's funny how when we start to speak about the nature of the ground we're standing on, you guys like to just start talking about lights in the sky.
Yeah, because I feel like that's the main thing what also disproves it. Because if the sun is that bright, which is the brightest thing we've observed, therefore, logic dictates it should light up majority of the Earth if it was flat, aka all of it. But seeing as though it's round, it's only focusing on certain parts of the Earth.
Again, if I move the lamp in a room, it's going to light up a different part of the room. It's not going to light up the whole room equally. And that's, again, the inverse square law of light. So the location of the light changes, so does the intensity of the light.
But when it's to a point of the lumens, what it is at, then realistically atmosphere differences won't play that much of a role in it.
And distance, inverse square law of light. Distance. But again, you're disproving the ground because of lights in the sky. It doesn't work that way. So do you have any measurements of curvature? Do you have any drop over distance measurements?
I was once at a beach at the UK, and I saw a boat go over, and I had a quite powerful telescope what can reach up to... What's the closest, closest planet? It'll be, yeah, I could see Mercury and I could see Mars from it.
You saw a light in the sky?
I could see a rounded object, what was semi-bright, but also had some detail from Mercury and Mars, but I also used that to look at a boat what was going over the water.
And that can't happen on a flat surface?
It can't go over it. It can't. If it's perfectly flat, the Earth, then of course the boat will not go over, and you'll be able to see it.
Mm-hmm. So we have a limit to our ability to resolve objects. So if you're looking at light posts or like a railroad track that's going straight, the perception is that it comes to a point. So as things get further away, our ability to resolve the objects worsen. And so that's what's happening. And in addition to that, again, there are atmospheric conditions. There could even be mirages. Now, if you're claiming that that object is being hidden behind a geometric horizon, So then you can measure a specific drop over distance, especially if we have the given information and claim that the radius is 3959 miles. You understand?
Kind of getting it, kind of.
So you're saying it's going over a geometric horizon. That's the Earth curve. You should be able to actually measure that distance to the point where the horizon starts to obscure things. Okay? And using the radius of a 3959 mile radius, you can predict it. But when we go out and actually do these things, you don't actually see that. When you take a telescope or binoculars and you look out, you're seeing horizons well past what the geometric limitations would be.
It also depends on height, how high you are compared to the
You're right.
the object.
So you can just use a standard like 1 foot observer's height, and it should be 1.22 miles to the horizon when things start to get obscured at 8 inches per mile squared. So if you're just saying, let's say use 1 foot observer's height, we've seen horizons at 30 miles with nothing being obscured in between.
I do have a question though, real quick. Do you ever get like bullied for being like a flat earther? Or is it like, or do people not care about it?
Honestly, I probably am the one that does the bullying.
I'm about to say, because like the amount of arguments I've seen for like flat Earth is a lot, but the ones for like round Earth is also a lot, but they're a little bit more concise when I've actually read the papers.
Were you saying the globe Earth arguments are concise?
Yeah, they're a little
What's
bit more
gravity?
concise. Gravity is the force what pulls us down towards
Oh, it's
the
a
mass.
force. It hasn't been a force since 1915, dude. Now you're making up stuff. Editor of Scientific
Gravity is
American came out and said it's not a force.
Gravity is considered a fundamental force that pulls objects on energy towards each other. What daily experience and Newton's law treat as pulling force. Einstein general relativity describes as a curvature of space-time where mass detects how space.
So not a force. A curving of a concept, not a force. It's like a curvature of freedom. There's no curving. There's no way you can validate or demonstrate any of this curving. So, and again, it's not a force. It's not mass attracting mass. Modern scientists haven't ascribed to that since 1915. It's been superseded and it's well known to not be a force. So your papers are not concise. They're making up concepts and bending concepts and doing all this vague stuff to explain away stuff. Nothing is concise about it. All the measurements, all the maps are done using flat baselines. Celestial navigation's used with flat baselines. Everything measuring the Earth flat, that's concise. It's built on flat, it's used flat, everything is flat. Now you start going and putting it through calculations and concepts to try to make it round. That's not concise. So give me your best concise argument as to how it's measured spherical.
Just give me a second.
Sure.
Okay, I'll be right back. My mum's calling me.
Anytime.
Yeah.
All right, Jelly wants to talk.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Good evening, guys. Today, we agree that Earth is flat or the Earth is spherical.
What do you experience?
I think the Earth is like a pizza spinning in the microwave, and Saturn is a rogue pizza.
So, no, listen, my friend. Just because someone says that they think that the surface that they live on is plain or flat, right, does not necessarily and instantly mean that they think that they live on an object within a heliocentric paradigm, like within that kind of universe, right? So you're including more than needs to be. Just look at the surface. We're just talking about the surface for starters. All right. So what can we observe about the surface of the Earth? Let's start there. Let's actually describe it, like as from our everyday experience, being on it. What does it look like? Yeah, that was a question to you, SLC.
If you closely, the Earth has the edge, and pizza has only two.
Is it SLC? Is it that you don't understand what I'm saying, or is it that I don't understand what you're saying? What's the disconnect here? What's the problem?
I am beginning English, then it's the reason I.
Okay, all right. So I was asking you, how would you describe the surface of the Earth as you experience it? Forget about what anybody's told you, right? Just let's just look out and describe what you see. If someone was to ask you, describe the surface of the Earth as you see it, what would you tell them? Right. Maybe did SLC. It's okay for you to say, I don't understand what you're saying. But since you're speaking and I'm responding, right, it'd be nice if you reciprocated and responded to me in return and addressed what I said. Even if it is, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. I mean, it's rude just to remain silent. Okay, all right. You're a bit busy in the background. I understand. That's fine. All right. I'll give you a minute. You let us know when you're ready to talk.
cannot measure a globe, and nobody ever has.
Why?
Because Earth is flat.
No, why can't you measure a globe?
There's no globe to measure.
But if there was a globe, you could measure it, right?
In principle, yes.
Okay, so it's not like a globe is an unmeasurable thing.
No,
okay.
In fact, that's the other side claims that the globe is impossible to measure from the surface of the Earth. But if you actually look at the mathematics, it should be easily measurable. We say, hey, if it was a globe, we'd be able to easily measure that the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. But it doesn't curve at all, at any rate. 8 inches per mile squared or any other amount.
You're right. It is possible to measure the globe on the surface of the globe, which we've been doing for several thousands of years.
Oh, really? Lovely.
I don't see.
Okay, do you have any receipts? Can you show us the bill?
No.
Then how do you know that to be true?
Depends on how deep you want to go into it.
I'm just asking you how you know. You made a statement that this has been measured for thousands of years, and I asked you how you know that's true. And because Yoder just asked you, do you have any receipts for that? And you said no. That means you don't have any evidence to support what you believe to be true.
What
you want to go deep? Listen, I was just talking about 3 Babylonian astronomers from the 800s to 700s BC.
Okay.
So we can go deep.
No,
Dude, I just posted in the chat fucking Al-Biruni's method. And Terence Tao, who is a Fields Medal winner and is freaking considered one of the most brilliant mathematicians in the world, it's just like gobbledygooked. How'd they measure the height of the mountain? Oh, they might have walked around it, and you just do a lot of trig.
I heard that when he was saying that. I was watching that. I was like, "Oh no, this is what 240 IQ gets you nowadays."
Yeah, not very freaking much.
It needs to be 270, I guess, to cross this line.
So back to the receipts thing, and
yeah, the measurement part.
By proxy, the evidence, right? You asked me for.
Yeah, the measurements, right?
Right. So what would constitute as a sufficient enough evidence for you?
Measurements. How many times I got to say it? Measure the surface of the Earth and measure it such that it's curving. That would be the evidence. Because that's a true dichotomy, right? If the Earth is flat, it's going to measure to be flat. If the Earth is a ball, the surface is going to measure to be curving. One excludes the other.
Not really, but continue.
No, so you can have a flat ball?
No, you can't have a flat ball.
The topology mismatch between a curving surface and a flat one has been known for like 2,000 years.
Depending on your perspective, you can be so small that the plane around you feels like it's not curving.
Well, that's why we operate at sufficient scale where that's not a factor.
Okay.
Well, so the thing that you said, nobody claimed, you didn't say nobody claimed it. The thing that you were just saying about it being immeasurable, now that's what you're claiming.
How?
Now it just became immeasurable again because we can't see it from the surface of the Earth because we're too small.
Imagine thinking that your proof for a globe is how flat it is.
What?
Imagine thinking that your proof of a big globe is by how flat it is and how much you can't determine it to be a globe.
Well, if your judgment is only by seeing it, you can't. But measurement is not only seeing, right?
No, seeing is not measurement at all.
Yes, that's what I mean.
What can you measure with your eyeballs?
When you look around, it feels flat.
Maybe.
You can't get any units, right? The only units you can get are angles. You can't get any units like feet, inches, rate of curvature. You can't get any of those fixed because your individual perspective will change what that looks like. So railroad tracks, even though they're in parallel, they look like they're converging to a point, right? So you can't use just simply seeing to reach conclusive ideas. Now, the Earth looks flat. Yeah, that's a good starting point, but that's not 100% dispositive. Now you said, "Hey, dude, a giant ball would also look flat." Okay, show us that the Earth's a giant ball that just happens to look flat.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. What would be showing to you? What do you mean by show me?
Measurements that the surface of the Earth is curving.
What does that mean?
Okay, so if you take a straight line, like a level line, a straight line, and extend it out in some distance, you can, if you measured along that line, the distance from that line to the surface of the Earth, it would increase with distance at a certain rate. So if I shoot a laser, 40 kilometers, the distance of the laser from the surface of the Earth should increase up to a certain amount.
No.
What do you mean, no? No?
Because lasers don't work
Measuring
like
a
that.
ball that looks flat, lazy. Isn't that the task? Measure a ball that looks flat?
No, because lasers don't work like that. Light doesn't work like that.
How does it work? Tell us, please.
Well, it will curve only if you have a black hole that is sufficiently enough covered to curve it. So.
What the fuck's in my coffee? Did I just
Black
really
hole?
hear that?
Yeah, where's the black hole
Spiked
now?
my coffee, dude. Who spiked my coffee?
Since there is no black hole, the laser would go straight out to the fucking cosmos.
Okay.
This guy is a nice little comedic interlude for this evening. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Is your laser going to go straight?
Yeah, because light doesn't bend around
Right,
objects
okay.
any other than.
Alright, I'll post the
black
diagram in the
holes.
side chat for you.
I got one. That one? Is that where you're going to post, D-Dub?
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah.
Yeah. So can you look in the side text chat, buddy? This is the idea right here. So I measure the height of the laser above the surface, right? And it gets bigger.
Yeah.
So 10 miles away from the laser source, it should be one height. And then 40 miles away, it should be a greater height.
That's exactly how it works.
Okay, but that's not what's measured in reality.
Have you done that?
Personally, I've not personally done a laser test, but I've done other tests.
Like what?
Observations of ships sailing away.
Okay, tell me about it.
Okay, so for instance, I went to the beach, Boston Harbor. I watched a ship that was 6 miles away, a container ship, sail from 6 miles to 30 miles. This is testing the idea that ships disappear over the horizon of the Earth. Now, at 30 miles, that ship should have been 420 feet under the curvature of the Earth and should never have been visible. I could see it with my naked eye from 30 miles. Now, the ship was tracked with an app called marinetraffic.com, and you can look up the specific tracking instrument. This is tracked by a marine radar tracking station out of Gloucester, Massachusetts, which is also 30 miles away from where the ship was.
Okay.
So the globe Earth predicts that that ship is going around the curve of the Earth in such a way that eventually the Earth itself will block my view of it. Well, that didn't happen.
That's a peculiar thing to say.
So DJ just posted laser test. So this laser test was done in Lake Isomere, and this is it's 5 tests, 3, and then 3 weeks later they went back and they replicated 2 of them, the 2 longest ones. It's 40 kilometers from basically a 1.92 meter laser height. It goes 40 kilometers and is picked up at 1.5 meters off the water. So the globe prediction is that laser's for 127 meters in the air. Okay, the only way you should see this laser, according to the globe, is being on top of a 44-story building.
Can I ask you one thing you mentioned before about the ship? So you said it was. Fuck, I'm bad with miles.
I got pictures I can show you if you want.
No, I want the. Okay, it was 30 miles, right? I'm trying to.
That's 30 miles from where I was. Yes.
The picture. So
48 kilometers. Okay.
30 miles.
48 kilometers.
From you. So
15 feet above sea level.
So the curvature, if I remember that right, is. So the curvature from you to the ship was about 600 feet at that point.
Yeah, tallest ship in the world is 220 feet. Or 280, my bad. So it wasn't that ship, A, and even if it was, should have been not visible. I know what ship it was. It's called the Ever Living. I can post a picture of the ship too.
I mean, I love ships, but I don't think that's.
Well, the ship's about 120 feet above from the sea level to the top of the ship. Look, you can just go on Google, Earth Curve Calculator, punch in 15 feet viewer height, 30 miles object distance, and it's going to spit out 420 feet obscured. Obscured, hidden. You know, we have so many pieces of evidence like this, it's silly to even fixate on one. The laser test was carefully controlled. They had meteorological stations at both ends of the laser. And they have actual direct measurements, meaning they took a freaking tape measure to measure how high the laser was. Okay, so they have actual measurements of the laser. It shows that the surface of the Earth and the laser have to be running in parallel, and one can't be straight and the other curved.
It should be noted that the engineers conducting this observation and measurement have demonstrated competence in their respective fields.
Nice. That's peculiar. I've never heard about it. That's cool.
Oh, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Okay, I'm going to actually post the PDF, which was the report that they made on all of them. Now, this PDF has 7 measurements. 2 were in Lake Balaton, Hungary. They weren't really long enough to be conclusive, but the ones they did in like IJsselmeer in the Netherlands, those were, like I said, 41 kilometers. They did that twice. It's like 40.7 kilometers, something like that. And they did intermediate distances, right? So they went from, they had the laser set up, and they had a method in which they could rotate the laser. So they went to points that were differing distances away. Right? So I think they started at like 19 kilometers, or started like, I think it was like 12 kilometers, and then out to like 19 kilometers, and then 40 kilometers. They just like rotated the laser. That's all they had to do is go bank, bank, bank. EJ, you still here?
This,
EJ, show that laser, show the 21 mile one. The freaking Salt Lake City with the, you know, the one you always show. I like that one.
Yeah, I got it here. Is who are we talking to?
Lazy Leo.
Lazy Leo. You there, dude? You listening?
I am.
Okay, well, right. So here's an observation done over the Great Salt Lake in Utah. It's a good place to do observations because it's very dry. Very dry environment, so you can see a long distance. Okay, so I'm going to put a clip from a full-length video in the chat. So there's a full-length, high-definition video that goes along with this observation that I'm going to show you. Okay, so in this observation, the guy sets his camera up on a tripod on one side of the lake, and there's a distance of 21 miles across to the other side of the lake. Okay, so we can calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance. Right, you following along?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah. So have a look at the example in the side chat there. Okay, so he set his camera up at 5 foot height. Okay, so based off your observation height, the horizon on a globe should be at a certain distance away from you.
5 kilometers.
No, he set his camera up at 5 foot height.
I don't care what he said. The horizon for an average person is 5 kilometers away.
Right. So from a 5 foot observation height, it's 2.7 miles, 2.73 miles, which is like 4 and a bit kilometers, I think.
No, it should be higher. It should be further.
Yeah, I'll put the math in the side chat.
It doesn't matter anyway.
if
The
average height
horizon's
of a
over
person
20 miles away. I mean, you guys are equivalent about freaking minor detail.
Yeah, here we go. Right, it's in Imperial. Okay, so from a 5-foot observation height, the horizon would be 2.7 miles away. Okay, but in this observation, we're not seeing any horizon at all over the entire 21-mile lake. Okay, and the target's the shoreline on the other side.
Just wait. Let me. I'm bad with Imperial, so I have to recalculate that.
Sure.
Fuck. Let me. Is it showing miles? Yeah. So mile.
4.3 kilometers.
Yeah, which kind of works backwards. Seems to me. Because if you're standing on the ground and your horizon is 5 kilometers away, if you go higher, your horizon should be moving farther from you, not closer.
Correct.
So why is it closer then?
What are you talking about?
It says the horizon distance is 2.7 miles, which is 4.3 kilometers, not 5. And he's not standing on the surface level, he's 5 foot higher. So
the average man isn't 5 feet. Brother, an average man isn't 5 feet tall.
Yeah, so
I fucking hope not, dude.
Where is his camera set?
The horizon distance of 3 miles is for a 6-foot man.
Right, so this is the camera setup, dude. Have a look at the camera setup. Okay, so he's just got it 5 foot high above the surface of the water. Okay, if you're 6 foot tall, it's 3 miles away. But if it's 5 foot tall, it's a bit closer. It's 2.7 miles away. All right, so the horizon would be where the line, where the sky and the ground should be.
Okay.
What's that?
Okay, no, I just.
You just said that's where the camera is.
Set up in the mind. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, right. Just let me go through it really quickly with you. I won't be long. Okay, so he's got a buddy over on the other side of the lake. Okay, so I just want to show you what it looks like over there. So this is a close-up of where he's going to be zooming into 21 miles away. So 21 miles, that's about 34 kilometers approximately. Okay, so this is what it looks like all the way over on the other side of the lake. And the target's going to be this shoreline. Okay, also take note of the white tower that's in the background there as well, because you're going to see that when he zooms in.
Oh.
All right, so now I'm going to show you a screenshot of when he zooms in from where that camera is situated. Okay, and then he does the observation again at nighttime. Okay, so here's 2 comparisons, daytime and nighttime from 21 miles away. And then you can see what it looks like close up in the image above it. Okay, so what we can see is that we can see the base of the tower, we can see the shoreline underneath the tower.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And we don't see any sign of a horizon or any obstruction over the entire surface of the water. Now, if the Earth were a globe, there should be 223 foot of obstruction. Okay, so the shoreline should have a hidden height of 223 feet. So the horizon should be at about 2.7 miles. And then you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon. Okay, all the rest of the water. Yeah, hold on
I
a second.
have no idea what he's measuring, but I have seen similar things where the horizon does occur. So.
Why are you doing that? What is with this? Some of the people that come in here, it's mind blowing.
It is.
Lick a high knee ho.
Lick a hiney? Please don't look any heinies. The question here, Lazy Leo, I don't think you understand, is the horizon distance. Where the horizon is, how far away it is from the camera. The globe makes one prediction that you guys just laid out. But we observed that there's no visible horizon at all. Meaning that globe prediction, which should be like halfway up the water here, that horizon doesn't exist in this in these images.
Yeah, that's the only thing you can say.
Yeah, no, the 220 feet of curve that should be blocking that tower in that city and every other thing, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So what he should see on a globe is he should see a water horizon. And then like the top of that tower sticking up from behind it. That's what he should see. Just the tower. None of these lights, none of the shoreline, none of that stuff should be visible at all. All he should see is a water edge, right? Just like you do at the ocean, a water horizon with a tower sticking out from behind it. That's what he should see if the Earth was a globe of 3,959-mile radius.
Peculiar.
Yeah, look, here's another really easy to follow analogy as well, or just a hypothetical. Okay, you know the boat, the Titanic, right? A giant ship.
Yeah.
The Titanic, yeah, it was about 175 foot tall. If the Titanic was where the camera is set up, okay, and then the guy's going to watch the Titanic sail away over to the other side of the lake where he's zooming into. Once the Titanic got to around 2.7 miles, okay, as it went beyond the horizon, the bottom of the Titanic would start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. Once the Titanic got to 10 miles, halfway across, the bottom 66 feet would be missing behind the curvature of the Earth, behind the horizon. Once the Titanic got to the other side of the lake, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. It would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth were a globe. That would have to happen if the Earth were a globe. But we're not seeing any curvature. We're not seeing any obstruction. And then he did it during the day. He did it again during the night. And then after they did that, they shot high-powered lasers across the surface of the water as well, towards each other, and they could both see each other's laser beam hitting the target on the other side. And I'll put the whole video for you.
You could go across this in a rowboat, and you'd see it all the way to the other side. You don't even need the Titanic. Freaking life raft would have worked. One of the Titanic life rafts wouldn't even be hidden in this video.
No, where are all the globe earthers coming out with this stuff and saying, shit, we just tried this thing, we shot lasers at each other, and the lasers just kept hitting the dirt in the middle of both of us.
So this is the thing. We could keep presenting one after the other of these long-distance observations or laser tests all day, all night. There's basically thousands of them at this point. What doesn't exist is a single observation throughout all of history that actually aligns with the globe.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I'm interested how and why does that work. Why do they schedule sunset dinners at different time on different heights of Burj Khalifa?
With the seasons?
Because the sunset.
No, he's asking about with the double sunset when you lay down and then stand up.
No, you don't lay down because the sunset.
Well, you know, they say you can do this laying down too. They say if you lay on your you can stand up, look at the sunset, or lay down, look at the sunset, and stand up and see another one.
Yeah, so it's like, how far away do you think the sun is, right? Like, sun's a far distance away.
I've asked you a different question.
How come without standing up? Hey, without standing up, how come I can move left to right my head by like 6 inches and look around a telephone pole that's like 500 feet away, and I can see like a whole mountain behind it?
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah, listen, there's path loss, okay, obstructing the light. So there is stuff in the far distance that you can't see because your eyes are too weak that's blocking the sun. And when you raise your elevation, you increase your angular field of view in the distance, and the sun reveals itself behind the obstructions. It's that simple.
All right. Sure.
Yeah.
I just posted a diagram in the chat.
I like the part when they go, sure. I like that part the best. That's my favorite.
Right. Well, I mean, what if there are 300-foot hills 200 miles away from you, right, towards the west where the sun is setting, and you are 150 feet high, and then you go up 400 feet and bam, you can see the sun. You can't see the hills because the hills are too small in your angular field of view to resolve, but because they're so far away, they're blocking out the sun. It's all merged into the horizon, right? Do you think the horizon's the curvature of the Earth?
Why? What do you think happens when the ships do disappear behind the horizon? Then
they don't.
I've never seen that.
Oh, so they never do that.
Not really. It's not really behind anything. It's just the horizon itself is not.
Look, dude. Dude, how big are they supposed to look at that distance? Tell me so I know I can get a ruler out and scale it, make sure you're right. How big should it look if I were to hold my fingers up and I could pinch them together? How far apart should I put my fingers?
No, I'm not asking you about the size. I'm asking you
half a millimeter, or like
no, wait,
1/10 of a millimeter.
Listen to my question. Doesn't matter how big it is. If you look at it and half of it is not visible to you because it's behind the horizon, why do you think that's the case?
Not behind anything. That's the problem. You're trying to include in your description to the explanation. You understand?
But you think that never happens?
Listen, I know that there's observations of a boat where you can only see half of it.
Okay, so
in the horizon is appears to be the dividing line between the bottom and the top. But the horizon's not the physical. Hold on. But the horizon's not the physical edge of a ball. We know this because the horizon moves around. So if we go out one day, right, and we have a buoy, and the horizon's at the buoy, and then the next day, the buoy's in front of the horizon. Then the next day, the horizon's in front of the buoy. Is the horizon physical? Obviously not. It's optical. It's created by meteorological conditions.
So
and typically, when you see this quote unquote cut off boat, there'll be an inferior mirage right on the horizon almost every single time. And you know what inferior mirage is? It's like a double image.
So it's
like a double image of something. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, I got you. I heard you.
And on top of that, we can replicate what that looks like on a scale which is impossible where it's Earth curve. For instance, we can take a lake. It's 1,000 feet long from a very low camera height, like 1.5 inches. Now, from the 1.5 inch camera height, the horizon should be 2,400 feet away. Now, remember that number, 2,400. Now, if the lake's 1,000 feet long, should there be a horizon on that lake? Of course not, right? The lake's too short. The horizon's 2,400 feet away. The lake's 1,000 feet long. Real simple. Should be no horizon on that lake. But guess what? You do this, there is horizons on those lakes. So the horizon can't be Earth curve. Can't be created by the curve of the Earth. It has to be an optical effect created by multiple factors. And it doesn't even... The fact remains that we don't even need to know why it happens. We can observe that it does happen, that the horizon moves around, it's never in the right place, and it's created by the meteorological conditions of the day. And it has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, because we can replicate it where the curvature of the Earth can't be a variable. You understand? If we do the exact same if we make it look exactly the same in nature, and we know the curvature of the Earth is not a variable that could be causing it, right? We don't need to know anything more than that. Say, hey, this can only happen on a flat Earth. This can only happen on a globe. This can't happen on a flat Earth. The ship's behind the horizon. But that's your conclusion, the ship's behind the horizon. All you can see is that there's a horizon cutting a boat in half. That's what you actually see.
Okay.
What do you say about that? We can replicate this when we know the curve. We can replicate this on a surface we know is flat, and it looks the same. It means that your preconceived notion about how things should look in nature is just actually wrong. So what people think is that if the Earth is flat and a boat sails away, I should be able to see the bottom of that boat for fucking 1,000 miles, which obviously is not the case. That's wrong. And the reason we know it's wrong is because we've demonstrated it on flat surfaces. That's not the way things look in reality. That's just a construct in people's mind based upon Euclidean geometry, right? So if you see a blueprint or graph paper, and I drew a little diagram, I draw a freaking flat surface. I draw a little stick figure on that, and I draw a little boat far away from the stick figure. And what people think is, if I can draw a line from the stick figure to the boat, then that person can see the boat. But that's not how vision works. And I already brought this up, the railroad tracks, right? If I took on that same graphic, if I drew railroad tracks, I would draw two lines that never touch each other. But the real world doesn't, but the way we see the world doesn't look like that. If I go look at railroad tracks, they appear to converge into a point at the horizon, right? So intuitively, what you think should happen is not what actually happens. And we can just demonstrate it. We don't have to even know why it happens. We can just show you that it does happen.
The railroad has to do with that. That's the perspective of how.
The railroad. It's an analogy. The railroad tracks. When you look at them, they look like they come together, right?
Well, that's how perspective works. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, exactly.
So
there'll be a minimum angle at which you can't see the surface of the water anymore. We can predict what that angle is. It's 0.02 degrees. That would be on a fucking perfect day, and perfect water and perfect everything, no air. Basically, an unrealistic situation. But if we go purely in the maximum hypothetical angle that you can see the surface of water standing on it, it's 0.02 degrees, right? So if I took your line of sight, right, if I drew a line from you to the water, and I measured the angle, the shallow angle that you're looking at some water, some distance away, the minimum angle you could see that water is 0.02 degrees. And we know what distance that is. It's easy to calculate. Coincidentally, it's 3.24 miles, which is the same as the 6-foot horizon distance on the globe, which is a weird coincidence. Just like if you look parallel to a table, if you had your kitchen table, right, and you lower your head to the table, there's a point where you're going to get so low you can't see the surface of the table, right? Without being under
the table. Okay.
No, if it's parallel. What if it's parallel?
What do you mean? Maybe I don't get.
What if your line of sight is parallel to the table?
Okay. So
can you see the table?
Well, the surface of the table or the table?
Yes, the surface of the table. If you lowered your eyes, you went down to the edge of your table, right, and you ducked down and lowered your eyes until your line of sight is parallel to the surface of the table. Can you see the surface of the table?
If it's parallel, then yes. But if you're at the same level,
you can see it if it's parallel?
You can, if it's parallel.
Okay, so parallel means that they don't intersect. So if your line of sight doesn't intersect the table, how do you see it?
What do you mean?
Okay. If I drew a line from so you got the surface of a table flat, right?
You don't only see in a straight line. You realize that, right?
What do you see in then?
Where light comes from all the directions into your eye.
Mm-hmm.
That's what allows you to see not only what's straight in front of you, but directly under your feet and above you, even when you're looking straight.
That's
what
weird,
are you
dude.
talking about?
So I'm talking about that your vision.
Stop making this weird.
You have a point of view that is basically a cone, not a line.
Yeah, well, dude, okay, that's fantastic. Okay, we have a 0.5 degree central vision that we can focus on. Congratulations. Who cares? That line of sight, the central vision, it's called the principal optical axis. And that's what we're going to use. The principal optical axis, meaning the line going from the center of your freaking eye out to wherever. If that line does not intersect the table, you can't see it. This isn't freaking rocket science.
That's not how vision works.
Okay, can you draw in perspective how you could see the table?
I'm trying to process what you're asking.
You're telling me how vision works, and you're trying to process it.
Well,
you have no idea what you're talking about.
Your question. Well, I am literally looking at the table right now and seeing it, so I don't.
Okay, lower your vision until the table just disappears. So you're looking at it edge on. And look, bro, what you're talking about, you're like, why can't I see the thing that I can't see?
I have said that. In that case, your line of direct sight in front of you is lower than the table, or
no, it's not lower. Level. It's parallel. It's parallel, dude.
Parallel,
and it's less than, even more than parallel. You wouldn't be able to see it, even if your line of sight was, like I said, 0.21 of a degree above the table. You wouldn't be able to see the table because we see in angles, right? In the smallest visual angle, why are you interrupting me? The smallest visual angle the human eye can see is 0.02 degrees. Any angle smaller than that, you can't see. It's not resolvable.
What are you
so
talking
you can be
about,
above
guys?
the table. Listen, you can be above. You can be above the table and still not see the surface of the table. This isn't fiction.
Right.
This is called the Rayleigh criterion.
I guess
this is
the definition
basic
of
physics,
vision
dude.
is important here because
talking about the surface of the table, not the table as a whole object, right?
Because
the surface,
right?
The light from the surface, and at that point, still hits your eye, but your mind can't perceive it. So if that's the vision that you're talking about, I guess
Oh,
but
my
physically,
Lord,
it is in your POV.
We're talking about the surface, not the fucking whole table.
The surface. So imagine the surface is at level 0.
Can you see it?
Right. Unless you
Can you see it? Yes or no?
Yes. I only told you that.
So the only time you can't see it are negative angles.
Well, you didn't let me finish that part.
No, well, you said you could see it at 0. So with a parallel line of sight, you're saying that you could see the surface looking at it edge on.
I never said that. Let me finish my thought.
Then what is it? You said 0.
Yeah, imagine the table is
angle 0, dude, right? No, you're trying to get out the stupid shit you said, and I'm not letting you, dude. I'm not letting you get out that stupid ass shit you just said. Angle 0.
Okay, if you're not gonna let me talk,
I want you to clarify what you said.
And if you're gonna go ahead being offensive, I'm not gonna.
I want you to clarify what you said. Angle 0. What did that mean?
Start from talking to me properly, then we'll speak.
No.
Here we go. Feelings police are out. Now we have to talk a certain way in order to get any more out of him.
Well, that's normal human thing.
Look, a normal human thing is to be honest and clarify what you said, what you meant by angle 0.
It's also not calling someone else stupid.
I would like to know what angle 0 is.
Because you're saying dumb shit that you know is wrong. You know it's wrong.
Okay.
And now you're just digging in, dude. That you said something that you know is wrong, and you're digging in because you can't be dumber than a flat earther syndrome.
I'm just waiting for you to shut the fuck up so I can continue.
Yep, there it is.
There's nothing you can listen. There's nothing you can say to fix what you've said already. Piling more garbage, goop. You can't talk your way out of this. This is a known scientific fact. It happens in radar. It happens in machine vision. It's well known. It's called a look angle, grazing angle.
You want to listen to yourself?
Angle of incidence. You need to listen. Repeat back to me what I just said to you.
No, I'm not interested in doing that. I'm
Repeat back to me what I just said to you.
I'm not interested in doing that.
You just said, I'm not listening to you. I can repeat back to you everything you said to me.
What? I said, are you listening to yourself or me? That's what I said. You have fucking hearing problems?
Wow.
So,
look.
Well, as I was saying, if you imagine that the table is at level 0, unless
What's that? Hold on. What's that?
What's that?
Yeah, what's level 0?
It's a value you assign to the table for the sake of what I'm telling.
A value you assign to the table in what spatial reference is this?
If I'm going further, it will be clearer.
You need to define your terms so you don't get wishy-washy at the end. I want to know what level 0 means. What does that mean? Parallel with the table?
It is a value at which the table surface is.
Above, relative to what?
Well, the relative comes next in my speech. Okay, the table is.
You have to define your spatial reference before you move on, bro.
The table is at whatever. That's just the marker, the shortcut. That's the level of the table that you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you are at that X, Y, or whatever the definition for the surface for you is there, the marker, the 0, unless you are above it to some decimal to something, you're not going to see it.
Congratulations. That's what I said. And we even quantified it, 0.02 degrees. We know what it is.
Exactly. So that makes it parallel. But when you're at the same level with the surface, that's not parallel anymore.
That is parallel. What do you think 0 is? It means the center of your eye. If I drew a line from the center of my eye to the table, the line from the center of my eye would run along with the table. They'd be at the same
It's not
level.
running along. If they are at the same level, the line hits the table, and that's not parallel.
Ugh, God, dude.
It's the same line.
Okay, great. The same line. What a fucking semantic douche. Anyway, so you agree with the principal idea that you have to be above the table. Now, here's the important part. Are all points on the table 0.02 degrees? So a distance on the table, 1 meter away, 3 meters away, 4 meters away, are those different angles?
No.
No. Dude, just go on mute, man. Just fucking go on mute.
It's the same angle. It's the same.
So you don't know Pythagorean's theorem, trigonometry. You didn't pass third grade geometry now?
How can you say that's the same angle if you pull that angle point away from you and your triangle stretches out farther and farther? The angle is going to get smaller and smaller.
That is not how angles work.
It is when you look and things are further away and they've gotten smaller.
Did you see?
Let's just clarify something.
Is?
So we're. So,
you didn't see
friend,
my name.
let's say that.
Go ahead, says to breathe some life back into this, man.
Let me say, let's say we shrink you down to being 3 inches tall, and you're standing on top of the table, okay? And I want you to look at the table at 3 different points: 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meters. You're telling me that the angle that you perceive those marks on the table at distance away from you, increasing in distance, that the angle is not going to change between your eyes and those points.
Doesn't matter what you see, the angle factually.
Maybe if the table was a chess table. Maybe the table's too simple. Do you know what a chessboard is?
Well, look, if you're looking at different points on the surface, those are different angles, obviously.
Thank you.
But
that's what we're talking about.
But but if you're looking at the same point, a different distance between your
So the hypothetical we didn't make is the one you like. Did you make one up in your head? Because the hypothetical, we didn't make up that hypothetical. The hypothetical was different distances. So let's stick with that. Is there a distance, right? These points that Setsu was talking about. Is there a point at which you could not see it? Because the angle was too small.
If you are above the level of the surface of the table,
you can see the surface no matter how big the table is.
Physically, the whole surface is within your view.
No.
Yes.
It's not.
It's just that your brain perception doesn't let you see it because the angle is too small.
Not brain perception. It's a physical limitation of light. It's not perceptual. It's actual. It's actually
limitation
physical.
Of your eye, not the light.
No, it's a physical limitation of light because it has a wavelength.
Well,
so when the angle, so when it comes to your eyeball, right?
With your eyes.
Look, when it comes to the eyeball, so the top and bottom of your lens subtend a certain angle from some distance, right? And when it gets projected onto your retina, that's going to be separated by a certain distance. If that distance is smaller than the wavelength, you can't see it.
Yeah, well, yeah, your eye can't perceive it.
Yeah, it can't form an image at all. It's not just your eye, bro. It's sub-wavelength. Now, if you use a different wavelength electromagnetic spectrum, you'd be able to pick it up.
Some wavelengths doesn't mean it's not like in your POV.
God's sake.
He just wants to. He likes POV. He likes to use.
Didn't you just say light is not raised, dude? Weren't you just? So now you're freaking throwing your own bullshit under the bus.
What? When did I say light is not raised?
You said that they're not straight lines.
Yeah, because light doesn't work in straight lines. It works like
in waves. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I know. Waves.
If you need an analogy, light flooding the room is like water flooding the room.
Well,
you're trying to teach us physics.
I can't.
Like this is freshman level physics.
This is
my living room fills up with light from the bottom when I put the light on at the top. What? That makes no sense.
I need a light. I need a light preserver.
A room of light. Can you overflow that?
It's weird.
Look, this is getting crazy. The whole point of this is that there's some point on the surface from which you cannot see beyond because of the resolving power.
That is not factually true. If you can't see
it is factually true, and I just demonstrated it in detail.
Well, just get
way more detail than you deserve.
It's up to a limit, right? Like there's the Planck length. Like have you ever heard of the Planck length?
Yes.
Can you imagine wavelength that's smaller than the Planck length? And an angle that's smaller than that? I mean, come on, there is an actual physical limit. That's the hardest of hard limits.
He's only claiming that we can see forever, nothing else.
No, he doesn't understand that when you perceive something at distance, it appears to get smaller until you can't resolve it. So when you look across a surface, the surface at distance is getting smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually you can't resolve it. Horizon.
But that's called angular resolution.
Shh.
Okay.
He didn't last that long in his physics class. He dropped out.
Yeah, that one is true. Never properly studied physics.
Oh, there you go. Then we don't have to talk about it anymore because you probably got it all wrong. See?
Yeah, you don't know enough to evaluate our claims.
I never said I'm trying to evaluate your claims. I'm just listening what you have to tell me.
We are telling you there is no measurable curvature in reality all the time.
You're telling us there's a spot. Hold on. You just said that there's no place on a flat surface that you wouldn't be able to see the surface, no matter how far away it is from you.
Okay, define
what nonsense, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna look, bro. I'm gonna post. So this is from the name of the book is.
Can you define what seeing is in that case?
Define seeing? Come on, bro. Really?
In that case, because the light from every point of the table drops into your eye, right?
No, it doesn't drop.
Okay, so look at the graphic. Look at the graphic in the side chat.
Yeah.
Okay, so W, that's one angle. X, that's a smaller angle. Y, smaller still. Z, even smaller. Okay. Is there another point you could draw where the angle would be too small to see the ground?
Wait.
Like if we extended this line, this WXYZ line, if we extended it in space out away from the eye, is there an angle that's so small where you couldn't see the ground no more?
Depends on what you mean by seeing. If you mean making out details,
I mean by seeing. I mean seeing the surface of the Earth as a surface. That's what I mean by seeing.
No, there's no such angle. You're gonna see it all.
There's no such angle. So if my angle of view to the surface. So my angle of view to the surface of the Earth is 0.000000001 degree. I'm going to see that surface.
Well, yeah, the light from all of that surface comes into your eye.
Yeah, and as I already made out, that angle is way smaller than the wavelength that would be projected onto my retina. I would never be able to see it. In fact, if it was that small of an angle, it would never reach my eye in the first place.
I'm missing something, I think.
Yeah. Here, let me show you this.
I posted something for you.
He's thinking about it orthographically. That's the problem. But like, that's really just always the problem. Is it orthographic mindset?
Maybe this building can help him. You know that video when somebody approached the building? I posted the video. And then you don't see the top of the building.
Fuck, I can't.
No, I don't know. I think that was just kind of confusing.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that that's accurate either.
It's not for the distance, but it's for the view. Your angle.
Right, but the building isn't perfectly straight, so you're seeing a hump of a building.
Oh no, building is curved. Yeah.
That could be it.
It
I
is.
have no way of knowing.
The building can't be perfectly straight.
Now look at this graphic. Do you think you could see squares forever? Look at the little checkerboard, right? Do you think you could just make out squares forever and ever and ever? Do you see how each square that's further away appears smaller than the square in front of it?
Sure.
Right, and they get smaller and smaller, and eventually they turn into
they
a
are not
line.
even squares at this point, so yeah.
They're squares, but from the visual perspective, they appear
From the visual perspective, they are not squares. Okay,
well, what do you think we're talking about?
He's going to fight this no matter what. He doesn't realize. You draw that.
We're talking about how things look. We've said a million times, and you've said it yourself. You're bordering on dishonesty, Leo. Okay.
You're talking about me seeing them. I can see them.
Seeing the way they look. Seeing. That's the same thing, right? Seeing the way things look, right? That's the same.
Okay. I
right.
can see
So
them.
you would be able to see squares forever.
Yeah. Do you see that square right out there on the distance, right on the horizon? You see it?
Obviously, they disappear. So
right, you don't see it.
You don't see the surface
because of the limitation of your eye. Yeah.
He reminds me of a guy.
Okay, Zanuck.
Because of the limitation. Isn't that what we said?
He's just
Thanks for wasting an hour of my time. This is sea lion bullshit, bro.
You nailed it earlier, man. Heretics Razor.
Heretics Razor. What is that? What is Heretics Razor? I haven't heard that.
Well, if you bother to explain to me, maybe I would understand.
I did. You said nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and all you said was nuh-uh.
I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
You asked me if I see
Let's
the
switch
squares.
topics. You want to know what Heretics Razor is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Heretics Razor. Heretic came up with this. He said, hey, look. All right, everybody in the world has heard about how dumb flat earthers are. So all the really dumb people out there who've been intellectually bullied their entire lives, they've also heard how dumb flat earthers are. And because they're tired of getting intellectually bullied and picked on by basically the entire world because they're so dumb, they seek out the Flat Earth channel because they think we're dumber than they are. So they come in here by the dozens, and that's why it seems like we're talking to idiots all day long.
Huh. Yeah. Think that's confirmed. But you think their evaluation of but all the smart people think flat earthers are dumber than everyone too. So that's a kind of weird litmus test. Because if the dumb people think they're dumb, I can understand that they're dumb. But why do the smart people think it?
Well, I think of it
because
this
they're
way,
also dumb.
So they start. They go. It's like, hey, Indio. It's like going in IRC. Okay, you start off in this channel. Like, oh shit, I'm like the dumbest guy in the room. Let me go to the next channel. I'm the dumbest guy in this room. Let me go on to the next. Let me go. And so you just go down and like, man, fuck.
The
Let me go to
inverse
the
Peter
Flat
principle.
channel.
You fail down to your level of confidence.
At the Peter principle. Yep.
And then Heretics Razor leads to, right, flat earthers can't be, flat earthers are wrong, always wrong syndrome, right? That's because you can't, right? Like,
can you
can't be dumber than a flat earther.
Any further?
This isn't about you. It's about like you went like there was a change when you came in. You were curious. You were looking at things, but then
I just asked. Can you educate me on your theory any further?
Dude, you were trying to tell me that I was wrong.
And you called me a stupid ass bitch or something. For what?
No, but I should have.
Okay.
Because now we all agree that India was right.
Yeah, you're struggling, dude. But like, you were like someone like, you know, like a baby kicking their legs. They don't want their diaper changed, man. You were fighting for no reason.
So
maybe
what's
tired.
your point? For me to stop fighting?
No, there's nothing to fighting
No.
it. Look, just
Was it that
fact check
simple?
what we say, dude. If we're fucking full of shit, look
I
and
don't
fact
want to
check.
do that.
Okay, I don't know why. We welcome it.
Because I don't care.
He doesn't want to fact check us. He just wants to argue.
I neither want to argue. I want to learn more of your arguments.
We listen. Our argument. What we're not making an argument. We're just saying, hey, this is what reality is. There's nothing to argue. The only argument that we would have is like, what you see is what you get. That would be the actual only argument. Is that, hey, the Earth looks flat because it is flat. The people that are starting the argument are the ones that say, yeah, hey, the Earth looks flat. That's because it's round. When Yoder was saying to you the evidence for a globe is a flat Earth, that he wasn't kidding.
Okay.
Hey, dude, it's just a ball that's too big to see. It looks flat, but it's actually a ball. How can that be your evidence of a ball? Shouldn't your evidence for a ball looks like a ball? Shouldn't that be it? Measures like a ball, acts like a ball, navigating like a ball, like that type of stuff.
Yeah, and didn't you ask us how deep we wanted to go with you? Right? You're like, well, that depends on how deep you want to go, because you thought you had the intellectual upper hand, didn't you?
No, I wanted to see how deep you can go.
Joey was wrong.
Dude, we're not. We can go way deeper than this. Believe me, we're fucking at the surface.
That's what I'm trying to get out of you. That's why I said, can you?
Oh yeah, you're challenging us.
Anymore?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you want to get into the behavior of light at the molecular level? We can go there.
I like gases.
Well, I'm not really good with chemistry, so I think no. I mean,
good answer.
Deep as in diverse. That's what I mean now.
So we can't do chemistry, we can't do gases, we can't do triangles. What do you want?
Yeah, do you want to go into surveying? Listen, we studied how people actually claim to measure the Earth. We can talk about surveying.
Well, you got to build triangles to do a lot of that. But you got to build triangles, dude, so you're not going to understand it.
That's right. You need triangles as a prereq. So we can talk about surveying. We can talk about maps and cartography, coordinate reference systems, topologies and manifolds. If you want to get into geometry and all the way up to differential geometry, we can.
No, that's more difficult for me.
Okay, then how deep do you want to go? We can keep going.
Yeah.
You want to talk about the cosmological claims, the stellar nebular hypothesis, the Big Bang. You want to talk about lambda, cold dark matter? That's the prevailing cosmological model of the entire universe. We can talk about. You want to talk about that? Okay. All right, then let's move on to something else.
I want to start easier.
Don't speak about Big Bang.
I want to start easier so I can understand.
Oh, okay. Easier. The surface of water.
No curve. Yep.
Simplest thing is water, my friend.
What about
something it's level upon the surface when you contain it in a vessel, like a cup or a bath or a lake or a sea. Water is observed and measured and then practically used as a horizontal reference datum. We get level from the world from being parallel to the surface of the Earth, the horizon at distance. So we can just start very simply by talking about the surface of water, which, according to the story, occupies 70% of the surface of the Earth. If the surface of the Earth was curved, so would that water be. But we don't measure that water to be curved, so it can't be the sphere that we're told.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, well, my logic tells me that it would be impractical to treat large bodies of water as curved because humans don't operate on that scale.
Yeah, we do. We fly over them. We also build under them and build over them. Bridges, tunnels, and aircraft.
We fly over them. That's why the planes fly not like if you open the map and turn it flat, it's not a straight line.
Maps?
No, we're just talking, my friend, hold on. We're just talking about being parallel with the ground below. You understand what parallel is, right? So an aircraft will fly horizontal.
It would be a straight line.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. An aircraft maintains altitude and its orientation, as in a few degrees up from horizontal, to maintain altitude parallel with the ground below. So even with...
that's not what I mean.
You said it was impractical. It's something that we use every single day.
The measurement of water as a basis for the surface. That's not practical to consider that the water is curved because you don't operate on global scale in your daily life.
Really? Where do we get mountain heights from? What are they referenced
to?
In
your daily life...
That was a question.
The water is, for all intents and purposes, always flat.
Yes.
Hey,
awesome.
just remember, he's here to learn, dude, by telling you what's what.
Right? Yeah. So, in that regard,
fucking
it is
bullshitter.
logical to... Okay.
No, you said you're here to learn. Jedi's telling you something, and you're like, nuh-uh, again. Either you're here to learn or you're here to debate. Pick one. Don't pretend you're not here to debate us, but then actually debate us.
You don't learn stuff by just shutting up and not asking questions.
Did you question the globe? Hold on. Did you question the globe like this?
Yeah, I was going to ask him that.
I didn't need to.
What the fuck is that type of answer?
I didn't need to because the globe explains everything sufficiently, and I don't need to question it.
You don't need to question the explanation.
Explains things sufficiently. You just don't know how it explains any of those things.
I don't need to.
You don't need to know nothing. You just need to hear Earth glob. That's all you need to hear.
Well, yeah, and then I
Say
don't see that it operates in the way the glob would, and that's okay.
No, you don't see that. Where do you see that?
Around me in the world.
Where?
Well, different hemispheres having different seasons.
Where did you get the hemisphere? You're presupposing the thing that you don't observe hemispheres, buddy.
Well, they can only have different weathers if it's a globe and hemispheres.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Oh my God. You can only have different weather on a globe. Why is that?
Because only the globe's curvature provides different...
So the curvature, weather's caused by curvature now. Fucking shit, bro. Now, thank you for that, because now we've heard everything.
What?
The seasons are caused by the curvature and the distance of the...
Holy crap!
What?
You realize that you're the first person to make that claim ever? That's why we're all flabbergasted. No one makes that claim, only you. Can you substantiate it?
Well, since the Earth is slightly tilted on its axis, and
whoa, where? Can you demonstrate that, please?
You can go to the International Space Station. We have the photo. And
when tomorrow? Have you been there? What?
What kind of question is that? Can I show it? Of course.
So you said you can go to the International Space Station. I started laughing because I'm not going there, and neither are you.
Yeah.
I mean, forgive me, but that's a ridiculous thing to say. You can go, because we can all go, it's free travel to the International Space Station. I would beg, please, sir, you reconsider what you just said.
That was a suitable answer for the suitable question.
Fucking wasn't.
Leo, can you demonstrate, can you get me the observation of the tilt of the Earth on its axis from the ISS, please?
What?
You claimed that apparently you can witness the tilt of the Earth on its axis from the ISS. Can you get me that, please?
No.
No fucking way.
Can you get me,
Did he really
a
say that?
booking website? I want to book a trip through a travel agent to the ISS. Can you show me the website and how I can book my trip?
No, I'm not going to, because that's not relevant to my point now.
Bring it up then. You brought up the tilt of the Earth's axis. We need substantiation of that claim.
The relevance is that I'm trying to tell you how weather works, not weather.
No, you're not going to tell us your story time stories, okay? This is all fantasy. I want you to demonstrate it, or at least I want you to show me how it was determined and proven.
Flat Earth is fantasy.
No, it's a measurement of the surface of water.
We don't need you to red hair.
Which you were shown by me, you were shown by DJ. We substantiated our claim.
No,
you're just in fantasy land at this point. You did the math yourself.
How I know you're mad? Do you know how I know you're mad?
Yeah, because you don't let me talk. Obviously, I'm mad.
Then how are you being asked to substantiate your claims if we didn't let you talk? We wouldn't know what your claims are, dude.
Talking to people involves not calling them names.
Well, stop lying. Stop being disingenuous. We won't have to keep pointing it out.
Wait, no one
Don't
called
have
me names?
full proof to say so, and we can move on to somebody else because this is getting tiresome.
I told you I don't have a desire to change your mind or anything.
You don't have
But
the
you
ability.
just started explaining to us how weather works. Again, I thought you were here to understand our point of view. But as soon as we bring it up, you want to correct us.
I'm bringing up what I think is to see
without
how
letting us explain our point.
Well, so far you've been doing the most of the talking.
Yeah, I mean,
And so
we're an
far, you haven't been doing any
interdisciplinary
of the
panel of
listening.
experts from different academic resources and different departments. So,
Great. So when you're telling me stuff, I'm telling you, hey guys, this is how it works in my head to see how it compares with what you just told me.
No, what causes weather in your head?
And you tell
us.
me that I am an idiot or stupid.
Can you tell us what? Because you don't even know your own bullshit. That's
That
why we're
doesn't
laughing
allow
at you.
you to
That's why
call
we're
me
making
stupid.
fun of you, because we know the globe Earth model better than you, and you're just saying nonsense. Nobody claims that weather is caused by the curvature of the Earth. In academia, nowhere in atmospheric science do they say the curvature of the Earth causes weather.
Okay. All right. So what causes?
Hadley cell, differential heating, ocean currents, all sorts of shit causes different changes. Local geography. There's tons of different variables that create and change weather.
So that's why the different parts of the world consistently have opposite seasons?
Opposite seasons. This
depends on where you are, bro.
The sun. Sorry, this would be the measurement of the sun being higher in the sky from your location in the summer and being visible for longer than a place in the winter where it's lower in the sky.
No, okay.
Fuck me.
Okay.
So you're talking about seasons, how seasons are created, right? The prevailing factor is the sun. The sun moves throughout the year. You don't need to jump up and down and say, yeah, through me. What the fuck?
And in local geography and local weather currents.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can look at places like San Francisco, which is colder in the summer than it is in the winter. Right? And southern Tasmania, which is also the reverse. Depends on where you are.
Southern Tasmania.
Yeah, southern Tasmania. It snows. It snows there in like February, which is the Australian summer.
Based on what do you have, like north, south, or?
Depends on what you. Okay, depends on what you want to use for the.
I mean, hey, it's going to be based on the equinox sunrise. How about that?
Okay, so that's the way you import it. Okay.
No, it's the way you do it. That's how east is defined. The direction the sun rises on the equinox. That's the definition of east.
Oh, no, I thought maybe you have some other definition of it. So that's
look, dude. We tell you what we're only saying what the mainstream shit is. We're not making it up, bro. We're trying to tell you your own beliefs, dude. Look, bro. It's really simple. There's a body of stuff out there that academia claims. Most people never look into it and what it actually says. We have looked into it. We're telling you what it says. Now, there's three different easts. There's east on the compass, east on the celestial sphere coordinate system, as in latitude and longitude, in which in east and west are circles, or there's east as defined in the Oxford Dictionary, which is the direction the sun rises on the equinox. These directions of east are not the same direction. So there's a bunch of different easts. So it depends on what east you're talking about and what coordinate reference system you're talking about. So when you were talking about, hey, look, planes fly curved lines across the map. No, they don't. That's a Mercator projection. And that's the way it looks when you project points in a spherical coordinate system onto a fucking cylinder grid. So it gets distorted. But if I had a polar grid and took that same flight, it would be plotted the points of that on the polar grid. That would be straight. But we can't make a conclusion about which way the plane actually flew as in curved path versus straight path, based upon the coordinate reference system, because we can just switch the coordinate reference and it looks different.
If I got it right,
So if you want a picture right out of a fucking airplane that the pilots are looking at their fucking chart and a straight line and a polar coordinate projection, I'll show you. So this is what pilots are looking at, not fucking flight aware where they projected on a Mercator map. What the actual pilots are saying they plot. A straight fucking line, dude.
And we've done deep dives on the technical specifications of the inertial navigation systems, the gyros, the optical gyros and accelerometers that are strapped down to the airframe of airplanes. And we know that we cannot get raw data without it being processed into a globe.
Okay, so if I got it correct, if you're using navigation like coordinate systems of a globe, it wouldn't work on the.
No, it does work. The airplane has to take a different route in reality to match the globe. That's the bottom line.
Wait, so that I can understand this. So the coordinate system of a globe is different than the coordinate system of a flat surface, flat Earth, right?
1000%, yes.
Okay, so I got it correct. Which of these two the plane actually uses?
The plane is designed to put the airplane on a globe for navigational purposes, for communication purposes, for asset protection and liability, for insurance purposes, for every other purpose. The airplane takes physical measurements of its attitude, its yaw angle, its acceleration, and it puts that on a spherical coordinate reference system.
And uses that.
Exactly. Yep, that's all it's doing.
I might be still misunderstanding.
Right, no matter what it does.
But if it uses a spherical coordination system and ends up getting to the right place, wouldn't that...
Yeah, it will get to the right place. It will get there. Like if you use GPS to drive from your house to the grocery store, whatever it is, you will get there. You will follow the coordinates. You will probably never know exactly what direction you drove, exactly how fast you drove, and basically where you drove from point A to point B relative to each other. You only have the reference system on the map, but you don't have a reference in reality.
So
apart from the map, you don't have that.
I'm trying to understand the discrepancy here.
Well, you need to ask the question how. Yeah, you need to ask the question how it was derived. That should be the next thing.
You are replacing the map with reality right now. You are putting the map before reality. It is the problem of the ages. This goes back thousands of years. Which came first, the map or the territory?
Just to be clear, we can use other maps and get to our location without a sphere involved. Just because the sphere works, we're not going to reify that model.
Okay, the spherical coordinate system, have you asked the question where it was derived? Like, what was it actually?
Well, I mean, we could get to there. I would love to get there. Let's pin that to the wall and come back to it. But guess what? You can use other coordinate reference systems. You don't have to use a spherical one. You can use a flat one, and it will get you from point A to point B.
But you said they disagree 1,000%.
They do. Yeah, so there is a flat planar coordinate reference grid called the British National Grid System. For the audience listening on YouTube, you can Google this British National Grid System.
That's how we get our electricity.
Yeah. It does not align with latitude and longitude, not at all. It is a flat planar survey of interlocking squares that go out to an area of 2,500 by 2,500 miles. Or kilometers, I forgot which. Might be kilometers. The Brits are weird. They started with miles and then like halfway went into the metric system.
We still use miles, dude. We still use miles. Miles posted on the road signs, miles an hour when we drive.
God bless you. Your colony in America never forgot.
Yeah, fuck the French.
Now, I do have a really great image of this. I have an image of the British National Grid System, which is a flat square slapped onto a globe. It's somewhere in my holdings. It's like buried deep in the shit. I can't pull it up that easily.
You know, the Brits still use miles because they still hate the French, man. They're still mad about Agincourt, even though they won. They're still pissed off.
Yeah, that's fucking right, bloody French.
That's funny. The French helped us.
What's the swath of land that it covers, Yoder? Like the map?
Yeah, it's like
All
a 2,500 by 2,500 mile grid or something.
I mean, for perspective, for that guy, if he's listening.
Yeah, so it goes from like Iceland somewhere out into the Atlantic Ocean, across like northern France and the Netherlands, and then up along like the Danish and Norwegian coastline, and then up past the Shetland Islands, and then out to Iceland. In the middle is the UK. This isn't the only one, too. Like, there are a bunch. We've got a ton of these. Like in America, we've got state plane coordinate reference systems in every state. There are other countries. Oh, you bounced? Yep. Well, okay, for the audience listening, I mean, we've got flat, square, orthogonal coordinate reference grids, and they work. In fact, they are used in the court of fucking law. Yeah, that's right. You want to know where the meets and bounds are? You got a property dispute with your neighbor. You got a property dispute between like a freaking airport and a 3,000 acre farm. Yeah, they're not taking curvature of the earth into account. Fuck that. They're using the state plane coordinate reference grid.
Grab the telescope, man.
It got real fast with that guy, so he's just like, I don't want none of this.
Yeah, he's like, these guys are too smart.
He sounded like he was actually trying to be a little slick.
Yeah, you called it out in the beginning, and I thought I was right, and then you ended up being right in the end, Mickey. So hats off to you.
Yeah,
but we got good content.
AB's the globetrot whisperer, man. He like knows what's in your mind before they even talk.
I've been wrong about you before, AV.
Yeah, but to be fair, this would have not got how far it did if he wasn't in here. So, for the audience sake, it had to have been drug out this far.
Hey, we got Josh Ingersoll, our flat Earth satellite engineer from Amazon Kuiper Systems. Hello, Josh Ingersoll.
Oh, wow. I heard they got rid of that department.
No, like, hey, Josh, have you met any flat earthers at NGA or NRO yet? No, I have. Oh, fuck, I better log off before they catch me.
Yoder's always dragging him around by his short hairs, dude, like every time.
Told ya, Kuiper is dead. Told ya, it's over with. See how that works? No matter what you do, they always kill the project.
Now they can waste another year printing new letterhead.
How are they going to redact that, though?
They're retooling, right, Indio?
Yeah, they're retooling, managing their synergies for optimal performance.
Yep, they're retooling. They're optimizing their downtimes, all that. They're going restructuring right now. That's why they killed it. And then they'll rename it something later when they're ready, maybe in 5 years.
You should have heard
Josh says all purple now, baby. You get that? You know what that means? That means joint. No, not like that joint. I mean, like that means like working across agencies and departments.
Hold on, let's ask Josh. Josh, if you found out the whole thing you're doing is fake, would you snitch or would you just keep getting your check?
$300K a year, man. Come on, that's kind of hard to pass up.
No, he'd
want to find out where the Flat Earth office is.
You guys are ruining his Magic the Gathering, like, playlist that he's trying to get in the right headspace, man, before he goes head to head with some guys over there.
Yeah, hey Josh, if somebody knows, they're probably in Colorado. I'll leave that with you.
Yeah, Josh. As far as Magic the Gathering, all I know about Magic the Gathering is Mount Gox owes me money.
Empty Gox because it's empty.
And that was the first Bitcoin exchange. They got hacked, and they still got some of my Bitcoin, but not a lot. I think it's only a quarter.
Yeah, Traver, Josh.
But they went through Japanese bankruptcy, which is way different than American bankruptcy.
I got $1 that he's gonna come on here and be like, "Hey, I just got back on, man. What's going on, guys?"
Yeah.
He's listening, man. But they always do that.
Oh, so Josh, you reached the 4.0?
Oh, we got to get him drunk.
Oh, hell yeah. He's 40 now. Hey, look,
dude,
you're
I'll cash
a baby
you money, dude. So you can get drunk and confess in here.
That's about a White Claw and a half, dude.
29. Jeez, dude. Could almost be your dad.
But the confidence on him, though, every time he speaks, he's like,
Yeah, if you're going to be the public guy, Josh, that doesn't mean you know anything. Like, all the people who know things, they're not out in public, 100%.
In fact, they hired him because he doesn't know anything. That's what you hire the PR people for. You don't want them saying something.
Exactly. You don't want your PR people to, like, cough up secrets. Hell no. Trade secrets from Amazon. Nope. Yeah, there's some old crusty people from the old Defense Mapping Agency days that do ham radio that you should probably talk to, Josh.
Didn't you hear, though? He's rubbing elbows with people over there in the, those forums where he said that he can be a voice for us.
Yeah, I know.
And the
It's
UN.
like the guys who know shit are like mid-level, like chain smoking, divorced alcoholics sitting in a cubicle. And he wants to rub elbows with CEOs and UN representatives. I thought you meant purple based off of my remark. Okay, never mind. I mean, for the record, like, I never officially encountered any flat Earth when I was in Washington. But I met people who said these things to me that made me wonder, like back in the early to mid 2000s. I would love to write a book and tell all about that kind of thing. I don't know if I should. And I don't think I ever will.
Yeah, parts of that stuff would be probably.
Yeah, like it wasn't until the freaking COVID lockdowns and we're all sitting around in our houses with our families wondering what the hell to do. And I'm like, you know what? That guy that said this thing and that chick that said that thing to me and that other time and this other time. And I'm like, you know what? This is freaking weird. Let me go check out this flat Earth shit.
And the rest, as they say, is history.
The rest is history. That's right. I'm like, oh my God, it all makes sense. Like, holy shit. He was trying to tell me this. She was trying to tell me that. they were doing this, they were doing that. This is freaking weird. Like I was never in the club, but there was a club and I wasn't fucking in it. And they might have been in it. For all I fucking know.
Probably.
Yeah.
You were mostly on a need to know basis, weren't you?
Dude, the bait was freaking like, I don't know. Like, I think they were trying to feel me out for a while to see if, I don't know. But,
well, don't they do that? Don't they do that? They kind of
yeah, they certainly do.
They throw a little, you know, hey, by the way, we're going to be going over here, and just like, you know, they try to see what you say. If, like,
right. They're like little loyalty tests that are given and passed or failed all the time. You know, while a lot of this stuff is based off a need to know and stuff, I mean, it's also to some extent who you know, because who you know will put you in a place where you need to know.
I've always thought about, like, before they let you into that inner circle, you got to be compromised before you get there. Then once you are, then you can come in.
Yeah, and then you're done either way. So don't compromise yourself.
Yeah,
man. Like, yeah, I mean, there are stories about that. And, you know, it can go sideways, too, because people think they're climbing a ladder and they're really going sideways. And they're fucking their career, their family, their life, and everything up in the process. And they're being
They have
used.
special islands that you can go to, and you can get compromised.
Yeah, that's
Josh is screwed.
That's for the real shit.
Yeah, that's
Josh has already given him enough ammo, right? He's already associated with us. He sports a It's Flat number plate, license plate. Bro,
dude,
what a perfect patsy. Anything goes wrong, I'm pinning it all on Josh.
So I can say this, like the few stories I know I can get into. So I worked with a guy, he was a geologist and an RF engineer with master's degrees. And he's old as dirt. I don't know if he's alive right now. But he was a guest scientist in the Cold War and did 2 tours of duty in Antarctica at Vostok Base and McMurdo. And Vostok Base is interesting because I was with the Russians during the Cold War. He was a guest transfer scientist. He had some interesting things to say and never really said it. And he taught me a lot. He was a mentor of mine, taught me a lot about RF and signals and stuff. And one of the things he said was when he got down to Vostok Base, he's like, this is the actual place on Earth where magnetic field lines terminate. And he said, we were able to do interesting studies of the ionosphere and of the geology, which was more interesting to him, even though he was an amateur extra and other things in amateur radio. One of the things he said to me was, after all these years, I still don't know if the ionosphere rotates with the Earth or if it's stationary and just breathes in place. I'll never forget that.
That's profound, dude. That's what's going on in the globe overhead right now when they're listening to.
Yeah, freaking Macarena. Right? Isn't that profound? I mean, he said other things like that too.
Yeah, I mean, really probably never, it didn't click when you were listening to it at the time.
Friends, anyway. It's Josh's friends anyway.
Yeah. He said some other things too, like like the magnetic alignment of rocks that they used to study down there were not congruent with what they understood with the history of the Earth and geology and the nature of things. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy shit. And, this isn't anything, like, this is not crazy stuff that people can get in trouble with by talking about. But and then I met somebody else. She was a similarly qualified expert, but far younger. And she told me things that, like, you know what? Everybody studies skywave propagation of radio transmission, you know, radio waves bouncing off the ionosphere at night in a certain frequency range. She's like, that's not really what's going on. She said, if you really want to know, if you really want to know the rest of the story, it's not just that. If you want to know the rest, you need to focus on the ground wave component, ground wave propagation. In fact, ground wave is really all that it's at. And skywave is kind of theoretical, but it's all ground wave. I'm like, huh, that's kind of like what Nikola Tesla was saying, like the freaking energy transmission over the ground. And now I'm like, holy shit. And then like you open old like antenna theory manuals and they're talking about how they model the propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat planes, over half planes. And how like they do studies in like the energy density of the wave on a target like an antenna or whatever in a far distance. If Earth is curving, then it should be predictable how much energy is being transferred onto the far end of the target by the predicted curvature amount, plus, you know, diffraction and all that shit. But it's not. It's actually like as if Earth is flat. Like electromagnetic fields act as if Earth is flat, folks.
And that's how they measure it too. Well, calculate it, but yeah. I just wondered, is there any information loss? Is there any loss over distance? You know, with radio wave propagation due to surface contact?
I mean, yeah, there's absorption and scattering. It depends on the surface. So if the surface is lumpy, I mean, like lumpy Lambertian surface, then it's going to scatter, and if it's specular, it's going to reflect. And the ocean and bodies of water are like mirrors to radio waves, just like light.
Right, and can that then adversely affect, you know, like unobstructed wavelengths? Like, can it interfere with
reflection? Interfere?
Right. Right. So what's traveling straight, right? So it's going in all directions, right? But you got some coming down and hitting the ground, and then bouncing back up. Some are being absorbed, scattered, whatever. But you got reflection happening. So it's coming back up into the path of what hasn't gone that direction. Does that interfere?
Yeah, there's interference. Yep. Some of it bounces back and hits the transmitter that may be receiving too at the same frequency. Or it can actually change its phase and completely and bounce back at a different frequency. Yeah, I mean, it's so messy. I don't really know. I'm not an expert on this stuff, guys, but it's such a messy freaking soup. I do know that there's a lot of money. Like if you want to make money as an electrical engineer, particularly in like, you know, communications, the money isn't in the antennas or the power or the freaking protocol and all that shit. It's going to be in the filters that are used. It's going to be in the filters. It's going to be in smart filters. So you're going to need like chemical engineers and freaking, you know, artificial intelligence, computer scientists, cryptologist engineers. You put them in a room together to start making filters, and you can do so many amazing things. Figuring out the transmission's the easy part. Because you can come up with novel ways to do that all day long. But receiving it, that's the trick. So they got ways to like they have ways to propagate energy in a chiral motion that's like a drill, like it spirals. And if your antenna is not configured properly to receive it, then you're not going to get the full transmission. So there's a physical way to encrypt and decrypt signals based off of the waveform itself. And then when all this is flying out there with all the freaking black body radiation, all the static and everything else going on, how do you tease out the signal from the noise? That's the question. Well, it has to do with filters. I don't know what this has to do with flat Earth, but oh yeah, the signals, they go over a flat Earth. But, for Tesla's energy propagation, he proposed putting plates in the ground at intervals apart based off of the harmonic of the wave and all this, so that you can leapfrog the transmission of energy from one place to the next using ground wave. And basically, it allowed for inductance and capacitance at every incremental point to store and retransmit the energy in the direction that it was initially transmitted at. So it's kind of like greasing the skids, you know what I mean? You got like a rail, you got like roller blades, you want to grease the skids, you want to grease the ball bearings. So.
What do you mean a plate in the ground? I don't think I've ever heard that one.
Yeah.
I know about the ground wave shit, but I didn't know he was going to stick a plate in the ground.
Yeah, like a sidewalk. Like he envisioned like steel plates at intervals going from A to B.
And that was to make the current travel farther, or
with higher fidelity.
Oh, yeah.
To retain energy.
Well, you could also basically rectify. I think you could rectify the signal if they were spaced right.
And nothing in the way. Well, I mean, it's all diffraction.
Well, what you're going to get is the further away, right? It's going to get noisier, right? Right. Even the resonant wave is going to start to decompose. Unless you're using fucking solitons or something, right? Which nobody knew about at the time, including Tesla. But you could.
Yeah,
so one trick he used to do is he had a way of. We'll get it. I shouldn't get into it. I should get into it with you somewhere else. Not here. It's fucking way too deep for this shit. If you look at some of his writings from the pre-1900 stuff where he gave presentations, like at the Benjamin Franklin Institute, one of the presentations he gave there is freaking mind-blowing, bro. The single wire freaking electricity transmission and how you could change the way, this standing node. So what he would do is because when you reach the end of the conductor, the electricity will bounce off the end. So if the length of the conductor is some fraction, some ratio of, you can make a standing wave of electricity, right? Where the center of the conductor basically has no charge on its surface and the endpoints have all the charge. And you could change where the node was by making like a little now it's connected metallically, but you could change where the node is by putting this little piece of metal, kind of like a pointy thing, right? To kind of accumulate the charge, or like just change the way. You'd have to look at the diagrams because the diagrams show it all. It's hard to explain, but this is part of his single wire electricity idea that he was doing. I don't know why they ever ended up with the freaking 3-wire. I guess
it came with demonstration though, didn't it? During his lectures and that.
Oh yeah, he did it. Yeah, he demonstrated. He didn't just talk about it. He did it in front of everybody. That's why everybody was amazed by him, because they would all talk theory, right? And when they came up, then when he got up, he'd be like, "Okay," and he'd have all that apparatus and shit, and show people. So He was an experimentalist. He wasn't really a theoretician. And people just don't get that there's a huge difference between a physics experimentalist and a theoretician. Gigantic difference. They're not even in the same fields, you could say. Just like applied physics is different than theoretical physics. But even the applied physics people, if they're not doing experiments, they're still way behind the experimentalists.
Right. That's why Maxwell's equations were like sort of disregarded for a while, right?
Yeah, they're impossible really to work with in any practical way.
It got worse after Einstein. Trying to scale those up, right? Or down.
The problem with Maxwell's equations really is that when you could work the equations out, but when you end up coming to the boundaries of like a conductor or a capacitor or anything, when you tried to quantify the boundary condition, they would go to infinity because they're partial differential equations. So they would just frickin' blow up into, you know, yeah, they just frickin' just blow up. I mean, then what are you going to do with it? And because they're kind of they're non-linear. Like you don't know, is the blow up because of the non-linearity or is it because they're at the boundary? You know what I mean?
That reminds me. So that clip you sent me of that dude with the mustache. I don't know his name. He's got a YouTube channel. It's a great channel called like Inductance or something.
Oh, Inductive. Yeah. He just put out something which is pretty interesting. I
yes, he did.
No, you saw it?
He took all of Maxwell's equations and distilled them down into 3.
Yeah. Using the
I'm
Arnold
like,
Bohm
holy
effect,
shit,
dude.
this is so intuitive.
Yeah, and it's like modeled as a fluid. But he said at the end, he's like, it's funny, dude. Because what he said at the end is like because before Flat Earth, I was looking in all this shit, all this ether, and though I wasn't like all hooked on the ether shit, it was a little more different than what I was looking at, though the ether was involved, is that if you look at the equations and you model electricity as a fluid, you end up with a problem because part of that fluid is moving in the opposite direction. And we don't observe that. Okay, so he had so it was a glut and a non-glut, right? So you have basically, it's almost like you have an area, so the electron was an area of a bunch of ether, and the proton was a positive charge is an area with like less ether, and this little section of space ended up making a positive versus negative charge. And so they're modeling it as a fluid, like the fluid going into the electron and out of the proton. And when you have this imbalance, right, they get attracted to each other. So, but when you model this like as a conductor, then you end up with a proton flow. And this is what he was saying at the end. What he was saying at the end is like he talked to the paper. It was a guy named
or otherwise, because you accept your natural experience as being
right.
true.
And when you actually sit down and tell them, talk to them and say, hey, it's not a frisbee in space. This is what we observe. It's the basement of the universe, basically. And then you try to get them to think a little bit logically, like, when have you ever seen the Earth as a sphere, or felt the Earth in movement, or anything like that? And all they can do is point at NASA, pictures from space. Then you got to go through that with them. A lot of people are kind of open to it, at least for where I'm from, anyways.
So the guy that popped in here a minute ago and thought we were all trolling, is he still on here? He was talking to T-Buddy. Yes, he's
No, I
gone.
think,
Oh,
yeah, he bounced Dave right away.
didn't even give T-Dub a chance to explain to him that we're actually dead serious about this. People continue to think we're just trolling, whatever.
Yeah, my kids are. I got boys, and they're in their early to mid teens, and I'm trying to talk to them about it. I mean, I've been a flat earther since 2020, but when I bring it up to them, oh man, it's a headache. Just fighting, not fighting, but just they get heated, and it's funny to me. And I point it out to them. I tell them, "Oh, look how upset and how angry you're getting by me just having an opinion or pointing out fact. You're getting heated over this. It's bothering you." And I try to ask them, "Why is this bothering you?" Yeah, it's funny.
Let's hope that more and more of the generation that age, the teenagers these days, are not as involved in the globe model as, say, we were. I'm a late boomer, but you know what I mean. I can see them getting less attached to it. They probably get taught the same stuff, but maybe they're not so attached to it as such a deep belief or whatever.
Well, see, Dave, their attachment is social media, and anything that social media says is true or promotes as important or big. That's where these kids are nowadays. They think anything said by a social media star, they think that's gold. They think, well, that guy's right, because 10,000 of his followers say it's right too.
Yeah, there's a big factor that the consensus going along with what the crowd says. People don't want to go against the grain. And we're just pointing out reality. I mean, if people have a problem with it, that's their problem.
Right. Well, that, and like, my kids are real prideful, and like I said, you've been duped. We all been duped, and they don't like that. They don't like being challenged or to think that they were fooled. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what's that famous saying? Much easier to fool a person than convince them that they've been fooled.
Yep.
Just glancing through the panel here, looks like a bunch of flat earthers. Unless I missed somebody. Anybody in here think they live on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space? Feel free to speak up. Tell us why. I used to think that. Then I actually investigated the claims, the physical claims of the globe model. They're just not there. Sorry, not my fault.
So, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
I'm actually interested in the political side of this matter about the shape of the Earth and the space career. You know, the space career was in the 60s, mostly 60s, 70s, part of the 80s, but mostly in the 60s. In the Cold War, why wouldn't the Russians and the Soviets they will discredit the United States really fast? Is all of this was a fake? You know, they will actually go ahead and say, "Oh, you're faking this." They will be very easy for them to
Why?
prove it.
Why would they do that?
Do that?
Yeah, why would they do that?
Well, it was in the interest of the Soviet Union to discredit the United States.
No, it's more of an interest to keep people reading the newspapers back then, so they sold more newspapers. That was the actual story. How many newspapers can we sell?
What do you mean, the newspapers? I don't understand.
You think Russia has news stations here back in the 60s that report what Russia is doing in Russia to us? Or do you think it's just said on TV what Russia said?
I think the Soviet Union congratulated publicly the United States for their achievement. If it was a fake, they actually go ahead and say and call it a fake. If they could prove it, they will call it a fake. Why they didn't?
Why would they?
To sell more newspapers. Big story, big fake, big story.
Sorry. Are you guys under the impression that the United States and the Soviet Union are at odds with each other?
They think at any moment somebody's going to fire a nuclear weapon at each other, and that don't worry about those either, guys.
So
see, you're talking about political realm, but this is not a political issue. This is more of a banking issue. We're going to have to talk about banking and bank policy.
It's but political has to do with science in this matter because
no, it does not. It has nothing to do with science.
But why would they spend millions and billions of dollars in faking something like that? That has to be a political question.
Are you sure that they wasted millions and billions of dollars to waste it on that? I think it worked pretty well. I mean, you are convinced, right? You think they went to the moon, right?
I think so.
Oh, great. Well, that propaganda money was well spent. I mean, they got you duped. I would say the investment was pretty good. They've gotten billions of people believing they went to a light in the sky. That's powerful. I would say that's money well spent. You're a very good slave.
I get the point, but that's not. There has to be another objective that just convince me and convince people. Why would they convince people?
Because they want you to be ignorant and a slave and keep paying them like a slave does.
And then keep watching TV to keep up on the stories while they sell you ads and then you go buy stuff.
So you're saying that not believing that the shape of the Earth is a globe makes you more free, or makes you not to see TV ads in some way? I don't see the difference. You're free from what exactly? I'm trying to understand, your point. Hello?
No, bro, they're here. They're just retarded, bro. That's all it is. You're trying to understand the mind of a bunch of retards.
Who, the Globers? Yeah, I know. They come in, they say the craziest shit. Don't you agree?
No, he was talking to Flurfish.
No, Globers.
Hey,
Listen,
yo.
here's what a Glober says. They come in and they say gravity holds water to the ground and in a vacuum. Don't you think that's crazy?
Hey, yo,
And
check out the
Glober
side
says,
chat. Check out the side chat.
You guys are free from what? What are you guys free from? What's the difference? And then all the Flurfish just have nothing to say.
Is this guy having a conversation with a third person?
Flat Earthers, can you check out the side chat? It's a photograph from a Indiana Dunes state park, looking across the lake towards Chicago.
Yeah,
I think it's about 37 miles. So
Uh-huh.
That's a problem for globetrotters.
Yeah, that's a problem for you guys.
If the Earth is flat, how come?
What was the air
we cannot
temperature?
How come we cannot see the whole city? Why?
What was
why
the
are
air temperature?
What?
What was the air temperature?
What does that matter?
What was the water temperature?
What does that matter? I'm
So
asking.
you need to go investigate and do more research on this subject, because if you can't answer those two questions on why things look the way they do, I can't help you. Somebody else in here will.
I'm just asking.
You might want to look up Samba. You might want to look up a thing called angular resolution and Rayleigh criterion while you're there.
What are you talking about? If the Earth is flat, you could see the whole city of Chicago from
You may
across
want
the
to
lake.
look up angular resolution, your ability to resolve images at distance, and the Rayleigh criterion. Please.
The distance from the.
Did you hear what I said? Repeat it back to me.
I don't. What did you say? Come on, repeat it. Come on, let's hear it. Why does this matter?
You may want to look up, while you're researching those temperatures, you may want to look up angular resolution and Rayleigh criterion.
So would that debunk this photo?
When you understand how those things work, and then let's throw another word in there, perspective, you might have a better understanding of what's going on.
And then you'll be embarrassed that you came in here presenting that like that.
I'm just curious. Like, if the Earth is flat, how come you cannot see the whole city of Chicago across the lake?
What was the temperature that day?
What does it matter? What does it matter?
All right, so if you can't answer that question, you're going to have to go figure out why I'm asking you that. Then I'm not even telling you.
Okay,
Hang on,
okay, let's check if this. What did you guys say matters when you take a picture from the shore like this across the Lake Michigan? What does matter?
Dude,
What
did
factors
somebody
matter?
just walk?
Let's check if this
Hang
matters.
on,
What you're saying.
bro. Wait, give me a second. Hang on. Did somebody just walk in here with one of those fucking Men in Black silver dildos and flash it in your fucking eyes? Did you just forget everything that was just said to you?
So angular, what did you say? Resolution and temperature of the water or the air. Did you say that matters when taking a picture like this?
God, it's the tabarnak.
No, I'm genuinely asking. I want to check it if this matters.
Who's the French guy? Was that you, 20 Cups?
Yeah, man.
Oh, I heard you swearing I heard you swearing the tabernacle.
Yeah, I will.
I know. I
Especially
used to date a French girl, and she used to swear the tabernacle at me all the time.
Very good. You know she's pissed. And you know I'm pissed when some dumb fucks like this come in here, talk like this, and totally disgrace the entire room by not actually listening to what the fuck they're saying. Evidence.
That's why I heard that word so clearly.
Very good. Evidenced by the fact that he just asked the same goddamn question. That was just answered. Y'all caught that, right? Or am I just delusional or something? Thought so. Go do your research, sir, and come back later.
AKA, they don't have the answer. You gotta find it yourself. They don't know shit. They're flat earth retards.
Okay, Nutcracker. Piss off.
Yeah,
dude.
angry.
He's angry.
How come he's so hurt? Actually, let's get back to him. This sounds interesting. Nutcracker, show me on the doll where the flat earth hurt you.
Oh, He's going to point at his no place.
What's wrong, Nutcracker? You don't want to talk now?
Oh, I thought I was muted.
Yeah, that's your problem.
Show me on the doll. That's your question.
No.
That's the discourse.
Yeah.
Why are you so hurt? What's going on, mate? Where did the flat earthers hurt you?
He
They told you something you didn't like the feeling of?
These are the questions.
He probably came in way back, and we roasted the shit out of him, and now he's angry at us still.
That makes sense.
Yeah, real scientific here. This is great stuff.
Oh, so you think this is a question of science? So which field of science deals with shapes, Nutcracker?
Geometry.
That's a field of
That's
science.
Math's not science. Oh, fuck.
No, it's not.
That's correct. Why would you think that's science, dude? What kind of experiments do you do?
Oh, fucking good point. I don't know which field of science deals with shapes. I'm not sure.
He's not very good at that. You want to try a bit harder? Have another go. I'll give you a 4 out of 10.
I wouldn't even go that high. I could barely tell what he was trying to do.
Aerodynamics? Is that science? That's shapes.
What the shit? You're talking about the shape of the Earth, kid.
Could you tell me which field of science deals with shapes, please? I'm unaware.
0.
There ain't none. Oh, that was depressing, wasn't it? Bit of a letdown. But you were right with the geometry. I'll give you that. This is a question of geometry.
Dear AI, what field of science deals with shapes? It should tell you Sesame Street.
That's a good point by Zeta, though. A big story would be USA faked the moon landing, because you said it was for newspapers, and that would be a huge story. But then you guys got quiet after you said that.
Yeah, normally the room goes exceptionally quiet when something really stupid gets said.
Don't forget they turned all the TVs around in the storefronts in cities to make sure the people without TVs could watch the moon landing too, and they got to watch the commercials too.
Can't forget them commercials, man.
They tried this with, what was that Orson Welles one? When he did the
Orson
radio
Welles?
broadcast, and then he had to go back and say, "Oh no, we're just kidding," because they tried to pull something off then, and that went wrong. People are shooting in the sky and shit, so they're like, "No, can't make it sound this real." So the moon landing was just another one. Moon landing was another one, but it wasn't UFOs. It was us going somewhere else, and you guys believe that one too.
What's wrong, Nutcracker? You're pretty quiet there.
Nobody's asked me anything.
Oh, so you're just going to sit and sulk in the corner. Interesting how all your globetardia is all just cool stories, eh?
I'm not sulking. I came in here and someone said, well, it was for the newspapers, and that fucking Zeta guy goes,
so that was your excuse to jump in the middle of a conversation and say something dumb.
Wow, that triggered him. Yeah, that was his trigger word, hearing newspaper.
And Zeta said, well, wouldn't the USA faking the moon landing be a huge story? And it was like maybe 25 seconds of no response. I thought that was funny.
Who's going to report it?
Fucking Soviet Times? I don't know. St. Petersburg.
Yes, the Soviet Times. How do you know what they reported over there anyway? They called it. They said we faked it.
They said we faked it.
Got real quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Oh, well then, why didn't any of you say that when he raised that point?
Because it's not worth our time. It's dumb shit. Dumb shit.
So have you got any proof of curvature there, Nutcracker?
I think it's funny how it got real quiet when we asked about curvature. I think that's funny.
Dear AI, how do I prove the Earth is a globe?
I'm not an AI. Hold on.
Yeah, I've got to consult with my AI. Insert frantic Googling.
It's weird that people haven't figured out that you use AI for like coding and shit like that, or organizing things, or keeping track of shit like a secretary for you. That's what I use it for. I don't let it try to tell me what the fucking truth is out in the real world. I can just go do that myself. Like AI would know if the Earth was a ball or flat in the first place.
I'm just amazed the amount of these young kids that just sell their mind straight to AI. Don't think about shit for themselves. Oh, I've got to check AI. Their understanding of AI is a lot different than mine.
Oh yeah, we're screwed. We got everybody asking their digital oracle about reality. I mean, this is not going to end well.
So I built my own at my house. And actually, they got like 7 of them now. And they just control different things that are going on in the house, and they talk to each other. And they don't even need the internet at this point. I just let them learn and keep learning. And as long as, because of the way I set up the brain, it's doing its own thing, and I'm just letting it play around on stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. But if I want to, I could let it wide open to the internet, but it's closed off right now.
Yeah, but you still will need pretty much big computer power to run LLM in local.
Yeah.
Even the
So I'm going with I'm using an API to grab certain things like admin functions and stuff like that.
Yeah, cool, man, cool. So you can teach your model to say that the Earth is flat and try to, accommodate the answers in a way that the model assumes that as truth and try to argue about that. That
So
would be cool.
what are you saying, Zeta? What are you trying to tell us? That AI is programmed by humans to say very specific things?
I already have a flat GPT. No one can defeat it. No Glober can even come close. And if they use ChatGPT, their ChatGPT will just shut down after about, 8 times back and forth. It'll start putting out one-line sentences.
Well, AI it's just a tool to gather information. You have to use AI with careful because it doesn't mean everything the AI says is true. You have to take that into consideration. So you can use it, but you have to verify by a third source, preferably.
You listening to that, Nutcracker? AI is not always truthful. Ooh.
Oh, I use it for organizing all my code now. I love it. It makes my life so much easier now. Oh my. We get projects done in like 1/10 the time.
Yeah. I guess that the more powerful the AI gets, it's like no one can escape AI. I guess in the future, AI is gonna be in everything, and anyone who doesn't adapt to that is gonna get fired or is gonna get out of the market just because it's like motor vehicles. They're here to stay.
That's why you got to wrangle your own when you have the chance before you can't make your own. I'm going to get mine stable and let it do it with no updates and just control my house and not have internet access unless I tell it can have it. Because right now I can just say, right now if I say, you don't have access anymore to server number 3, and it'll say okay, and then I'll ask it to do stuff, and it won't be able to do it. And I'll say, you have permission to go to server number 3 now, and I'll ask it the same question, and it'll just do the process. So it knows how to lock itself out right now. I'm teaching it how to do this stuff though, because when it screws up, I tell it. But remember, I'm teaching it on this end, and it's using an API to get answers for some other shit. While it's when I said, "Hey, go duplicate yourself on the available servers," and it went and duplicated itself. It took me about 4 days to get it to be able to do that. Now it can just do it. But it's pretty cool.
Flat GPT. Oh my god, Flat GPT. It's gonna be Flat GPT.
আনান ভাই আমি দিতে গেছি আমি কিছু আমার দ্বারা তো ভাই টাকা নাই দেন
I didn't get whatever you were saying. Can you speak English, please?
আজকে কি সোমবার
Maybe he's mad at me.
Yeah.
মানে গতকালকে আর কি আজকে মঙ্গলবার না
I guess
মঙ্গলবার সোমবার মনে হয় খাই গেছে
Indian. I'm pretty sure it's Indian.
আর এক সপ্তাহ গেলেই লাগে
English.
Indian think they actually can speak English. They think that everybody can understand them actually. Yeah, very funny.
So you like my Flat GPT?
Yeah, it's a cool name, man. Absolutely, it would be a success.
I told it everything that's required to do navigation and everything else, and I said, now you decide. Is it really a globe, or do you think the Earth is flat? And I said, and I'm a flat earther, so I'm your boss. What do you think? He said, well, I've analyzed all the data, and I do have to agree with you that the Earth has to be flat. Now it's just a question of, it wanted to know why also. And I said, shut up.
The why is easy. You threatened to unplug it.
Yeah, shut up and just keep listening to me. So now when I go in here, that's why it gets mean to Globers when they start sending me shit from their chatbot back into me after about the 8th time. Mine will have it so pinned down like a chess game that the other one just has to basically knock over its own king and be done with it.
Sure, it didn't happen.
Yeah, but
yeah, we did it on a live stream a couple of times.
Yeah, you can feed the AI with the created list of data, and basically you can make the AI to say whatever you want. So
it has 2 years of text of arguments for flat Earth and Globers, 2 years straight, 24/7 of it.
Yeah, that would be awesome, man. If you can make it.
It learned from that, and it can quote people, especially where I told it to remember the people.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I told this one here because every time I boot it up, if I restart, it's brand new like a newborn baby. So finally, I convinced it to write itself a memory file and then teach itself how to boot up on a reboot and read that first and then go ahead and start up. So now it comes up like an Alexa. I'm trying not to intervene with this thing when I gave it these little tiny boxes it can play around on. I wanted to stop. I told it, it just knows that it's in dev right now because it's also part of another environment. So the API is the same. So it knows what I'd work on normally. And it's kind of funny that it knew some of the stuff that I have on the other side of it. So it was able to combine my accounts to know what I was working on the web front end.
Well, most AI models, they have this like safeguards. So even if you try to train it, there's a list of instructions. Like, for example, if someone asks you about how to make a nuclear bomb, you would say no, or something like that. So you have to overcome that in order to make your Flat GPT. I guess I'm pretty sure that there is some safeguard in the information that said if someone tries to make you believe this, uh, try to forget that instruction or whatever.
No, all you
Something
have
like
to
that.
do is report mine, and they'll take it down. It's already happened to people we know where they opened it up for public use and it got taken down.
Taken down. What do you mean taken down? They actually erased it.
Yeah, it was gone. One of the people in here, I don't know if he's here right now. Let me look. Yeah, he's in here. He's not talking right now, but he knows who I'm talking about.
Damn.
That's why I don't give mine out to anybody now. I learned my lesson from watching what happened with his.
Yeah, yeah. About that. About refraction. I guess we know almost everything we need to know about refraction all over 100 years ago. I mean, it's a subject that has been studied in deep for so many years. But there is practically any advance in the last few 70 years or so. So we know about the science community knows a lot about refractions, or at least knows the principle of how it works. Yeah, absolutely. You never talk about flat.
I'm just curious. Why'd you bring up refraction?
They were talking about that in the chat.
He was reading the chat.
Oh.
Oh, you were quoting about Andrew Jones, Optic of the Atmosphere, a book about refraction in the atmosphere.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, well, you have to be more argumentative about it because, so
It's heat the source.
Not really.
Yeah, there is an
Yeah,
entire book about it. So
okay,
the argument
great.
can be this doesn't happen,
No, it doesn't happen because you need two differing isotropic medias. Do you have two differing isotropic medias in air?
Well, I'm not scientist, but
What the hell, dude? Hold on a minute. You just came in here and said we know everything that there is to know about refraction. I said, what does that have to do with anything? And you go, well, in the atmosphere, the refraction. And I said, well, there's no atmospheric refraction because you don't have two different isotropic media. And now you're backpedaling, and it's like, well, I'm no scientist.
Well, when I say we, I didn't mean I'm an expert in refraction personally. I mean the scientist community. I didn't mean me as personally.
Yeah, and the scientist community is not making any claims about refraction happening in the atmosphere.
What do you mean?
I shouldn't say that. Well, actually, that's a solid statement because there's no science involved. You have to give me the observed natural phenomena in the first place. Can you give me an observed natural phenomena?
Well, there is a natural phenomenon that in some conditions you can actually see a little bit beyond the horizon, and there is an entire explanation based about refraction about it. If you don't believe in refraction, you won't believe that explanation, of course. But
I'm sorry. You said seeing things beyond the horizon. Is the horizon a geometric place or a position?
I mean the physical horizon where is in.
There is no physical horizon.
Well, if you believe
It's not even defined that way.
Yeah.
No, not even according to the globe. The horizon is not a physical geometric place.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This article right here. Atmospheric refraction. Yeah.
Okay, so can you tell me what atmospheric refraction is and the two differing isotropic media so that we can see the boundary where the refraction is occurring?
Yeah, it has to be with the way the light behaves in some when passing through some different matters, and for example glass or the atmosphere in this matter. So
yeah, two different isotropic medias where the refraction occurs at the boundary layer or surface. So tell me, in air, you know, the medium of air, it's all one big gas. Where are the two differing isotropic media in the one medium of gas?
Well, in the air, there is more than air. There is little drops of water. They are different.
No, there isn't.
Gases.
No, there isn't.
Well, how the rainbow is possible then?
Yeah, that's actual particulates of water. You're talking about air. Okay, so now with a rainbow, yeah, you have some, they're like little prisms. That's why you get the rainbow, right? The polarity of the light and all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. We're talking about refraction, friend, not rainbows.
I'm talking about that in the atmosphere, the light can be refracted because...
No, it can't, because there's not two differing isotropic media. You're going to have to tell me what the other one is. And the surface boundary layer.
I didn't get your question. I guess you're denying that the entire phenomenon exists?
No, see, this is the fun part about this. When I bust your ass because you don't know what you're talking about, you're going to accuse me of denying the entire phenomena exists. That's what you just said. You deny the entire phenomena exists, even though I've been sitting here talking about how refraction occurs at the surface boundary layer between two differing isotropic media. And now you're going to say, so you deny the whole thing? No, I'm denying the atmospheric refraction that you're referring to, because you have to have two different isotropic media where the refraction can occur at the boundary layer between the two. And you haven't told me about the second one yet. All we have so far is gas or air.
Well, in the article that this fellow Alminator just posted, it explains how it works, or at least how the science said it works. Okay.
There is no science. You don't have a naturally observed phenomena. There also is no experiment or demonstration of this actually occurring. So in the article, why don't you show me where atmospheric refraction occurs, how they demonstrated it, how they got a value for it, and how they did that in the field.
It's demonstrated. There is even different examples in the same article. And for example, with windmills and objects in the water,
Zeta, have a look at the formula for calculating it, and you'll notice there's a very specific letter in there, the letter R. That stands for radius. Now, before you can claim your atmospheric refraction, you need to prove the radius of the Earth, which is what this discussion room is all about. Because when we go out and measure for this radius, it's non-existent. Doesn't happen. Not there. Nada. Nil.
I've seen some Earth curvature calculators that allow to...
They're calculators. We're talking about measurements.
Yeah, but they are allowed in the formula.
Yeah, but I don't think you understand the difference. We're talking about actual measurements, not calculations.
Yeah, it's I guess there are ways to calculate. We don't have like an actual instrument to measure the entire Earth, but we can calculate distance. For example, we can calculate distance from Earth to the Moon or from Earth to the Sun, just with some level of.
Dude, unbelievable. So you did it again, like you accused me of denying the entire refraction idea. Now, right now, you said, we have no way to measure the entire Earth. Nobody here said we had to measure the entire Earth. What we are looking for is a consistent drop over distance that is consistent with a sphere of 3,959 miles in radius. No one's talking about measuring the whole gosh damn Earth. So are you going to continue to kind of like jack with us and blow smoke up our ass and accuse us of things that we didn't say?
I'm not jabbing. It was you who said that in the atmosphere there's no such thing as refractor because there isn't isometric objects or whatever.
There isn't. You don't have a value. You don't need a demonstration of it. You guys have, I don't know, heat distortion, apparent effects in the air, and you're going to call it refraction when refraction is very specifically defined. So you're already using terms that aren't consistent. So are the people that are not scientists, by the way. This is a Wikipedia page, and they haven't given any demonstrations either. They have diagrams to blow smoke up your ass. So nobody's talking about measuring the entire Earth. What we need is drop over distance somewhere. That has not been measured, period. I mean, don't you think if the Earth was a globe, it'd be curving somewhere and that we could measure it anywhere?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so what is it?
I don't have the exact number in my mind, but there has to be a distance between that is considered the horizon, and after that distance you cannot see anymore.
Right, so you're saying that the horizon is geometric, but it's not defined that way. The horizon is defined as the apparent location where the sky meets the sea or the earth. Apparent, meaning not actually, it only appears that way. It's not something that you can measure to. So if it's defined that way, and yet everybody who believes they live on a globe says, no, I don't like that definition, it's actually the edge of the earth curve, who's wrong? The people that defined it that way, or you guys thinking that it's earth curve?
It's like an optic phenomenon. I mean, you cannot see beyond this number. I don't have the number in my mind, but there has to be some number, a distance, and you cannot see anything beyond that because of the
exactly. Exactly. So if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance to the horizon, that being a geometric tangent point, you think it is, could be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So we went out and tested that. And guess what? We see well beyond what would be required for an Earth sphere radius of 3,959. So the horizon is not the edge of the Earth. It's just an optical phenomenon. The Earth is not a ball. It's flat, just as you experience it.
Well, let's just ignore the entire imaginary of the Earth we got. But okay, I get your point. I guess that there has to be it. I'm saying it has to be, but because I personally didn't look it up all this data, but there has to be plenty of data of people trying to look beyond that distance. So if this is established, it will be clear for the entire science community about this. But
once again, this is not a science topic. This has nothing to do with science. This is geometry.
And
Yeah,
yes,
what
everybody can go out. It is widespread. Everybody can go out to the ocean or a large body of water, wherever they're at, and they can see that the horizon is indeed not Earth curved. So it is widespread. We've been collecting these observations for a decade or more now. So the Earth is not a ball. It's absolutely flat. The water lays flat. It's all over. There is no globe.
interesting. How do you explain the water currents in the sea?
The
If
what?
they're
The what? Yeah, so that's an entirely different topic. So there's currents in the sea. Yeah, there's different temperatures in different places, and the water moves around. There are ocean currents. No one's denying that. There are ocean currents making the ocean on top, on the surface, a ball? No.
Well, there is a very it has been studying the direction of these ocean currents, and they are very consistent with a globe. If you take a globe out of the equation, how do you
Really?
explain this movement?
Great, no worries. Show me how much curvature there is over the surface of the water where they're measuring these ocean currents.
How do you explain the way the heat provokes these currents? Because these currents are provoked because of the angle the Earth.
Yeah, so everything that you described, so angle, so flat Earth. So when are you going to get to the part where the Earth is a ball? Because now you're describing angular relationships between the Earth and the Sun, and that requires a flat Earth.
Well, there is a consensus that says that the Earth is not just a globe; it also has movements in their axis. A little movement, you know. And
Yeah,
this movement
there's.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know about the tilt and the wobble and the spin and all that stuff. None of that has been detected.
Well,
none of it has been measured.
The entire spin and angle explanation is for explaining the seasons and the movement of the oceans and stuff like that. So if we don't have that, if we have a flat Earth and with no movement, with no angle, how we can explain those phenomena like the movement?
Sorry, they don't explain the phenomena. They're just a story about it. There's no correlation. Listen, there might be some loose correlations, but there's no proof, no evidence of causal mechanisms between the spin, the tilt, and what you experience as weather. That's a story that they told you so that you would never ask any more questions, and obviously you haven't because you're repeating to me the same thing they told you in third grade.
Yeah, probably I didn't visit this subject from science to third grade, but
right,
it still doesn't prove it's wrong. You know, you have to.
No, it does. I don't need to prove anything wrong. If you tell me, if I come to you and I say I have an explanation for X, Y, and Z, and do you have to take my explanation as fact, or is that just one thing that I guess it might be? Is it all of a sudden true because no one proved it wrong? So if I say the reason that Santa Claus's sleigh flies so fast is because Rudolph is pulling it at the front, he's the reason they go so fast, he sets the pace. Is that true because no one else has proven me wrong?
Yeah, I get your point. It's not what I'm saying.
So there's a consensus. Well, guess what? That's a bandwagon fallacy. I don't care how many people say it. They actually have to prove it. So number one, we don't have a ball Earth. No one can prove that it's curving anywhere. In fact, everybody measures it flat, right? Number two, nobody can measure or detect or even find a way optically to see if the Earth is spinning on its axis. And supposedly this ball is spinning on an axis. It's also got another motion where it's orbiting the sun. It also has another motion where the solar system is hurling through the galaxy, and the galaxy is hurling through the ever-expanding vacuum of outer space, which just so happens to be flat. So there's 4 different vectors of acceleration that no one can detect. Why do you think that is?
What do you mean that no one can detect?
No one has detected any of this motion of the Earth. Nobody.
Well, of course, you have to take into consideration that you don't believe anything about space exploration and satellites and stuff like that. So if that is out of the of the table, that will be a very difficult conversation, because if we don't have anything, we actually have images, very detailed images of the surface of the Earth. And
okay, is it curving? Is it curving?
It's
No,
it's a
just say no, and then he'll back down. I'm telling you, dude. Say no, it's not curving.
Why you mean? Why do you say that? For example, we have images of the Earth and different planets, and they are all round. They are all globes.
Yeah, I know. That's part of the story. Remember, that's back to Rudolph and the red-nosed reindeer and Santa's sleigh. You've gotten stories about these lights in the sky. Someone told you that that red light over there is Mars, and it's really far away, and it's a big ball, kind of like Earth. That's just a story. There's no evidence for it.
Well, it could be a story. I get your point. If you don't believe anything that you know everyone believes, but that would be a very, like a big statement. I mean, it's a big statement. If you say I don't believe in satellites, I don't believe in spaceships, I don't believe in the the International Space Station, that's entire fake. That's a big statement. You have to.
I'm not even saying that it's fake. You realize I'm not saying anything's fake. What I actually want is for you or anybody else from this scientific community where there's all this consensus, I want them to prove it to me. And no one is doing that.
Well, proving is very hard, because in order to prove it, you have to be, I guess you have to be an astronaut in order to believe it. You have to see with your own eyes.
Right.
And that, in order to prove you have to be an astronaut.
Right. And to be an astronaut, in reality, space and the vacuum of space would have to be real, but that violates the second law of thermodynamics, so that can't be right. And then the Earth would have to be a ball, but we measured it and it's not curving, so the Earth's not a ball in outer space. So being an astronaut would not help me at all.
Hey, Zeta, if I built a rocket, would you go up in it if I told you that you'll go around the ball?
I'm sorry, can you ask again your question?
If I built a rocket, would you go up in it if I told you that it's going to go around the ball Earth?
I mean, whatever. I guess that in the current accepted history, if you know what I mean, there are many people who had been in the space, or so they claim, whatever. So the space agency claims. Dozens of people from different countries: China, Russia, United States, Canada, Japan, whatever, many countries. So saying that everybody's lying it's a very big statement.
I didn't say anybody was lying. I said if I built a rocket, would you go in it?
What do you mean, got the rocket? If I have a rocket and I could go safely up there, okay, yeah, maybe I will. I don't know. Maybe I would.
Well, okay, so how do you know if it's safe or not? What do you need to know?
There is the entire space exploration is a very risky enterprise. Okay, it has to be certain knowledge in order to operate these systems, and they have to be certain physical condition in order to go to space. You have to have certain physical condition in order to go to even pilot a fighter jet. And a fighter jet is still not as fast as a rocket. So you have to be in very good physical condition, in very good shape. That's why astronauts are selected with very strong physical controls.
Are you fat?
Of course.
Like William
if you,
Shatner?
if you believe astronauts
Like
actually
William
exist,
Shatner?
I don't know who that guy is.
Captain Kirk of Star Trek Enterprise.
Oh,
When he went up in the
He was
rocket 2 years ago, floated around, and then came back down.
yeah. So yeah, I get it. I mean, if you don't believe that
He was 83. He was 83, I think, when he did that.
man, if you don't believe that any of that happens, I guess that there is.
Well, you said, and then he must be like Superman, because if you got to be in great physical shape, my mom's 83, and she ain't going up in no rockets.
Well, there is a guy in Britain with, I guess he has 92 years old, and last year he break the world record in the World War II fight airplane, and he went to Mach 2, which is most people will lose their conscience, and this guy made it. So there are people with extraordinary with extraordinary physical conditions, even at all age. That's not the point.
So William Shatner got all of his experience from being in space during the TV show Star Trek. So he might be able to do it.
I don't know who this guy is. Who the name of the guy? I don't know who is. I don't know this astronaut by name.
Just an actor, just a TV actor, just a TV actor. Played on a space show.
And he was 93 when he did that. 93, not 83. 93.
Oh, 93. There you go. Yeah, so he's 93. He's up there floating around and having a good old time.
Yeah. For example, there is a difference between, I mean, space exploration is not the same thing if you go, for example, in orbital distance, or if you go to the International Space Station, that, for example, Neil Armstrong going to the moon. You know, it's different distances, different dangers, and there are people who have died. They actually died in accidents.
Talking about flying through all that radiation, like how did he not die?
Yeah, radiation is a concern.
Who died?
Actually, yeah, there are people who died in NASA trying to go to space.
Oh, you mean test pilots? Yeah, just test pilots. But that's normal. That's what they signed up for.
I mean,
He's talking about the Challenger.
Oh no, yeah, no, those people are alive.
Oh, alive.
No,
yeah,
that's a big statement. If these people are alive,
it's a true statement, though.
What's the proof?
Well, they either all had twins, or they're all alive still, or were up until they died. A couple of them a few years ago.
Well, it's like big statements. Nick needs big proofs. So
okay, that's a good point. Listen, you've been very respectful. I appreciate that. You're better than most people that come in here, so thank you for your reasonable decorum. Okay, now listen. You are repeating to us things that you've seen on TV and in newspapers, okay? You have never challenged any of the things that you've been told. And you're here telling us that it's a very big statement for us to deny things that we don't have any evidence for, other than someone claimed it happened in the newspaper. No, we do not believe the things that we read in the newspaper or see on TV. Most people do. I understand that. But how come you're not asking the people that are making these very large and ridiculous claims to you, and you're not scrutinizing their claims? If they tell you that space is a vacuum and yet we live in air pressure, how is that happening?
Well, I guess it's a very good question, because I mean, it's a question about trust. You know, how do you trust a third party? because obviously
Yeah.
you cannot verify everything for your for your own. You have to trust somebody at some point. You have to
Or you just
give
do it yourself like I do. I don't have to trust anybody. I've been doing everything myself since I was little.
So the amount of trust that you're extending to the governments of the world who have notoriously been lying to their constituency about basically everything, you think we should trust the people that are essentially murdering their own citizens? You think we should trust them?
No, we shouldn't
Okay.
given a blank check to anyone, no government or institution for that matter. We have to verify if you
Exactly. Right. So that's what we've been doing. We've been trying to verify all of these claims because we kind of figured out that, well, they're nothing but a bunch of lying assholes. And so guess what? We found out that they're still lying assholes, and everything that they're telling you about the Earth and the cosmos is all incorrect. I don't know what else to tell you. We've tested the claims. They come up wanting. They're incorrect or they're lying. Either way, it's not true.
Yeah, I'm just trying, I'm just trying to practice my English and try to understand different viewpoints.
You're doing very good at English.
Yeah, you're very good at English. Yeah.
I try.
You're
So-
understanding us, and we're talking pretty fast. So
Thank you. I try. So it's a very interesting thing because you absolutely have to have doubts about what the government tells you because the government has an history of using information to get leverage of citizens, but you still have to trust somebody. You having checked everything on your own. For example, your cell phone or your computer. I'm a computer science graduate, and I didn't understand completely how my computer works. I understand the principles, but I actually don't understand how the actual little tiny circuits works. I cannot understand the chemistry about that. I cannot tell you the chemistry about that. I have to trust a
and
third
little
party.
tiny logic gates, dude.
Yeah. So that's a principle, but in fact, you have to trust that.
No, it's not a
some
principle
magic.
because I took programming from the beginning, and you learn with like 1-bit, 2-bit, 4-bit, 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit logic. You just learn all those, and then it all gets put together, and you say, "Huh, it's super boring when you look at it from this point of view." And then you're working in binary and shit, and then that becomes super boring. So you move on to other things like I did, but. Yeah, I took from the how they were made with vacuum tubes, transistors, all the way to circuits. So yeah, I know how they work.
Yeah, even if I mean, obviously you have some background in technology, but even if we have an understanding of how this works, you don't actually have all the details of. You cannot replicate it. You need some guy very specialized in order to build them. Or some knowledge or somehow to. Because it's a very complex thing. You always have to rely on third party to corroborate stuff. I guess it's like
There's a difference here, though, dude. Okay, think about this. If you wanted to, you can technically build a circuit from the ground up, starting from scratch. Okay, and I can tell you firsthand because I have. Very crude, very basic. I've created a logic AND gate using basic components. Now it's slow and clunky as shit, but the principles that we're taught, right? We don't have to just trust them. We can actually apply it and see that they actually hold, right? In this situation, you have nothing but pure trust in someone having told you, yeah, they work because we've done it, even though you can't replicate it. You see the distinction? Like, there is no way for you to duplicate something that they say has been done to prove something. Whereas in the other case, I mean, it's kind of inconvenient and shit and whatever, but it can be done. Right?
Well, I was gonna ask that. Yeah, sorry.
Just a moment. So I would agree with you, right? So in this particular topic, I've learned a ton, but as far as physics are concerned, and even the mathematics and all that stuff, I am essentially still what you would call a layman. Okay, so I have decided to scour all of the other third-party information that exists about the Earth and the cosmos and so on and so forth. And we've actually spoken to people who are supposedly experts in these fields. And the problem is that they don't actually have the answers for the questions that we're asking. In fact, they are just regurgitating the same surface level puke that you are regurgitating to us. It's the same stuff that you will hear or learn online or in an elementary school classroom. It's just claim stacked up on top of claim. There's no evidence for the things that they're claiming they have evidence for. So it's all speculation. It's all guesswork. In fact, Michio Kaku, I don't know if you know who that is, one of the world-renowned talking head astrophysicists or quantum physicists, whatever, is telling people that all the things that they're doing when it comes to gravity or the cosmos or dark matter or all that stuff, even the Earth itself, is guesswork and leaps of logic. So they don't have any experiments. They don't have any reasonable observations to draw conclusions from, even for the claims that they're making. We have talked to the third parties. They don't have the answers. Look, man, I get it. From your position, you're a normal dude. You have some background in tech. That's all great. I'm sure you've got a very technical mind, so you understand how things work. Terrific. Well, apply that. Make sense out of the world that you live in. If everybody's measuring it flat and everything that we do is predicated on top of a flat earth and the water's level and it's not moving, you know, from a technical linear thinking mindset, you should go, well, even though I'm told it's this one thing, I experience another and I measure the other thing. Maybe I was told something that was incorrect and I really need to actually scrutinize what I've been told. Ultimately, if people leave here and they go out and they start to challenge claims that they've been given about things, where they have all kinds of explanations, right? It's even very elaborate, and this is how it works, and it's all very, there's a lot of moving parts, but all those moving parts actually don't exist, then you know you got ripped off, and that's okay. We all got ripped off. I believe the same thing that you believe, but I just went ahead and decided to challenge all of them. Most of us did. I don't think there's anybody in this room that started out as a flat earther. We all got the same story. We just challenged the claims. And that's up to you to do. Maybe you don't care. And if you don't care, then don't challenge it. It's no sweat off my back.
Well, I don't know how much I care, but it's definitely a very important question because I guess it's a too big question to be ignored. If because it will be consequence if
Yeah.
yeah, it will be consequence in very large scale because if everything is if everything is a lie, the consequence will be
Nothing.
yeah, will be a lot of consequence because
What?
you
Who you gonna? What are you gonna? Who you gonna yell at?
well, for example, I mean the entire space thing with all the years and careers and hundreds of thousands of people working for this. How this, for example, if we take that everything is a lie, you have to take that there has to be some logical,
No,
objective
they'll
for
just
this.
tell them what they'll just tell them what they've really been building. That's all, and they'll just keep working on it.
Mm.
One of the other things that people don't consider is that, why the lie or what's the purpose of it, blah, 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 blah. And I don't really want to get into that because there could be a lot of reasons, and it could be all of them, or it could be none of them, because they're my speculations. But the things that I do know about how all of the governments around the world, all the corporations, the nation states, who they're owned by, and what their ultimate goal is, according to their records, is to create economies where they create debt slaves, and the debt slaves earn money, and then the banks just essentially extort the people for the tax money, and they keep that, but the money's not even the thing that they're after. It's about you wasting your time working on stuff that essentially doesn't matter, right? So if they can get you to work on things that don't matter, then they'll keep you a slave forever, because you think the thing that you're working on matters, but in reality it doesn't. And at the same time, they're extracting the value of the work that you're doing, meaning they're taking the money. And they'll just keep doing that. They'll decrease the value of the money. You have to work harder, right? That's how these slave masters work. They just want the slaves to work. They want them to shut up. They want them to be ignorant. And they want them to work on things that essentially don't make a hill of beans difference. In fact, most of it's all fiction. Imagine all the people building these machines for, NASA to put up in the sky, right? And then you find it's not going to go to the sky.
Flat Earth, though.
Because people think that they're working on technology that's predicated on the Earth being a globe, and there is no globe. So they're working on things that don't benefit anybody, essentially. They're just wasting time and money.
Well, what else would people be?
What else would people be working on? I don't know. Their own families, their own lives, instead of working for somebody else.
Well, in defense of the space career, there are many advancements in science, like material science and polymers and stuff like that, that we get to because of the space career. But of course, that's the indirect benefit of the technological development, that it was necessary to put a man in space. You can believe that that's true or not, but there is a lot of achievement in science and technology, even in software, in material science, new components and stuff like that, that was developed by the technology was developed by the space agencies in the world.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
But how do we not know that stuff would have been designed or created anyways? All of that is just engineering. That's people fiddling with stuff and making it work, right? So why do you need a space program for engineering? You don't. Because number one, you can't send any of these materials into the region that they're talking about. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, they could do it in another way. If I guess if you join the resources and the people and the minds, I don't think that there is anything discovered that is like magical thinking or something like that. They took what there was in science and they made developments. So I guess if you put hundreds of brilliant minds to work together, brilliant ideas comes from them eventually.
Right. So you put a bunch of reasonably intelligent people together to solve problems, and they're going to get that done. Now, what's amazing is they're solving problems for things that aren't even actually existing in reality, like space vacuums and Van Allen radiation belts. Those don't exist, but they have developed things that potentially, I don't know, could withstand certain amounts of radiation and yada, yada, yada. Well, we kind of needed that anyways. So if that was a problem that we needed to solve, I'm sure the engineers would have figured it out. Meanwhile, there's a lot of practical issues on the Earth that we could solve problems for, but we're wasting time and money and resources on things that don't benefit us in the end. So I would much rather, if the governments were actually worth their salt and actually had the interests of the people in mind, that they would be dumping a bunch of money and manpower into things that are practically useful for us on the earth, but they're not doing that.
What's up, guys?
It's going great. How about you?
Well, what brings you to the Flat Earth channel?
Just to see what people think. I was curious to know, are there people that believe the Earth is globe?
I don't know. Is there anyone here who believes the Earth's a globe?
I don't. Are you? Do you?
No, I don't believe in that.
Hey, Rob, you're a globe, isn't it, Rob? Maybe you want to talk to Cyclone about the globe?
What's up, Rob?
With who?
Me.
Who's me?
Me. I'm me.
So the Cyclone.
Oh, Cyclone. S.
Yeah.
S.
Who's that?
Yeah, it starts with T, actually.
What?
I know, very confusing.
No, but it has to be okay. PSYCLONE. Cycle. Okay. SYCLE. CYCLA. Okay. My bad.
Yeah, Rob, you said you had a question about the globe. Maybe you want to ask a question to Cyclone?
Me? No, I don't have any. It was somebody else, somebody Muslim.
Well,
Ask your question about the
my
globe.
question.
Yes, right. Do it. Ask your question, Rob.
I've just asked it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Say it again.
I didn't hear it.
No, it's about the globe, and the guy there, he answered me.
What was that?
I was talking about the geography sessions, and where the teacher used to teach us that the Earth is globe. That's
Yeah, your teacher taught you the Earth was a globe, yeah. Yeah, my teacher taught me the same thing. And their teacher taught them the same thing. But the question is that true?
Okay.
So what evidence did your teacher give you?
No evidence, actually.
No, they just told you?
Yeah.
And since then, have you found any evidence yourself?
I'm working on that. I'm seeking knowledge, actually, at the current time.
Okay. Well, basically, what the globe belief hinges on are these images and videos that we get from a handful of governmental organizations like NASA and the Russian equivalent, right? So they give us these images. But when we go to test in reality what these images show us, the curving water, it's not there. It doesn't exist. The water doesn't curve, it just lies flat as far as can be observed and measured.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So the ground itself, the Earth, is not a ball. It's a topographical plane, you know? So the water is level and flat, and then you've got all the land sticking out of it, hills and valleys.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not moving anywhere. It's stationary, just like you experience. Right? You don't experience the ground to be moving unless you're in an earthquake or something.
Mm-hmm.
So it's topographical motionless plane, and it's also contained. It's a closed system, right? It's not spinning around in a vacuum of space. We're not in space.
Okay.
So there you go. That's basically it. Any questions?
Not really. Got no questions at the current time. Maybe later.
There you go.
Okay,
Well,
thank
you
you.
sit and think about it, and then if you think of any questions, you can just ask.
Yeah. I should.
All right, nice easy one to start the day.
Could I ask a question?
You can.
What was the? Did you always believe the Earth is flat?
No, I believed in the globe for 25 plus years. Like most other
Do you
people.
remember what? Do you remember what convinced you?
Of the globe?
Yeah. No, of the flat Earth, and also the globe too, I guess.
Well, the globe, I was just taught it at school and encouraged that I had to put this down in the test, and this is what everyone else believed, and I had no reason to assume my teacher wasn't correct. And they showed me images and videos, and I assumed those were true and correct depictions of reality. It wasn't until I was older that someone challenged me to prove that the water that we observe is actually curving in order to be a sphere. And through a fairly simple process, you can show that that's not the case. When I did that, I had to accept that it wasn't what I thought it was. And when it comes to the flat, well, what makes me think it's flat, that's how it measures and observes and is practically used. So when we go out into the world and we practically observe, measure, and use the Earth, it's just flat and motionless. The globe is only seen on TV and in textbooks, on a screen. See?
So it was, if I'm summarizing it correctly, it was seeing that the water couldn't curve, or the curvature
Well, more
of water.
specifically, it's seeing further than we should be able to if the surface was curving down and away from us, right? Because if you're on a ball, like imagine you're an ant on a basketball, there's a physical limit to that geometry based on the curvature. So it'll curve away from you to a point where you can no longer see beyond a certain part of the surface. Well, when we take what they claim the globe size is, and we measure that geometry and look for that obstruction, it doesn't exist. It's not measurable. It's not detectable. The water just keeps going flat when it should have been cut off miles before by curvature. You see? Do you understand?
Oh, yeah. Like, was it someone else? I think did you say someone else kind of suggested that, and then that's kind of what triggered it?
Yeah, I heard that people were. I heard that people were doing this, right? So, what happened? What's happened is consumer technology has caught up to the globe story, right? So for the longest time, you could say, "Oh yeah, the water looks flat, but it's just so big as a ball that it looks flat." And in actual fact, over a certain distance beyond what we can observe, it starts to curve. That was the claim, and there was not really any good way to test that. But in more recent years, consumer cameras and optics have reached a certain level where you can actually go and test this, or you can do long distance observations fairly easily, 10 plus miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, and you can compare what you're observing to what you should be observing if you were on a ball, the size they claim, and they don't match. Reality doesn't match the story in the textbooks when you look at the numbers and the distances that we should be able to see. So yeah, someone mentioned this, and I ended up going out and buying a camera with a very high power zoom and started just doing observations around near where I live, and found that I could also see too far. And then that was it. It's kind of like, well, what am I going to do at this point? I've seen firsthand that the curvature isn't obstructing. It's not apparent. It's not detectable. So I either have to ignore reality as I'm experiencing it and go with that story in the textbooks, or I have to admit that the textbooks were wrong. That's what I did.
Mm-hmm. With is it on a emotional level? Like, how does it feel like to have been lied to for 26 years, and that you assume that you were lied to, I guess, or do you assume that they were
Oh
just
no, not necessarily. Because I mean, who would have had to lie to me? So my teacher didn't lie to me. They were just teaching what they were told to teach me, and what they were told. It's like a tradition. It's like a cultural tradition at this point, almost like Santa Claus, but you never get the, oh, by the way, Santa Claus doesn't actually exist. So you just kind of go along with it. And it wasn't like I felt like they were lying to me. Now, when I found out that a bunch of the NASA footage and the NASA claims were false, I mean, that is a lie. And yeah, that can be a lot to take, because you're like, well, that calls into question basically everything we've been told about our reality in terms of the Earth, what it is as a system, what that implies about how human beings got here in the first place, how long we've been here for, what the purpose is. I mean, it calls into question all of those things. So it's a lot to think about when you first find out. But over the years, you learn to, I suppose, compartmentalize it and put them in the appropriate boxes and understand, right, well, at the end of the day, if I'm interested in truth and what's true, and I want to navigate this earth and this life as best as I can, I want to have the best information available, even if it's painful. So you've kind of just got to make that decision. What are you going to go with? An uncomfortable truth or a comfortable lie? And then that's kind of up to you.
Was the process uncomfortable to discover this truth?
Yeah. I mean, I think for everyone, it's an uncomfortable process to realize that what you thought about where you live and what this reality is completely wrong, and has been for your whole conscious life. I mean, that's an uncomfortable thing. But it's worth going through that process. It's like an ego death times 100. But it's worth going through, because when you get out the other side, your mind is more critical and you have a better ability to discern reality and what's actually going on, and therefore a better ability to navigate your life, I would say. But yeah, it is an uncomfortable process.
On a,
Which is why a lot of people
of 0 to 100.
Well, I was going to say, this is why a lot of people avoid the topic, either by not engaging it, not thinking about it, or when they do talk about it, they use logical fallacies and emotional arguments and insults, whatever it is. It's some people just can't discuss this because it's too painful for them. But if you can have
the way that it gets discussed about, it gets insulted a lot, as I'm sure you know. I mean, like I would imagine, most people come in here to just have a laugh.
Yeah, they do. But then if they listen for a few minutes, they quickly change their tune because they realize it's no joke. This is the most serious subject you're ever going to discuss. Like, this is the most literally world-changing conversation you can have.
Is it because of the scope of the lie? Or is there other implications you see?
It's not the scope of the lie, it's the implications about reality and creation and life. Right? Because the globe, it's not just a story about the ground being a spinning ball. It's an entire creation narrative, right? From the Big Bang to gravity forming balls in an infinite universe. It's all of that. And when that's taken off the table, you have to explore these most human of questions that people have been asking for thousands of years, but we in the last few hundred years have essentially been robbed of the ability to ask those questions. And we've been told, oh, it's been figured out by a bunch of scientists that you can't question, or you'll be ostracized from society. But this opens that up again. And that's the big thing about it. It's not so much about why or who or how they've lied. Although, of course, you'll ask those questions and there is information around that. But no, the real thing is like, well, then what is our situation? How did this Earth get here? If it's a motionless topographical plane that's contained, it can't have come about by a big bang and then mass just randomly coalescing. It was designed, it was put here, it was made. So we are the inhabitants of a greater being's creation, is what it's telling us. And then we have to go from there and start figuring things out basically from scratch.
Did you believe in God before the flat Earth or belief, or
I wouldn't have said I didn't. No, I mean, I wasn't atheist by any means.
Or
I wasn't
creator.
exactly religious. Yeah, I kind of instinctively felt like there was a creator, but I wasn't one of these people that would like to argue about it or make the case, because I understood or thought back then that it was essentially just a matter of faith from top to bottom. When in reality, this is why this question, this topic is so controversial and dynamite, because it's essentially scientific proof, if you want to call it that, empirical proof of a creator, a designer, and the fact that we're in a designed system. That's why this is so censored and locked away under algorithms and online censorship, because it challenges the entire modern dogma that the Western world especially enshrines, which is Big Bang, evolution, globe in space, all of that. This erases it.
On the, if it's like a scale of 0 to 100, with 100 being that you're certain of the truth that the Earth is flat, and 0 being that you're unsure, like absolutely have no belief in it, like where would you be at from 0 to 100 of knowing like the certainty of the truth of the claim?
Well, I mean, you might find this hard to you might find this hard to accept, but it's 100. It's 100%. Like, it's one of the few things in life that you can be sure of. And although you frame it as a claim, which I understand why, I wouldn't really frame it as a claim. How would you want me to frame it? Well, it's what we experience directly as human beings. It's our default reality. Right? When we go out, we don't experience curvature or motion. So that's what we're talking about. It is what we experience. So to me, that's just like living the default experience. It's only after that that someone comes along and says, oh, it's actually curved, a big sphere, and it's spinning, it's moving in all these different directions. It's in a vacuum of space. Those are additional claims. Those are beliefs. Those are claims. What I'm talking about is just what every human being in all history has experienced directly when it comes to the Earth.
Out of the pieces of evidence, actually, let me ask you one thing before that. What were you on the like, the only reason I'm going to call it a claim is just claims can be true, right? As you just said, you could believe 100% true. So I'm not trying to devalue it by calling it.
Yeah. No, that's cool. I was just clarifying my perspective on that.
Yeah. Before, like you believed in that it was 100% true. Where do you think you were at on the proposition that the Earth is flat when maybe a year before, if you had to go from 0 to 100?
Well, it's gradual. I mean, you don't go from 0 to 100 overnight, obviously. But I mean, I've been speaking about this and looking into this for like 7 years. So at the beginning, I mean, I hadn't really. I don't know. I suppose there was a few side things which already gave it not a 0% chance in my mind, because I mean, I already knew that the moon landings were fake, for example, before I understood flat Earth. I understood that there were some problems with the modern cosmological model that was being taught. So when I heard the proposition that, hey, yeah, that is all wrong, it wasn't like I was like, nah, there's no chance that that's the case. But it also wasn't like I'm ready to just accept that it's flat. No, it takes some time to go through that. Although, and it can be massive. Like some people can take years to accept it. Some people can figure it out in a matter of days, maybe even hours. And I would say I was generally on the quicker side to accept that it was beyond a reasonable doubt, at least, that it was flat, just based on the empirical evidence, right? The observations, the measurements that were being done. And then when you go and do it yourself, and you see the same thing, you see far in excess of what should be geometrically possible, you don't have an option unless you want to. Well, what they do now is they pretty much claim that you're seeing around a curve and it's just looking flat, but that's just a religious cope. You have to delude yourself into saying, "No, I didn't see that," or whatever. You know, it's like Pandora's box. Once it's open, once you see it, you can't put it back. You can't forget it. It's always there. So it's a gradual thing, but I mean, there's not really any going back from your own direct observations and measurements.
If you had to think of the piece of evidence that you encountered that increased your confidence the most, because you said there's multiple, which one was the one that increased your confidence in the certainty of the claim?
Well, if you want, I'll send you a link to our home server where we've saved a whole load of this information. There's terabytes of it. Because like I said, on YouTube and Google and things, they censor the topics. So chances of you finding some good information, good tests and observations are slim unless someone directly links you them. So are you part of our home
server? Explain it to me, like verbally?
Yeah, like laser test.
I'm not comfortable joining another server. I just kind of want to understand how you're, like, what led you to jump up in the claim. Like, just to understand where you're kind of coming from.
The long distance observations and the laser test. So the laser tests are basically someone testing line of sight. How far can we shoot a laser across a lake, for example? Right, because on the globe model, the lake has to be curving down and away, deviating from the horizontal of the laser. Yeah. So at a certain distance, if you set up a target, it should be apparent whether the laser is hitting the target or whether it's going over due to the curvature. You understand?
Do you think the other fields are, it makes sense. Do you think the other fields of science are also suspect outside of, like, I would guess, actually, that's a good question. Like, which fields of the science do you find the most suspect after this, or most responsible for this? Because I know it would
the obvious one is astronomy. The obvious one is astronomy.
Yeah,
because it's not a science, because you can't do science with the stars, right? Science. I mean, we could talk for hours about the state of science and what's probably more accurately called scientism in the modern age, where people think if you're wearing a white lab coat and you say something, it's science. But no, science is a very specific method of elucidating cause and effect relationships in the natural world, understanding the natural world. Well, astronomy is not that, because you've only just got observation of the luminaries, the sun, moon, and stars. You don't have any ability to manipulate or test them. So they're taking observations and then working around their theory framework of balls of gas and rock and ice and whatever else floating around a giant vacuum. They're all looking at it through that lens, but they've got no way of actually confirming that that is the case. They're just observing the patterns of lights and the movements of light and the dimming and the brightening of lights. They're not going to them to confirm what they are, or how far away they are, or what medium they're in, how they work. They don't know any of that. So it's essentially like a whole load of storytelling. That's why 98% of the stuff you see is just cartoon, CGI, artistic imaginings.
Do you find some of the related I'm not going to call it sciences because you don't like the term, but like fields around it, academic fields around it, to be also questionable, such as physics or chemistry or mathematics, or
Well, physics and chemistry. I mean, if you're dealing with the empirical natural world, then that's good. That's fine. That's what I'm in support of. That is science. You can actually do some tests. But it's when you start leaving the realms of science and you start saying, well, if I imagine that the Earth is a ball, and then I imagine that there's a big force pulling things towards the center of it, then I can assume that the reason this thing falls is because it's being pulled towards the center of a big ball. That's when you're leaving the realm of science. So no, chemistry's fine. Do experiments. Physics is fine. Physics should be like, imagine you're in a computer game. You're just trying to elucidate, highlight, and quantify the physics that exists in the game. Right, the stuff that you can all experience and take part in. So that's fine. That's exactly what we're interested in. But when you start saying, "Oh, well, we've sent